Hello and welcome back to the Game Bet Match podcast. I'm your host, Manny Friedman, along with my co-host.
Brad Sloan.
And our special guest is back. Welcome back, Tony.
Thank you.
First of all, is Piranha a special guest anymore, or is he like the second and a half man? He's like the equivalent of like the sixth
Having
man.
guests is always special in my eyes, to be honest.
I'm no longer special. I accept that. I appreciate you guys having me.
No. That's not true. You're like the level beyond special. Like special guests is like people who we've invited on once. Like you're now like the third man of a 2-man team or something.
Well, maybe with the week we have all had this week in Lyon and Geneva, maybe none of us are special.
Yeah.
Oh man, worst week I've ever had. So
if the guests we have on occasion are like ticket holders, Piranha's like a season ticket holder now. He's like a season luxury box suite ticket holder. Especially, honestly, Piranha, we gotta call you out. Like we appreciate all you do a lot of pumping us up on social media and appreciate that. So
absolutely, yeah, happy to any way I can help. Thank you.
Thank you. And that having like people who we can have like discussions about on this like in this space is it's valuable. Like people who take input and learn from it, and I think all three of us are in that mold. So we truly appreciate you joining us. So
definitely, thank you.
Without further ado, it's been a tough week in terms of betting. But what are some of your takeaways from what we've seen in Geneva and Lyon this week? And I guess you can add Roland Garros qualifying if you have some takeaways from that too.
Yeah, so one big takeaway I would have is, we can start at the top, right, with the guy who probably most casual tennis fans are going to be most interested in. There may be a narrative out there that Djokovic tanked this match against Makac, or that it was a good week because he made the semis, then he didn't see the need to play on further. I think that's a lie. I don't think he was particularly great. Like in spurts, I think, Piranha, you said there were 4 games against Hoffman when he looked amazing. But I don't know that he was great in any of these matches. Like Hoffman was up a break in the second set, was up 3-love in the second set. Griekspoor had love 40 to win the first set of their match. Like, yeah, I think I'm even lower on Novak than I was a week ago. I'm very happy, man, that you picked him first on your squad for our squad picks. By the way, you got to post those to Twitter either tonight or tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah, good point. I got to do that. But I tend to agree. I faded him in every match, and he just didn't look good. He like serving. It seems like he has maybe at least 5 to 10 miles per hour off his serve. Just missing a lot of easy regulation ground strokes, and like. Once he's kind of pushed in the rally, it feels like it's very hard for him to kind of get out of the corners. And that's so unlike Novak. And Griekspoor, I'm not taking much from that win, even though the second set was convincing, because I think that was more a factor of Griekspoor just going away because he couldn't convert 5 set points. He just kind of went away mentally. Hoffman, let's be honest, like he just doesn't have the quality to kind of, even a subpar Djokovic is going to beat him. Mahak, he's proved it in Dubai. Like Mahak has that athletic game where he can use his movement to, extend rallies. And then once he gets an opening, he can kind of put pressure on Novak. Plus, he's good at net. So, he has a lot of parts of the court covered. And if Novak isn't feeling it, that's going to be a tough matchup, just in general. Like the guys that Novak kind of struggles against are not necessarily struggles, but, could trouble him are guys with all around games, all quarters kind of, that's why Alcaraz does pretty well against him, So I'm not optimistic, but like, again, with Novak, he has that ability to work his way into a tournament. His draw doesn't look that tough at first week. So, I think like if he gets through the 3rd round, 4th round, like perhaps he can work his way through the tournament. But I'm definitely less confident in him being able to do that this time around than like last year, for example.
So I mean, slight different take than you guys, a little bit different take than you guys. I mean, if you'd asked me 1 week ago, does Novak have a chance to win the French Open, I would have said no. Like obviously some chance, but like very, very small chance. Now I think he has a chance. I think he showed flashes of his peak form. I didn't watch like that closely the second set today. He obviously won 6-love, but he had a stretch at the end there. His first, who was it against? Greek Sport. That was half Novak and half Greek Sport, but Novak did play unbelievable. I mean, he just was hitting winners from everywhere, serving great. He looked like Novak for 4 games. That said, he's having stretches where he doesn't look like himself. That's the vast majority of the time. So, but it's Novak. He accomplished what he wanted to with this tournament, which is, get himself closer to where he needs to be. He's still pretty far away, but
did he really?
a few
Did he really accomplish it?
Yes, he's closer now than he was a week ago, in my opinion. I saw, flashes where I didn't see any flashes of peak Novak prior to that. So, take it for what it's worth. Maybe he's 5% closer and he's still 80% away. I don't know. But he's got Pierre, I don't know how you pronounce his name, Hubert. He's
use Herbert or something.
Yeah, so that's
mostly a doubles guy.
That's
a
a
win.
It's a good one to experiment and practice some shots he needs to practice, and I just wouldn't count him out. I mean, I don't think he's going to win. I certainly wouldn't take whatever the odds are on him, but I think there is some chance at this point.
So I took him at plus 275 because I thought, and that was before Rome, because I was like, I mean, it didn't happen, but if he has a good week in Rome, right, that price is going to drop. He's probably going to be like plus 160, 170. So that was my thinking there. He didn't have a good week in Rome. A water bottle hit him in the head, which I think he's making a little bit too much of. Like, let's get over that. I thought it was a soft excuse for losing that Tabilo match. Let's be honest. But
yeah, I agree with that. He's probably fine the next. I mean, he didn't look like he lost consciousness, so I don't know. I don't even think it was a grade 3 concussion. Maybe. But I will say he lost to Tabio, who has just been a monster. So but he did get smoked.
But again, best of 5 is a different animal. And you have that extra set, where you have a little bit more time to find your way, find your game. And that goes long way with Novak. Novak is the best in the world, even now, at managing these best of 5 matches. Not necessarily, he won't necessarily play the best, but he's the best. I don't think anyone can deny it at just managing these types of matches. He has more experience than anyone. So if he gets through the first week, I mean, I don't rule it out. I probably wouldn't take it at that price, the price that he's at now. But you got to still, to me, he's I think second favorite to win this title still.
No way. I mean, like, I'm pretty hard against him. Like, he's got to have shown. I mean, like, I get it. He's shown some flashes, but you can't just have 2 5-game stretches when you're getting owned. Basically, full sets. The first set and the third set where you're getting owned because he was up 4-1 in the first set. You can't just get owned by Thomas Makac on clay for 2 sets and be a second favorite. Like,
but are people overlooking Mahac? Like, no one seems to think he can play on clay.
I've been high on Mahac for a while.
He looks pretty damn good to me. I've watched a few. I saw the whole Draper match. I mean, he just smoked Draper.
He's good when he's good and bad when he's bad. That's the problem. Is he makes a lot of bad errors. So like when he's good, to your point, Piranha, like when he's good, his upside is like really high. But when he's bad, he'll just slap a bunch of balls out. Like he's a very aggressive player. Probably, he needs to work. He needs to kind of learn that tactics and
Well, that was kind of the match with Draper. It was just all-out aggression, both sides, and Mahac just was painting lines the whole match. I mean, it was.
But Brad, to go back to your point, like it's such a kind of a weak field Like what guys would you put ahead of him?
I mean, I'd put Ruud ahead of him. Tsitsipas,
Zverev, I'd put ahead of him.
Zverev. I'd put Zverev way ahead of him at this point. I mean, I know Zverev hasn't won a title, and I have
That's fair.
concerns if he gets into a final, but
Sinner?
I'd still put Zverev ahead of him.
I agree. I don't know if I'd put Rude. Maybe Rude. Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
Ruud, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what the hesitation is on Ruud. Honestly, like
He's actually struggled recently. Since Madrid, he's actually been quite poor.
well, okay, he lost to Kecmanovic, but Kecmanovic, can beat top guys in his style, and also I think Ruud took an injury timeout in that match.
Right. And honestly,
he hasn't looked great
that
this week. I know he lost a
FAA
set to Offner and Baez.
and the FAA loss in Madrid was quite poor, too.
That's fine. Madrid's a weird tournament. Like I'm less concerned about that. But going through the top guys, I mean, I know Sinner has been hurt, but I'd take Sinner. I'd probably take Alcaraz, even though he's been injured.
Oh, I'd definitely take Sinner and Alcaraz over him right now.
I would not take Alcaraz. I would not take Alcaraz given the forearm. I would take Djokovic over Alcaraz.
Really? I mean, yeah, it's hard to account for the injury.
I mean, I wouldn't take either. Is my real answer from a betting perspective, but like making me
he might be number 3. I'm gonna revise my point. He's gonna be after Sinner and Zverev, but those were the only guys.
I think 4 or 5 for me. Probably it's Ruud and him are pretty close for me, I'd say.
I would go Ruud, Zverev, Tsitsipas, Alcaraz, and Sinner above him. I guess I'd put him at 6. I'd probably put him ahead of Rublev because Rublev just, when he gets into top match against top guys, he struggles. I'd probably put him below Medvedev, Nadal, Rune, Fritz, just reading off the top guys. I don't think anybody else would be ahead of him. But I mean, I'm pretty low. I would need like 20, 25 to 1 probably at least to hit Novak for this title.
Wow.
Like, I just don't like.
Wow.
There's nothing that shows me that he's gonna like. This has been 6 months of him showing nothing.
He hasn't played a lot of matches on clay. Well, I guess he's played what 9 matches.
This is an example where I'll take out even the clay. Like Australian Open didn't look great. Lost to Norrie at Indian Wells. Like there hasn't been like what have been the moments this year when we've said like, wow, Novak has it. Like I guess beating up Adrian Manarino and then beating Taylor Fritz in 4 sets at Australian Open. Like there's nothing. There's like if you're in the pro Novak case, there's nothing but a name and the 24 slam titles he has in his closet.
Yeah, there was one match too where his movement was gone. I forget what match it was. He just couldn't move. Like he all of a sudden just was out of position on every shot.
One thing that does concern me is like the towel over the head at every changeover. Like it seems like he's just like struggling out there.
Yeah.
You never know with him. He's a
yeah,
drama queen.
That's true. It might be who knows? But okay, all right. That's enough.
I'm hard against Novak at this point. Like I get it. I agree. There are moments and flashes, but there's way too many extended patches of
I agree
what would be mediocrity at best to think he can actually beat top guys at this point.
I'd say 10 to 1 for me would probably just like the stuff Manny was talking about with his experience and managing, himself. And there has to be some value to that too. So,
for me, it's like at this point, I mean, I have a ticket at 2 plus 275, but I would probably need like 5 to 1 at this point. But 5 to 1, I probably hit it, to be honest.
So you're at 1 out of 6.
I'm probably at like 1 out of 16. Maybe not 20 to 1, maybe like 15 to 1. I'll revise because
so you're like
I do agree.
7%.
His quarter is pretty weak, and I actually think there's a pretty good chance he wins his quarter.
We're not that far apart. It's like 13%, 10%, 7%, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, in gambling, it's small margins anyway, right?
Yeah.
That's the discussion.
Manny and I talk about this all the time. The funny thing is, Manny and I like fight to the death over like, does this guy have a 55 or 60% chance to win? And like that's really what gambling is. Because if you know the matches, like usually almost everybody has a pretty similar opinion.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that is what it's coming down to.
We'll go over the draw more in depth, but I like his draw. I mean, Herbert's a win, Baena or Lestien second round. Then
Oh,
Seabaugh.
Les Jen could beat him. You don't think Les Jen can beat him with those slices?
Oh no.
Slice him up?
For 3 out of 5 sets, forget it. Forget it.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I don't know if Les Jen can last three
Yeah,
out
that's
of
true.
5 sets.
Exactly. And then, Monfils is pretty weak on clay. Seabaugh Wilt. She's got Musetti, which I think is a good matchup for him.
Yeah, Musetti could be tricky. He plays Djokovic tough, I think.
He's yeah, but actually,
I'm excited to talk about this draw. I think it'll be a fun draw talk.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
All right.
We'll keep to with Geneva.
Yeah.
Rude's picked up 2-3 set wins. I'm honestly not that concerned. Like, I would like if he was doing better, but I always kind of excuse guys first match of a tournament, and then you'd like to see people beat up on Baez, but Baez, I guess he's top 20 in the world, and like clay altitude is good for him. So I don't like how much Rude got broken in that match against Baez, but
Baez played great in that match. That was a really, really high level match. Baez
Okay.
played really well in that match, and Rude just played better.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was
like Baez typically doesn't play pretty well against like top players. Like he mixes up those 250s against weaker opposition, but like top guys, he struggles. So
that was a very close match. Rude 82-81 on points on that match. Baez played watched the whole thing too was John forget it Tidbits Tennis. He was posting.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a high level match. I mean, that was some really incredible rallies, and I mean,
Although you know what I will say, I feel like Baez is one of those guys that against top tier competition, he brings the best. Like it's not a good thing, but he brings the best out of his top tier opponents. Like Manny, remember when he played like Sinner and they played like a ridiculous level in Australian Open?
But he still got beaten down like 2-1 in log or 2-1 in 3 or something.
No. It was like 2-1 and 4 or something.
2-1,
like
4.
because you had the 2 and 2 or better, and
He
you
played fantastic, but like the opponent plays just a little better. Fritz does the same thing with him. Like he doesn't play badly against Fritz. Just Fritz does everything Baez does, but a little better. So that's
I just feel like Baez is this type of player who's like, I don't know. I want to say like he's like, and there's a few guys in tour who are like this, but they're kind of like easy to play against, right? Like Fritz is maybe a little bit similar to that, and like what's coming with Fritz, and so it's like the ball striking looks amazing, but you also know what's coming. Whereas some guys are like much trickier to play against, right? Like, yeah.
I think with Baez, it's this, you're not going to get served off the court is the big thing. I think Baez pretty much gets the most out of himself that he can.
Yes.
I mean, he's
a coach's dream. He's a coach's dream.
Yeah, this is not this podcast does not in any way hate Sebastian Baez.
No,
it's just we love Baez. It's just he's limited.
You got to respect. He's limited. He gets, I think, about the most he can get out of himself. I think with Fritz a little different. Just Fritz can serve you off the court. Like if he's serving lights out, he's pretty tough to beat. But I agree with the ground stroke. So you know what you're getting with Fritz.
Yeah,
there's not enough variety. I think Baez does.
We could talk about Fritz. Fritz lost to Alex Michelson this week, which is not not a good.
Claylor is so Manny says Claylor is dead.
Claylor is
I'm confused on Claylor because like I don't know, he has the occasional good run and like good moments and like good matches, but then there's this ugliness that's thrown in too. It's just odd.
He deserves to lose on that nickname alone.
It is a little odd with him. Yeah. Fritz is pretty consistent overall. Let me just pull up. Yeah. So if you bet every match on Fritz on clay last year, you're up 1.5 units. I mean, he's been pretty good. And on the spread,
so he does what he's supposed to do.
You're up 3.5 units on the spread over 18. He's like that on every surface too. It seems like that I look. He's always up money. It seems like, but he's also like like you're saying, he has these weird matches where he loses.
Well, the market might already have it taken into account, but he also plays a lot better on. I looked at his right man. I know I posted his record like 6 months ago on the timeline. He plays much better on American hard courts.
He does.
Possibly, yeah.
At first, I didn't necessarily agree with you, but like actually, if you look at the results, like there is some truth to that. Like, I feel like he's just much more comfortable in America.
I think he's pretty dependent on his serve too. So like that match, I'm looking at it now where he lost to Mickelson. His first serve percentage 57. Let's see, for the year he's at 61. So that, I mean, that's a pretty big difference. I think I mean, it's not horrible, a huge difference, but I think he's pretty reliant on that first serve. If that's not going in, he's going to have some problems.
Mhm.
I mean, he's just not a guy that's going to like red line and beat you. So he needs his serve to beat better players. Mickelson's not a better player, but um,
I mean,
yeah, I
that
don't know.
that was a shocking loss.
That was a shocking loss. Yeah, I didn't expect
But
that
okay,
one.
but I'll counter that. And Manny, you and I have talked about this. Fritz plays much worse his first match also in tournaments.
Good point. That's a good
It
point.
it always
That's a
takes
good
him a
point.
match to get into tournaments. So like
Yes.
I go back and forth on him, but he should not lose to Mickelson on
Good
clay.
point. Very. I mean, one thing I have to say about Fritz is he takes his tennis career exceptionally seriously. And like, I genuinely think that he believes that he could win a slam or, rack up Masters 1000s. I mean,
Well, he
I
should
already
believe. I mean,
did one.
he's won Indian Wells.
He
Like he should believe
has.
he can win a
Yeah.
slam.
But like, if you contrast him to a Tiafoe, for example, right, who's just completely fallen off the map, and like
Yeah.
he takes his tennis career very seriously. And like when you talk to tennis like guys who are like, who follow these guys week to week, like he's on the court like grinding away. Like he works hard. He works really hard. So I have to credit him.
He also has, I don't know if you saw the video, but he might have the best one-handed backhand of any two-handed backhand person out there. Like, I was watching him hit one-handed tops and backhands, and they're actually like surprisingly good.
Uh yeah, I guess like we can transition to Tiafoe. Like where do you
He
think
beat Munar. He did beat Munar.
I was so pissed, dude. That was a 3-unit play for me. Like I was so confident, and like Munar is a clay court grinder. Like and Tiafoe beats him. Like all of a sudden he plays well for a match, and it can't be.
Yeah, he's just.
freaking
I think he's just a
Rinderknecht.
really hard guy to like put your finger on, because like to me, like I'm still gonna go back to the energy level thing. Like I don't know, man. When he's really interested, he's not good. He hasn't been playing near Pete Tiafoe levels for a long time, but like he's probably borderline top 50 when he's like really interested. But then he has like those matches, and it's impossible to predict like what's the match going to be. That he's just like,
Yeah.
he doesn't have the energy. Like for whatever reason, I don't know if it's like he's like. There's been a few matches where it's legitimately like your own. It looked like Tiafoe was not ready to play that match. Like I'm not sure what was going on there, but like the first set, it didn't look like. I don't know if he didn't know the match start time. Like I'm not sure what happened, but he did not look ready to play the first set. And like
Tony, you can probably second these thoughts, but like his numbers across the board have been diminished by like 3-4 percentage points. Like I know his break percentage is like under 20, under 7, I think under 17% or something. Like it's really bad.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Tiafoe. He's a guy I've seen a lot of the last few years, and yeah, I mean the only thing I would say at this point is it's the question. It's not hard. I mean the question isn't whether is he going to have. The assumption should be he's not going to come into a match with energy. At this point, at this point, it's the outlier when he does. So whereas before, obviously, I mean, he was in the top 10, I believe, for a short time.
Yeah, he made the U.S. Open semifinals, and Michelle Obama was like,
and he won
going to be
like,
a crowning achievement.
I think he won his first 12 sets or something, or 13 sets. He beat Alcaraz the first set, something like that. He won all those tie breaks.
Alcaraz in a tie break, like that's.
He won.
But being real about this, like, okay, so we're talking about how terrible he's been. He's 11-12 this year. Like, that's not that bad. That's like 8. I mean, that's average, right? That's 500. Like, I think, like how much of this is like the expectations versus like, yeah, if we're saying like the expectations are for him to be like a top 20 player, yeah, he's been awful. But like, I don't know, man. He's winning some tennis matches. He made a final in Houston. I know it's a weird tournament, but like he made a final in Houston. He made a semi in Delray Beach. Like, not saying it's been a good year, but like he is still winning tennis matches. And I think like we have this. It's easy to like get too carried away with a take and be like, oh, he's a challenge level player now, and I think that's a little too far.
So Piranha, if you get stats on like if you faded Tiafo in every match this year, would you be up?
I only have Clay up right now.
Okay.
I'd have to switch the formulas to get hard, but it's only 11 matches. But you would be down a half unit on the money line, and believe it or not, you'd be up 2.7 units on the spread betting Tiafo. So not bad at all.
Betting for him or against him?
No, on him. He's lost $23 as a favorite, 8 matches as a favorite. So he's basically broken even. This is on the spread, and he's been an underdog 3 times on the spread and won all 3. His numbers,
Okay.
his overall year numbers, 86% hold, 20% break, basically. His last month, he is at 79 hold and 15 break, so way down. Like his numbers have come way down. Just
And
this
that will
last.
but going so like, and this is where the qualitative helps out.
Houston,
If you look
yeah,
at
I
that,
know.
the difference in that Piranha between those two stats is Houston,
Yeah,
which is a
I
really
agree.
weird clay court tournament. I don't know if you remember
Yeah.
that tournament, but it's a really weird clay. It's not like other clay.
Yeah.
I'm almost tempted to take Houston out of my data like that side. I watch those matches. Like that is the weirdest. Like the ball would just like hit a rock or something and like randomly shoot up. Like there was just all this crazy stuff happening.
It was kind of incredible to watch. Like I'm not sure what surface you call Houston, but it's like it should get a different like when like you go on like a tennis test and they'll be like filtered by surface. They should have like a different. There should be a few tournaments that are just like in their own category, like Houston,
Yeah.
Santiago. There's a couple of other tournaments I'm sure that should
just
just be put in their own category.
asphalt or dirt,
US.
something like that.
Yeah.
Dirt is probably accurate.
Mud?
I don't know what
Mud,
that
yeah.
is.
It's actually a different color. It's like a dark brown. It's not like a red.
Well, it's not the same. It's fundamentally not the same surface. It's like a different. There's a different company that makes it. Yada yada. So
Yeah.
you would think all clay is the same, but it's like apparently it's not. So
No, it's
to me,
very
he's
different.
I don't know. I've enjoyed fading him, and it feels profitable. I mean, if you know what I mean.
like honestly, he's an easy guy to hate because, and this actually leads into a really interesting take that I wanted to, like, I think part of the thing is like, one of the reasons it's hard to judge is because, and it's really why your data is so good around market error, Piranha, is because like we talk like, oh, this guy's been bad, this guy's been good, but like I feel like the expectation of analysts is very different than the expectation of bettors. Like if a guy does poorly for 3 or 4 matches, bettors are going to jump on that in many cases a lot faster than the analysts will. You know, some of the analysts who are on TV, especially the major channels, probably still think that Tiafoe is a top 20, 30 player. And I don't know if you talk to a single professional or serious gambler, if they would tell you Tiafoe's top 30 at this point. I mean, even I wouldn't tell you Tiafoe's top 30. I'm the biggest Tiafoe backer on this pod. I will definitely say he's not top 30.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think that's a great take, and I don't know, like I don't know how many people are betting Tiafoe in a 250, but I feel like in a Grand Slam tournament, I feel like some casuals might put some. There might be some movement on Tiafoe where, like, as guys who follow the tennis day in and day out, I feel like there might be value like later. Like
the only challenge is I think there's pretty good stats on this, but like a lot of those bettors that are casuals are lower takes. So you'll see like weird stats. You'll see in other sports, like the best example is like Bronny James. Like 40%, like 40% of the people who are betting on the NBA draft have like Bronny projected to go number 1.
Yeah, I know, which is
but like 6% of the money is on Bronny. So it just tells you the gap between like serious bettors and like non-serious bettors, right? Because like there's a ton of people out there putting like $5 on Bronny to go number 1 overall. And like any serious person who watches any basketball knows that's not happening.
Right. No, it's a good comparison.
The tennis market, I would say a couple things about it because I track it and study it and watch it every day. It's very unique in that it's small. It can be influenced probably by those type of smaller bettors. I also think there's a lot of market manipulation going on. Closing lines barely outperform opening lines. which there's no other sport like that. Like
And that's so strange, Prana, because I was reading about this actually the other day, like the whole like basically wisdom of the crowd, where you're right. In any other sport, like usually the
yeah,
closing line is like
Crazy.
actually a really good indication of the match.
NFL, NBA, MLB closing
Yeah.
lines way, way, way more efficient. In tennis, it's just marginal. It's very marginal. Like, and there's a lot of late line movement that you see that's just completely right. I mean, it's all the time. It happens all the time. It's particularly on underdogs for whatever
And
reason.
I have a take on this rude, the rude, like Kaboli and the rude,
Well, let's stay with this topic for a moment. I think it's a really good
Yeah.
topic. So Piranha, do you think there's like underhanded manipulation going on between like books? Like people are, because there's a lot of like alternate strange books you can play on. Do you think there's like people doing that, like putting money on one book
Yeah.
to try to get like the main line to get like the main line down on like a main book, and then slamming like some third book that's like not going to move as fast or something, some smaller book?
I would say it's near certain that that's happening from what I've looked at for the past, 2 to 3 years. It's almost, I mean, there's been stretches where of like 1,000 matches where the market has done worse than just randomly picking matches. So in other words, if you took every, say, X percentage move from open to close and say, okay, that's the side that the market likes, and then you took a monkey that threw darts and picked all those matches, the monkey would have done better than the market over like 1,000 plus matches. Like it's not ever supposed to happen. Like even if you want to like say that that's like variance, and I mean the chances of that happening over 1,000 matches when some of these, like maybe the average move is 2% or something. So you've got, all this expected value that you're supposed to have that's gone. I mean, it's happened over too large of a sample for there not to be something going on. I mean, maybe there is some other explanation. I don't know. Maybe there is whales betting on Pinnacle that bet 10,000 right before the match, because most of the line movement that's garbage is right at the end. You see it all the time. You'll see there was a match today where with I think it was Echeverry. Um, so he opens I think 125. All the movement for the first 12, 14 hours is on Echeverry. He goes all the way up to I think 167. Last 4 hours, just every bet is opposite Echeverry, and the line comes back down to basically what it opened at. There's no like explanation for that. How is it that the first 12 hours everybody likes one side, and then the last four everybody likes the other? Like what? Nothing changed. What did he eat something for breakfast that like the market knows about?
Everybody in the market figured out, but it is weird, right? Like, yeah, I don't know what, I'm not intelligent enough to know what the answer is there, but it's there's got to be something.
It's what you said. So you can go on Pinnacle. Let's say you can max. Let's just say you're a syndicate and you've got 100 accounts and you can bet 2,000. Let's just say 1,000 on average in each of your 100 accounts. So you've got Pinnacle, which all these books mirror and the market gravitates towards. So you go on Pinnacle, you max bet the opposite side. Let's say you max bet it, I don't know, maybe the max bet could be anywhere from 2 to 10,000 depending, but it's usually like 3,000. So let's say you max bet it 3,000, you move it 2%. You do that 3 times, so you spend $9,000. You give up, your little bit of an edge there, and now you go and you hit your 100 accounts for 100,000 and get a 2% better on your 100,000. I mean, it's just math, like absolutely.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. It's pure mathematics at that point.
They would
You're absolutely right. Like
stupid not to do that, right? Like they should be doing that. And where the issue is that the market is believing in Penny too much when it comes to tennis anyway. Penny still has the sharpest lines, but the other thing to account for too is there are actually times where like an injury is reported like an hour before the match, or the guy has food poisoning or whatever. So those things are legitimate moves. Like there are legitimate moves happening in the market.
That happened. That happened. I got messed up by that in the Shevchenko Munar.
Right. So if that's happening and those are, so you have these legitimate moves and the market is still barely doing better than the opening lines, like what's going on? Because you have all these actual legitimate moves that are happening for various reasons, like let's say news-based reasons, which happen in every sport. So those are being offset by what?
But if it's so hard for
Well,
us,
it's also interesting. So going with that, but I think that actually that's a really interesting point, Ron, because like because it's a one-on-one sport and like these little things, like one guy getting food poisoning can matter so much, right? Can
Sure.
move a line 20, should move a line 20-25% probably.
Yeah.
And because that can happen, like I think you also just get a lot of like false steam where like a line starts moving. And so like people bet it probably just because it's moving.
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of explanation. I mean, it's hard to know exactly what's
but
going
if it's
on.
so hard for us to find injury news, like how are these bookmakers or the sports books like finding injury news too? Like, do they have access to better sources?
Well, the
It's not the
groups
sports
have
book,
them.
it's the market. It's your sharpest
Yeah.
bettors.
There was one recently where somebody inside the locker room, like somehow told somebody about an injury or something to a player, and the line took off right before close. I wish I remembered the match, but
That can happen. I mean, I got to imagine that there are some people who gamble that know people on the inside, know people,
100%.
who know the
Yeah.
players. And I'm not saying they're even fixing matches. There's probably a little bit of that going on, but I'm not even saying they're fixing matches, but they're probably getting inside tips.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's people inside the locker room of some of these tournaments that are gonna, be on the phone with somebody and say, "Hey,
That's
this guy
why
is."
I mean, Brad.
With how we actually see players like in the NBA and NFL, we had an NBA player a couple months ago bet on himself. Like if players are going on the phones betting on themselves, like why would a trainer or a coach not be doing it in
I
tennis?
mean,
Especially when like it's so easy to get away with. Like
Brad
I mean,
says
it
it
could
all
be
the
that.
time. Sometimes we see the line move like 50 or 60 cents, and we're like, we want to hammer this so bad, but like Brad always says, when it moves that much, you got to like hesitate because
Yes,
there must be
the
something going on that like you can't even foresee. And sometimes it's just a trap. Sometimes it doesn't even pan out that way, you know?
that's
But
100% correct. Yeah, if you see the line take off, like really, really move, let's say 5-10% right before close, I would stay away from that completely because something is going on. Maybe it's manipulation, but maybe it's an injury. Like most cases, that's an injury when that like it really takes off right before close. Shevchenko, I think that happened to that. Didn't his line
Shevchenko
come?
Munar, first round
It
Australian Open.
it
I
came
backed
way.
Shevchenko on the money line like minus 300. And I got terrified because I already had the money down, so I couldn't do
Yeah,
anything. I put the money down like the night before. And then like right before close, I saw it go to like minus, like it
yeah.
got to like pick or something insane. And I was like, I'm screwed. Like there's nothing you can do at that point. I mean, I guess you could cash out for half your bet. But I
yeah,
was
I was
just like,
on.
I was actually
I
like
was.
out playing like
Yeah.
tennis and just sitting there like kicking myself watching the stupid line move and like knowing this is not
Same
good.
thing. I had him too.
we got to move on. Otherwise, this pod's going to be 7 hours. So, a few other guys I want to talk about before we move on to the French Open is Mapechi Pericard, a guy that I wanted to hit at plus 900 in the futures market to win the quarter, and then Brad was like, no, 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 you got to do the rollover. It's going to be better value. Of course, the second round opponent withdraws. So I don't, get that match, but I did roll it over. So I'm still working on it. I'm still deciding whether or not I should still roll it over for the final. Maybe I'll like take half of those winnings and do it. But like the guy has a big serve. He's been playing well on the challenger circuit. I don't know what's your take on him.
I've watched a little bit of a couple of his matches. I'm not very positive on him. Like he just misses way too much, way too early in rallies. I mean, look, he's won what 3 matches this tournament. So he beat Sanago, who's been in a funk. He didn't actually play Nishioka. He he got through Gaston, but it wasn't easy, and Gaston is Gaston. And then Bublik, I heard today, hit like I think it was you, Pran, who said like at some point Bublik hit like 8 underarm serves in a row.
I didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't me, but I saw the video of that. I
That's
think he hit
hilarious.
6, yeah, like 6 or 8 in one game.
That's.
So
I mean, I
like,
think
I
the
don't know,
under
man. Like
25 and
it
a
feels
half in
really
that match.
flashy to me. Like I get it. He's got a really nice serve and a really nice forehand, but that backhand
Yeah.
is no bueno.
But the thing is, he's going to be hard to break, and like it obviously depends on the matchup, but and let's be fair, in this tournament he's played what, 3 clowns or 2 clowns at least, right? Gaston is a clown and Bublik is a clown,
They're all.
right?
I mean, honestly, Sonego's not a clown, but Sonego is also volatile and has not been good at all
Yeah.
this year.
Right. He doesn't act like a clown, but he plays like a clown. That's what,
Yeah.
so okay, I guess I'll take that, and now in the final he's playing Echeverry, who's the total opposite of a clown. So
Like if you would have told me that his seed was going to the seed in his area of the draw was going to withdraw, and that his second round opponent wouldn't be able to like literally make it to the match, I would have told you to go ahead and bet that at 10-1 to win the quarter. Like it's some of these things are just like it's just like insane. Like
yeah, I'm not blaming you. I'm just joking. But like you don't believe in his upside, right? By any means.
what'd you say, Manny?
You don't believe in his upside?
No, I mean no. I mean like in a given match maybe, but not over like any kind of period of time.
Okay. All right.
I mean, he has a really good first serve. Like he has a really good first serve. I'll give him that. And he's been up at like 70% service points won or close to that, like on especially on like hardened grass for like I think for all of last year. Like I noticed this earlier, like because his lines are always his over-unders are always like 23 to 24, like for a 3-set match, which is high. Like he like and he attacks well. I like his demeanor. Like he actually handled like mentally, he handled the match against Gaston pretty well today because Gaston was like being his general clown self and like Pericard handled his way through that. I just got to make more balls in play. I mean, like I guess it depends what we're defining. Like he might be able to make it like to the tour in like a borderline top 100 way. Like he's better than Cressy.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. True.
I haven't seen him play, so I can't comment on anything. I can tell you just a little bit of stats we have on him. This tournament, he's holding 89%, breaking 26. Echeverry's at 83 and 45 for breaks, so that'll be interesting to see how that kind of matches up with his serve and Etch breaking so well. Year stats, Echeverry's 81 hold, 26 break. And then Pericard, I think it's only 2 more matches, but he actually is at 86 and 16. So he's a combined 101 on the year, Pericard, and Etch is at 108. And in terms of competition, Pericard's been an average 1-game dog, and Etch average 1-game fave. For the record, I bet Echeverry. I took the money line. That was just based on kind of what I looked at earlier.
With Pericard's serve, it's kind of hard to lay games.
Yeah, he's gonna serve first too, is the other thing. I never will take games if I know. It seems to matter more with clay, and if you look at the numbers of the players that serve first, it's very valuable. It's worth almost a half game on the spread, and I think it's because there's not as many tie breaks. Tie breaks, if you think about it, if you're on game, like say the favorite games and there's a tie break, well, let's just say you're relying on the person to serve first and now you've got a tie break, it essentially just flips the order of the serve. So now the other guy's serving first with 2 sets, regardless of the tie break. So I think the fact that clay doesn't have as many, you're getting more of these 6-3 and 6-4 scores that you're relying on to have that edge when your guy serves first. So there's more combinations of those scores essentially. So anyway, yeah, I would not take Etch minus the games.
No,
I didn't. I took the money line, but
Yeah, I
do
mean,
want to.
we can get into that match. I mean, Etch is a 2.5 game favorite, minus 250 on the money line. I
Is there
see.
anything else from Lyon to discuss? I really don't know if there is. It's been a pretty boring tournament, to be honest.
It has. So yeah, I guess we'll just get into the final here.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not gonna do the rollover. Like I'm gonna end it. But I don't know.
What's the spread here? 2.5?
2.5. I kind of like the set one over 12.5. Whoa, that's actually I like it, but the price is not good. So price is plus 180.
Yeah.
Not good enough. The edge over 12.5 is minus 210, which tells you kind of everything you need to know.
Again, like this is the problem, right? Like the tennis market, like tennis analysts don't know who Impechi Pericard is, but like
Yeah,
anybody who looks at like tennis analyst or data knows that Impechi Pericard can serve.
right. And Pericard to win a set is minus 155, which I don't really see much value in that either.
Wow,
I guess
155. Jeez, 133 on Pinnacle.
133.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, that's a big difference. I mean, I would play that probably,
Yeah,
but
yeah, he's
how about the set exacta if you do etch what's etch 7-6 if you bet? That's really it's plus 310. That's terrible.
What's plus 310? The 2-1?
No, etch to win 7-6 first set.
Oh, it's 310, yeah.
That's not good enough. For like a set exacta score like that is just
Yeah.
etch to lose the first set and win the match is plus 550.
It's like I don't know if this narrative plays out, but you would think that as the match goes on, like given that Pericard's serve is so much more important to his
Exactly.
game than Etch's is to his game, you would think that as the match goes on, Etch should have an advantage.
I agree. I agree. Which is why I'm thinking of taking the Pericard set one money line. Because like it might take some time for Etch to kind of get a read on that serve. And let's be honest, Etch is going to be super motivated here because he's going for his first ATP title. So I think that that's something we have to kind of weigh here. So there might be some nerves that come into play with him.
There might be.
So, but yeah, that's probably where I would play. I would play Pericard to win the first set at plus 150.
I don't know. I can't imagine I'd be too interested in this match. I mean, it's
It seems like a stay away, honestly.
yeah. I mean, what is the spread? 2.5.
2.5.
That seems right. Like at first glance, like I mean, maybe the money lines. Like I wouldn't. I would definitely not want to lay the games. The money line is what, minus 165. You said, Manny.
What on Etch? Minus 250.
Oh, minus
230.
250. Oh,
Yeah, it's 233 on Pinnacle.
Penny. Yeah, that's yeah, that's a lot of that's a pretty heavy minus to take. I mean, could be a decent look, Prawn. I see where you're going with that. Like yeah, I don't know, man. It's to me this feels pretty well priced up. Like also like Pericard, you talk about motivation, like Pericard's at home. It's essentially a free swing for him. It's
Yeah.
you know, like for they'll like if you want to talk mental game, there'd be more expectation for Echeverry that he'd win a title. Whereas Pericard just has to be happy to be here.
Yeah.
I don't think either guy has too much like is looking ahead at all. Like I think it's all in for this match. Like
100%. They're all in.
although Echeverry does have quarter points to defend, I think, right? If the French Open didn't
He
make
does,
quarters?
but it doesn't matter. He's going for his first ATP title, so this is a huge deal for him.
I would tend to agree.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I'll probably stay away.
yeah. Yeah, Lyon has been pretty boring, I'd have to say. It's been bad.
It's been awful for me for a betting perspective. I had what did I have? I had Humbert to make the semis, and he lost the first round to Kopfer. That was frustrating.
Tiafo, Munar match.
That was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't have any. I didn't bet the Tiafoe Munar, thank God.
How about the Gaston Cerundolo?
Oh yeah, I had Cerundolo to make the semis also. He lost to Gaston
Yeah.
somehow. Like, I still don't understand how that happened. Like, I get like I really that one that result almost as much as like just I always think of Cerundolo as being solid. I really don't understand that result.
Yeah.
It's kind of terrifying to me.
Bublik winning the quarter also doesn't make much sense.
The match versus Kotov was funny. I mean, it was just what you would expect, right? Like, Bublik just being Bublik, but like it was just funny.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about Rude and his day tomorrow. It's an interesting scenario because like, Mahak made the final and then the rain started and like the match couldn't start and it just got pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. And now he has to come back 2 days before Roland Garros starts. He has to play 2 matches. So what do you think his motivation is going to be like? Granted, he has finals points to defend at Roland Garros. Do you think he's going to be all up for it? Do you think he's going to be like, screw this. I'm going to, like see if I can win a match. If I can't, like, fuck it. I'm just going to, head over to Paris. I'm curious to see what your thoughts are, and then I'll chime in.
I'm not too worried about it. Like Rude's, I mean, like so. There's a couple like a lot of guys don't play warm up events, right? To start with, Rude's played this event each in the past 4 seasons, including the last 2 seasons when he's coming off a French Open runner up. So like, if he's like, I get the feeling he doesn't really like that's not that much of a concern for him. And then secondly, I mean, Rude won this event in 22 and then went ahead and made the finals of the French right after that. So I don't know. I don't really think it matters too much. I'm not that like okay, if he plays 5 or like if he plays like a 3-hour first round match, I'd be a little more concerned. But I'm not that worried. Like, I don't know, man. Like he'll get a Tuesday start, at the French, I'm sure, no matter what, he'll get a Tuesday start. His first opponents are Felipe Meli and Henny Alves. I guess Fokina could be kind of tough if he wins that, but I don't know, man. I don't see this being that much of an issue for Rude. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah.
Okay.
He also went out first round of Rome, right? So it's not like he's played like 30 matches in the past month or something where you'd be like, if he had won like Rome and Madrid, I'd be a little more concerned because then he'd have just a lot of matches in general. But he hasn't had that many matches in Madrid or Rome. So like, I'm not that concerned. Yeah.
All right. How about you, Piranha?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Brad. I mean, I don't know, obviously, but the only thing I would be very surprised at would be him, like, whether you think Djokovic threw a set or not. Like, I don't think he would do that. Like, I don't think he would just get down a break and say, I'm just gonna whatever give up this set. He doesn't seem like that, whether he just withdraws or I don't know, or just doesn't give 100%. Yeah, he's not going to
would have done it already.
But yeah, he would have done that already. But
and I also highly doubt he'll make the final and do that.
Yeah, I don't think so. You're right. Same day, you're already there. Yeah, he's not the kind of guy I think that's not going to give maximum effort. He doesn't seem like that. I don't know for sure. I don't know what's going through his head or know him that well, but I would be surprised to see anything like that. I think he's just going to play.
For me, I think this is a scenario that it just doesn't come up. This is a very kind of one-off scenario where like a guy, one of the top probably 5 players at Roland Garros, has to play 2 matches in a day, 2 days before the tournament starts in a different city with different conditions. So this is like, it's something we've never seen. So I feel like if Rude beats Kaboli, I feel like there's going to be an inefficient line with that Mahak match.
So what's different about this though, Manny? What's the only thing that's different about this is playing twice in a day. Like Rude has actually done this before. He's made the final of an event right of Geneva, and then went to Roland Garros and made the finals.
Yeah, but he has to have to play 2 matches in a day before.
That's the difference. That's the only difference.
And these are not easy matches. Like Kaboli is a good competitor. It's gonna, like he's going to take this very seriously. Being into 250 semis is a big deal for him against a top 10 guy. And then like Mahak, like winning a ATP title is a huge deal for him as well. And I think Mahak is actually a good matchup for Ruud, like against Ruud. Like I think that's a danger match even if Ruud is fully motivated. So I would be willing to, like, if all things are even, like, and this variable didn't happen, like I think Ruud would be too big of a favorite to begin with. Like I think the book will make him like a 3 or 3.5 game favorite if he beats Kaboli, right?
I would think at least that. I think it'd probably be 3.5 to 4. I would think
3.5 to 4, and in that case, I probably would have hit Mahak anyway. But even with this variable, I think like there's more value to that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's purely the 2 in 1 day. I really don't know how much I really don't know how much the French piece matters. And then the other problem with that whole take, man, is that like I agree with you, Prana. I don't think he's going to come to the match and then not give effort once he gets to the match. Like if he's playing the match, he's already there. So like, what are you actually gaining by like being lazy and not playing hard?
I don't think the French Open aspect will have any. The more I think about it, like it's a 1 hour flight from Geneva to Paris. Like, and then
it's different conditions, though. But Brad makes a good point. Like he's played this tournament multiple years.
He's got till Tuesday though, right? So that's he's got 3 days. He's gonna probably get there Sunday, so Sunday, Monday, and then play on
What
Tuesday.
if he has to play 3 hours against Kaboli?
Yeah, I think the issue is, that would be something to really look at is, how do guys do when they have to play 2 matches in 1 day? And what's the wait time between the matches? Like what?
It starts at 10.
It's a couple hours. I think there's a doubles match in between. It's not long. It's maybe like, I think it's like maybe 3 hours or something. It's not long.
I've seen weird ones where like the guy plays, like starts the day and then he's not playing for like 8 hours. Like that can't be good.
It's a pretty quick turnaround.
Well, that should be fine then. But yeah, it would be interesting to look at how players do in that situation. I don't know if you'd have a big enough sample, but
I know, Brad, you have a bet on the Kaboli Ruud match. Does this change your thought on that bet, or are you still the same level of confidence?
Not much. I mean, I feel good about it regardless. Like I think, to me, I think this is going to be an annoyingly competitive match, but I think Ruud will get through it.
Okay.
Like I think I just like I don't know, like Ruud. Yeah, he's oftentimes not the most exciting guy to bet on because he doesn't have like I don't know, he doesn't like register the beatdowns that Alcaraz does, or some of the other top play guys, but like I think he'll get through it, man. Like I don't know, I point like the biggest thing I point to is like he's won this tournament twice, and this is the 4th year in a row he's played it. Like if he didn't enjoy playing this tournament, he wouldn't show up. Right, like he's at a point in his career now where he does not have to show up for these 250s.
Right. I think he's a guy that just likes playing a lot of matches. Like I think he prefers playing the week before and getting the matches than just.
And the other thing is that if he was worried about the whole conditions thing, he would play Lyon, which is more similar to Roland Garros than Geneva.
Yeah, I guess you can't argue with him. It's worked, right? Like he's made 2 finals in a row, so it's worked.
I forgot to add on this too. I bet the spread. I took Ruud 4.5. He should serve first. That's obviously huge on a 4.5 because
That's huge on a 4.5 game spread.
Yeah, he should. I don't know how. I had a couple that I was like 98% sure who was going to serve first this week and they didn't. So I don't know what's going on, but he should be serving first. I think he always elects to serve and Kaboli returns. So. Ruud's pretty good, by the way, as a favorite against the spread. He's up 5 units this year, average 4-game favorite in those. That's 29 matches. He's up 5 units. So he's been good on clay as a big fave.
Now, I think I saw, is Kaboli serving first? I thought I saw they actually did the flip.
I did see, yeah, you're right. You're right, because that's one of the two I'm thinking of, because it showed on Flash Score that they don't always get that right though, so I wonder if that
They
is
don't.
correct.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
Bovada has Kaboli showing as serving first, and they also moved the spread. Now, granted, it's a super juiced spread, but they moved it down to 3.5, which
yeah,
indicates to me that Kaboli did win. Now I wonder that too, because they didn't play a point. So do they like they must adhere to the results of the flip, I guess.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was sick when I saw that.
True.
I was like, how is that possible? Because it happened with Djokovic and his last match where I thought there was no chance he wouldn't serve first against Greek Sport. Greek Sport never opts to serve. I don't know. Sometimes these guys vary between surfaces, and then sometimes also if there's some type of weather going, like the wind, they'll take a side over
Well,
the
that'll
hopping.
happen. That'll sometimes happen
Yeah,
where guys will take the side, or they'll look and see like, okay,
yeah.
do I want to serve first in the sun or the wind, or yeah.
There's also guys that just change, like Shelton. Shelton always returned when he came on tour, and now he always serves. Like he just one day decided he must have saw Novak doing it,
Well,
and
his dad probably also got in his head and was like, dude, you have a really good serve. Like, why not start
yeah,
ahead 1-0? You know,
yeah,
like
put the heat on the other guy. Exactly.
Yeah, I have Rude futures here at plus 325, but like I don't really like what I've seen from Rude in the last four matches. Like
I think that's a fair take, Manny. I think that's a better take than the like. I think there's a lot of reasons to go against Rude here. I'm just not particularly worried about this specific scenario. It'd be more like the
okay.
fact that he's just like not playing that well.
Yeah,
Because I mean, I have Kaboli over 8.5 games won, which is kind of the same thing.
I kind of like that. I actually wouldn't mind making that GBM. Like that actually is pretty good.
I think it's sitting like minus 120 or something still.
It's
It might be
moved.
different now that he actually has to
It's
serve
changed.
first.
Like now 9 is minus 135.
Oh, yeah. See, that's not as exciting.
Yeah.
And when there's a big difference between 8.5 and 9.
Yeah. I kind of like the Rude over 12.5 at minus 135. I know it's juice too, but like I find it hard to believe that Kaboli won't win 5 games in a set. Kaboli to win a set is plus 110. That's enticing. Over 2.5 sets is plus 170. Kind of like that too.
So you like everything.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
You
lean
really just
over.
want to have a bet on this match.
Yeah, I will have a bet. I think I'm gonna lean over the over 2.5 sets at plus 170. I think that's the most enticing line for me. Um, and I have Root futures, so like I kind of want to hedge in some capacity because
Yeah.
I don't really like A, what I've seen from him, and B, I don't this spot just like it's weird. It's just a weird spot. Like I hear what you guys are saying. I'm not ignoring it. I'm just I'm
Well,
iffy.
Yeah,
so I think, Manny, to back up your side, right? Like, there's a piece that is like, we don't see guys play 2 matches in a day very often. So I think it's a fair thing to say, like, we don't
A
like
day before a
there's
slam.
there should be a little bit. I would think there would be a little bit of player specificity to this, that some guys would like be better at this than others. And we don't know how good Root is at this, or at least I don't, because I don't know if he's ever done this before.
I think he's done it before,
it
but
just adds some unknown, some more kind of randomness, I would say, which might
yeah,
be a case for the money line. But
yeah.
Rude's numbers are still pretty good. I mean, I think what's taking away from Rude's numbers are the Baez match, and Baez, in my opinion, played excellent, like as good as he can play. So yeah, I don't.
That was Rude. I don't know. I didn't see the match, but like, was he making progression on the forehand? Like that's when he plays his best, when he's like making progression on every forehand.
What do you mean? Like gaining an edge in the rally? Like,
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, the rallies were very competitive. It was more a matter of just consistency, and I mean, I wouldn't say Rude did any better in terms of like taking control. It really was a very close, high level, long rallies, very few unforced errors type of match where, and I would say Rude just kind of held up a little bit better
Okay.
mentally at the end. He just never broke,
Is
never
that
wavered.
I kind of back Brad's take, and like I feel like players played better against Baez just because of the ball that Baez gives them. And like I'm not really gonna take too much stock. Like I actually think the fact that that was that competitive is a negative, despite how well because like from an aesthetic perspective, it was probably a really fun match to watch and like a good tennis match. But
Yeah,
I don't necessarily think that reflects how well Rude played.
well, I'll say he wasn't making unforced errors, so that's the like I can't kind
But
of speak to your point, but there
Baez's
were a lot of
ball kind of allows you to not hit errors, right? It kind of falls in that strike zone where like guys
yeah.
are
I mean,
not going to make errors off that ball.
there were a lot of like 20 shot rallies where they're
Yeah.
they're pushing each other all over the court. They've got to loop balls in because they're on the run and just all kinds of long creative rallies on both sides. I
Okay.
didn't. Yeah, I don't know.
The bully might actually fit that mold, but Mahawk is a different animal. Because Mahawk will give him junk and different looks. He's not going to give him what Baez gives him. And also Mahawk is way better coming forward, at net and stuff. So that is a different matchup in my opinion.
He has more pace than Baez, right? I mean, he can really smack the ball sometimes.
He has that injection of pace more than Baez does.
Yeah.
So all right, so that does it for Lyon, and let's take a quick break, and then we're gonna get right into the Roland Garros draw.
All
All
right.
right.
All right, welcome back to the show, everyone. So it's French Open time. Super excited for this second Grand Slam of the year. Let's get right into the draw.
Actually, I think Toronto to say some
oh.
things first about the tournament in general. We should probably start there.
We should.
Okay. I just had one. This is more to the individual matches, but because there's been a lot of things going around saying that it's terrible to bet underdogs at French Open. And that is generally true. I'm just going to throw some numbers at you. French Open last 2 years, and I assume this is the case if you were to go back further, though I don't know for sure. But there's been 245 main level matches. If you bet on every favorite, you would have returned 3% on your money. If you bet on every underdog, you would have returned negative 16%. So that's where everybody's kind of getting this, that it's terrible to bet on underdogs at the French Open. But if you look at favorites priced negative 200 and less, which is most of what we all bet on, we're not taking huge favorite. I do, but most people don't. Favorites 200 and less, there's been 81 plays over the last 2 years. They're down 24.5 units. So 30% negative return on those 81 plays, betting every favorite. If you bet every underdog in those matches, same 81 plays, you're up 17.5 units. So there is a clear trend there where underdogs are very profitable from 100 to 200.
Well, that makes a ton of sense, Brana, because I do
sense, yeah.
Like, just generally speaking, right? The favorite long shot bias does exist. And also, I got to imagine that this is where it gets into a little bit like the sports books versus the market. Like the sports books, especially on money lines, they need to or they want to minimize their exposure to like big dogs, right? They want to minimize their exposure to like 10 to 1, 20 to 1, like massive underdogs coming through. So I got to imagine they set those lines for dogs less juicy and put more of the juice on the dog and less on the favorite because they know like there's just less exposure.
That could be. I mean, so the way it makes sense to me, I mean, that is possible what you're saying. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at more data. But you're not going to get like these. So the reason the bigger favorites, in my opinion, are doing very well is that you're not going to get these outlier matches where they're not motivated, they're not in shape, they're not in form. Like all these guys are doing everything they can to be at their top level when they come into this tournament. So you don't have any motivation issues with these top players. So you're basically taking out all those kind of outlier, like of course they still could get sick or guys an injury or something like that, but you're removing like this segment of outcomes that you could have at any random tournament that a guy shows up to that you don't have at the French Open. I mean, so that, in my opinion, is why all these big favorites are doing great. Why they're not doing well between 100 and 200, I don't know. But to make the blanket statement that it's bad to bet on underdogs at the French Open is just wrong. I mean, it's pretty clear it's very good if you're betting on 100 to 200 dogs.
I was thinking the second piece of that too is that and this is the point the more tennis people will tell you all the time, but best of 5 sets, right? There's just less room for variance. There's going to be more points played. So there's, if a favorite's struggling to start a match, there's more time for them to recover. If you're in a best of 3 match and a guy plays well the first set and upsets the favorite in the opening set, well, now the favorite's got to win one out of the next or both of the next 2 sets. Whereas in a best of 5, they only have to win 3 out of 4, which is a better chance of them winning 3 out of 4 than 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and that should be reflected in the lines. I mean, you can see it with, some of the lines jump up. I mean, the real question, I guess, is why would there be such a huge difference between, these, let's say, matches that are in that 50 to 66% range versus matches in that 66 to 95% range. So, and I the only logical explanation I can come up with is that you don't have motivation issues with any top players coming to this tournament. You generally don't have form issues. Everybody's in form, everybody's fit, everybody is doing at their peak level.
I'm not so sure about that, but yeah.
Well, who would you like? Let me put it this way: everybody is doing everything that they can to be at their best to come in.
I would agree with that.
I wouldn't. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's going to be guys that are injured or can't play or that. That's going to happen. But
yeah,
I also got to think in general. There's something with the favorite long shot bias. I know it exists in other sports, and just from seeing the lines, you don't see a whole lot of I don't know, and maybe it's just me, but and I'd love to see the stats on it. But you almost never see a guy longer than 15 to 20 to 1. Peak Novak, 2-3 years ago, is never losing to Roberto Carballes Baena. Baena will be a 20 to 1 dog, and it's just not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that 5% is just gone.
Yeah, I think it does
10 to 1 or higher. They're just not going to win.
Yeah, I'd have to look.
What are the stats on guys between plus 200 and plus 300? Because I think that's a
I'm more curious about the extreme end, the 500, the minus 500 to minus 1,000 favorites, and the minus 1,000 above. And I'm guessing probably don't have it right at the moment, but I'm just curious.
Well, 200
look at
200 is the point. This is only for the last 2 years, and you start getting into smaller samples. But 200 is roughly the point where it's been profitable to bet on the favorites. So 200, from 200 to 300, the favorites are up 20 units over 52 plays, 21 units it looks like, and underdogs are down 24 units. There's a huge amount of vig when you get into these minus 1,000s and 5,000s and things like that. So, I mean, the match that jumps into mind when you say that is Carlos against Fabian. Carlos, depending on the book, was either minus 10,000 or minus 5,000. He lost that. I mean, I'm sure you guys could think of example. Didn't Kohlschreiber or somebody beat? Well, it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's happening enough, I don't know. See, the problem too is when you get into things that happen or supposed to happen 1 out of 100, you need massive samples at that point to say.
Yeah, it's the Kosky against Better in 2013 probably had a crazy line there.
And even with
what?
Who in 2013?
It's Stakhovsky.
Yeah, I'm sure that line was insane. Yeah.
So I don't know. All I know for sure is it's not correct to say that you shouldn't be betting on underdogs at the French Open because clearly,
just when I think about it, most of the time, if guys are within 200, that small dog area,
yeah.
Usually in best of 5, to your point, the lines do move. So usually there's not a huge difference between those guys. Just when you think about the names or think about the players.
No, and we'll go over some matches today. There's a lot of unknown, and some of these guys have 1 or 2 matches, in the last 3 months, and there's just question marks around Kainai Shikori's playing I don't know, Karatsev. I think
Moreno Busta's back, guys.
Yeah,
Moreno Busta is back.
Moreno Busta is back. Yep.
There's a lot of question marks in these kind of matches where
There's only a couple of question marks around these. Yeah, you're right. These guys who haven't played in like 6 months or a year. Yeah. Is Raonic playing?
No.
That's disappointing.
I didn't
Raonic is
see
the
him.
only undefeated guy on the tour this year. Look at
I'm
that.
actually
Raonic
glad.
just won
I really
the
don't think he's
match.
going to deserve a spot because I don't think he can last 3 sets anymore. That's,
Probably not.
so.
He's undefeated. No one has defeated Raonic in 2024 in tennis.
I mean,
Yeah.
he could just serve and then just forfeit the return game, just sit down and just keep doing that till he gets to the tiebreak and then just play the tiebreak.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about conditions here. So, it's a pretty standard clay court, right? The Terabatu.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as slow as Barcelona or Monte. I'm sure maybe trying to go stats on some. From what I've seen, it's not as slow as Monte Carlo, Barcelona. It's obviously there's not really altitude, so it's not like a quick clay court. I think it's a pretty fair clay court.
I would say so.
Yep.
Too. It's cloudy throughout the week. So
Which matters. If it's sunny
there's-
here, the courts play quicker, so it'll play slower, which is
play slower.
important.
There's chance of rain on Thursday and Friday, but back to cloudy conditions on Saturday. It's pretty cool. It's in the mid 60s. So, yeah, I mean, I think honestly, like when it's just cloudy and like mid 60s, that's probably like the fairest conditions for like all the players. You know, like the
What
more,
does it look like? Because that matters a lot.
what?
What does wind look like? What is the wind forecast?
And it's typically, I mean, like it's not like near the ocean or anything, so it's typically not too windy. I mean, there have been windy days there, there's no doubt.
That's what I'm asking. What the wind forecast is? I
Yeah.
don't have it up right now.
It's pretty standard, like 10 to 11 miles per hour throughout the week.
That's not terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to go with what you guys were saying, it's very average in terms of clay courts, maybe slightly slower than an average clay court. And then, something you just brought up, I never really realized. I started tracking temperature of the days for the tournaments and then kind of comparing the expected aces versus actual. I'm starting to figure out it's not so much temperature as it is sun. And I think it's that the court retains the heat from the sun. So, it can be cloudy and warm, but the court isn't going to be as hot as if it's like the same temperature in the sun zone.
With sun. Well,
So-
so what that prominent about that other way is that, like, I don't know, man, as a tennis player, like the sun, like I don't like serving with the sun. Like it's annoying. It
That
gets in your
too,
eyes, it's
yeah.
hard to see. Like, and I don't know, I guess maybe these guys have just like figured it out. And like, and also some of the stadiums, like it also depends on the court. Like some of the stadiums are better suited, so you're not really looking into the sun. But like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
but like definitely like that. Like, I would think that sun would make it harder for servers just because when you're serving into the sun, it'd be a huge pain in the neck.
Yeah, you see those matches where, half the court is shade, half the court's sun as the sun's coming over.
Well, I guess it goes the other way though. But no, Pirani, I'm talking the other way. It's like it goes both ways. You're right, because like also if you're the returner and it's half sun, half shade, that has to be brutal too.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine it's just an individual thing on how they handle that type of thing. Yeah, it's got to be annoying as a server looking up at the sun's in your eyes.
But it's also got to be annoying as a returner to be looking like
Yeah.
if you're serving and trying to see the ball coming out of the sun, that has to be annoying too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, I think as far as that goes, I do think it makes I think it is more important whether the sun is out than what the actual temperature is. Like I think that carries a little bit more weight.
Well, and it's
From what-
also what because you're also getting something else too, because like, it's also like the real feel, right? Like we talk about temperature, but what actually matters more is like in some ways is the real feel too.
Yeah, that's it, exactly it. I mean, it's how hot the court is. I mean, I think it probably, particularly on hard courts, they probably get pretty
Oh
hot.
yeah, I mean just playing and from hearing anecdotes,
Yeah.
like hard court. I mean the temperature on a hard court can be 15 degrees hotter Fahrenheit than the actual then if you're just walking around like in the shade outside of it, like because it's a hard court, it absorbs the heat.
Yeah.
Like you're
It's
Also,
and it
absorbing
matters
it.
too for players. Like some guys don't deal with heat well. Like it's
Also,
not as relevant because the temperatures won't be bad.
neither
Like,
Brad or I have good serves, so it's not really, or like serves that generate aces. So like,
hey, I had like 7 or 8 the one time we played.
you did, yeah, you did hit the crazy amount of aces, but that was an outlier. But like, yeah, whether the court is like, 100 degrees or 50 degrees, like I still don't think we're bombing aces. Like, right.
Yeah, and it's not worth talking about here, but it matters also for the players, like physically. Some guys deal physically with the heat better than others for sure.
Yep.
All right, let's get into this draw. So
Yep.
let's share the screen here. I got a lot to talk about here, so here we go. So let's go with the first half first. So these first round matches are going to be played on Monday and Tuesday. So we're going to touch on them on tomorrow's pod. So Djokovic will play Pierre-Yves Herbert. Roberto Cabarrus Bena will play Constant Lestienne. We got Gael Monfils and Thiago Seyboth Wilch. Then we got Galan and Musetti. Then we got Cerundolo and Hoffman. Misalik, who's a qualifier, he'll play Chris O'Connell. Fonini and VDZ. And we got Kachin against Tommy Paul. So let's break down this little 16 here. Anything catches your eye? Good draw for Novak.
Decent. I'd be scared of the third round match, whether it be Musetti or Thiago.
I think Thiago is the biggest wild card there. Well, maybe not. I see both guys are flashy, both guys are great shot makers, but neither guy has the maturity to last over 5 sets, even if Novak is playing at like a
Whoa. Because the thing is, so Thiago went 7-6 in the fifth with Rublev at the Australian Open, and he beat Medvedev last year in the first round. So I don't think that's accurate to say.
Okay.
And that was a 5-setter as well when he beat Medvedev.
I mean, you have this theory about Thiago where he plays better in like bigger tournaments.
He does. Look at his record.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. So
I think he's that kind of player. I get that sense. I think he likes the spotlight. But that Medvedev match, I watched pretty much that whole match. Medvedev, he was like stuck in mud that day. I don't know what was wrong. He had no footwork. Like he was off balance all the time, like from the beginning. And Thiago should have beaten him, like I think in 3 or 4. He kind of woofed it in a tiebreak. But I do agree though. I think also though Musetti is that player. I think if Musetti and Djokovic meet, Musetti's going to give him a very tough match, is my opinion. I think he's done it in the past. He likes the spotlight too.
I would say that, except I bet Musetti against him in Monte Carlo, and it did not go positively, and it was really sad match because like Djokovic didn't play great. It's just like every time Musetti gave himself a chance, he just like handed it right back.
I'm not really high on Musetti. Like Musetti, he lost that challenger final to Francisco Pizarro. Like
he did get smoked by Alcaraz, and I want to say the US he was winning everybody in straights.
Alcaraz was playing at an amazingly high level last year during this time.
He was.
And like I don't think anyone is close to that level this time around.
Yeah, I think Djokovic wins this quarter, and I don't think he's going to lose to any of those guys.
Well, this isn't a quarter. This is just a section, right?
Or the section. It's an eighth. Are we
an eighth? Exactly. Eighth? And actually, on the PDF printout, they show, instead of showing it as like 4th round, they show 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round, 1/8 final, which is like so sad. Like quarterfinal sounds cool. 1/8 final just sounds like you're trying too hard to
an 8th final. That's how they say it in Europe. So
what?
I guess what about this like second little 8th with Cerundolo, Tommy Paul? I don't know. Do you take much stock into the Tommy Paul semifinal performance in Rome? I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest.
He's also like in match. Dave EJ Berger on the Match.9 podcast loves to bring this up. He is a junior champion here.
Okay.
I'm not sure how relevant that is, but like at one point in his life, he could play on clay. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I don't
weird.
know. Like Paul shouldn't be that bad on clay, right?
Shouldn't
Like
be
his
bad,
game should
yeah.
translate okay.
Yeah.
He certainly he hits. I mean, he doesn't hit the biggest on the tour, but he hits big enough. Like he's not serve reliant. He moves well enough. Like I don't know. He just yeah.
And I think it's a good section. Like Kachin barely wins matches, and then like Fonini and VDZ, like those are
Well,
guys.
it's also like it's also the player type. So like right now, like Kachin just doesn't have the game. I don't think to beat Paul without altitude.
Mhm.
Fognini can't go 5 sets. Bodic is a mess.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy here to actually talk about is Cerundolo. Because I really don't think he's been that bad. I know he just lost to Hugo Gaston. But if you look at his other losses, like he lost to Navone, who's top 20 on clay. He lost to Kachanov twice, I think. I got that joke. He lost to Kachanov twice, and I think he lost to another top player, and he beat Zverev. And like and then those are like I don't know, man. He beat Tommy Paul in a tournament this year on clay already. Like I'm not convinced Cerundolo's been
the
that he's that
problem
bad. Like he was
the problem
awful
with
up until this
Dolo,
European place slate, but he's
he can beat anyone, but he can also lose to anyone, and that's why I have a lot of hesitancy in betting him. And like,
but wait, so
you know,
far this
I'm
young play, he's lost to Kachanov twice, Fritz, and Navone. That's not bad. None of those losses are bad.
That's not too bad.
it's not too bad, I guess. Yeah, I mean, he should beat Hompin. He should beat Misalik and O'Connell. And then like with Paul, like to me that's probably a pick match that you could probably play the over 4.5 sets kind of thing, you know, like
Those
I don't
guys, that feels like Manny, like that feels like a guarantee to go over 3.5 sets.
know,
Like I
100%.
know you love to bet that line.
I love
That feels like a guarantee to go over 3.5 sets.
That's my favorite parlay of Grand Slams, just doing the over 3.5 set parlay. Like, I love that. But yeah, all right. So let's go on to the next 8. So we got Taylor Fritz and Federico Coria. They'll play the winner of Lajovic and Roman Safilin. Popperin and Kokonakis, 2 Aussie guys, will play the winner of Zeppieri and Monarino. Echeverry will play Arthur Cazot, who's I don't think has played during the clay court season. He's been coming back from injury. Arthur Rinderknecht, the guy who beat Tiafoe in Lyon, he'll play Adam Walton. And then Valentin Vachereau, qualifier, will play Davidovich Fokina, which I think that's a pretty interesting first round match. And then Meligeni Alves will play the guy who has to do potentially double duty in Geneva, Casper Ruud. So, I mean, it's a tougher draw for Ruud than he's had in previous Roland Garroses.
Oh, I don't know. Really? Like, really? I mean, only if the seeds only if the seeds make it through.
I think from a talent perspective, if he has to play Fokina, like, yes, it's, you know, Foki. Foki can go Foki brain, right? Like, he's probably not going to win, but like from a talent perspective, that's a tough match.
There.
Etch is you know, solid on clay. Fritz, and then you know the Djokovic. You know,
Well, there's no guarantee Fritz makes it through to the 4th round.
I agree. I agree with that. Let's look at some prices here.
Yeah.
To win the first quarter. So Djokovic is minus 125. Ruud is plus 300. Fritz is 12-1. Paul's 14-1. Dolo's 20-1. Musetti 25. Etch 28. Fokina 33. Poppy 40. You have any plays here, Tony?
I don't do quarters or outrights, though I did make an outright play. I did make one kind of for fun that I like. I guess we can talk about that later. Just looking at those odds. Uh, no, I mean nothing I'd feel confident about. I don't. I would stay away from Djokovic, obviously, but not really. I don't know. Seaboth 40 to 1, Fritz 12 to 1. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't have any plays. I would
Brad?
pass.
I have plays for the top half, but not for the quarter.
Okay. Um, I got nothing, but like I know he's been pretty bad, but I actually kind of like the Poppy at 40 to 1. I don't think I'm gonna play it, but that would actually be a lean for me.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Let's assume Novak loses first round. Whatever, first, second round.
Okay.
Who do you pick then?
I really
Like at those odds that like do you just take Rude at that point, or what was no,
but there's
Rude's
two
only
guys I like there. I just like the half prices a lot better. So we'll talk. Once we
okay.
get done, we'll
All
talk
right.
my top half picks.
If Djokovic loses, I probably would like Paul at that price.
That seems reasonable.
Um,
Yeah, Paul or Fritz would probably be my picks, I guess.
I'm not a big believer in Fritz. I know he's been okay, but like I think Grand Slams are actually worse for him overall. Like I know he made, I'm kind of discounting the um U.S. Open, and I know Australia he did make quarters, but like pretty easy draw to be honest. Like Tsitsipas was like far below his best. I think especially on this surface where his weaknesses can be exposed, like I just don't trust him in best of five on clay. So I can't go there.
Not to the quarter, but as a rollover guy, what do
Yeah.
we think about Tanasi Kokonakis?
Well, I actually like Poppy as a slight plus money dog against him in that
Oh,
first round match.
I hadn't that line yet. I did not realize he was the Tanasi was a favorite there. Yeah, I don't like Tanasi nearly as much at that point.
Yeah, he's a slight underdog, Poppy.
Yeah.
I think like Kokonakis is like minus 125.
Yeah,
But
minus 124, 110.
Question before we get, I guess, as we get, going back to the trends thing, what do you know about over unders here? Do you play over? Do you have any data on over unders here? I'd be really curious because it's the best of 5 sets on clay. I feel like there might be some room to exploit there.
I do. I have to separate it out because it's gone way over the last 2 years. But I think it's because of qualities. But I have to I have
Okay.
to but yeah, it's pretty substantial slant to the overs. Let me just see if I have the data here. I can tell you. Yeah, so over under, oh no, that was just qualifiers. Over unders were 136 overs, 110 unders. That was coming into this year in qualifier, or that was halfway through qualifiers this year. So there was a big tilt to the overs. I don't know about main level. I have it. I'd have to kind of filter it out of what I have. But my guess is they're probably pretty similar from what I remember. Like I don't think there's anything obvious like that jumps out, but I'm not positive.
okay.
I'll see if I can pull it up.
I mean, otherwise, honestly, I know we don't like Fritz, but his draw looks pretty good, man. Like just matchup wise, he should destroy Federico Coria. Coria just doesn't hit big enough to beat him.
No, I agree.
Play 5 sets. His 5 set record's bad. Safiullin, no, not on slow clay. Manarino, the other seed, is not going to make it to the third round. Like, I guess
Poppy and Kokonakis could be dangerous. Lyovic could be dangerous.
Lajovic's 5 set record is not good.
Okay, fair.
And Manny, for a guy who likes to talk about fitness, Lajovic is a bit of a beer belly.
He does. That's a good point. Good point.
Okay, so just to get back to over-unders, 2022 main level, 57 overs, 52 unders, and then last year it was 57 overs, 66 unders.
So basically
So
50.
so it's
Okay.
114 and 129. So it's there's
Wait.
been
129. I thought you said 52 and 60, 57, 52 and 57, 66.
Oh, maybe I said the wrong thing. Sorry, 57 and 63. So 57
Okay.
overs, 63 unders for 2022, and then 57 and 66 for
So the
2020.
unders are much. So there's a trend of the unders for sure.
Interesting.
And well, it makes sense if you go back to what we are saying about all the big favorites, that where all the favorites are winning. So that those matches probably are all, generally going under if the favorites are doing that much better, like if they're up 40 units or whatever, when they're minus 300 and above, whatever it was, then those matches are probably going under a lot. My guess is those would go under a lot, and then these, those go under more than they should, and probably these closer matches are going over. I don't have that, but I could figure it out.
I think this is a very interesting section, this Rude etch, because like you got two guys that are playing late into the week before, as the seeds. I mean, I
Much more
think
relevant for Rude is my take. Like,
what?
actually, again, it's going for a first title. I would just I put Rude in a different bucket with this because we've seen him do it before. Like, I don't think it's a big deal for Rude.
Okay.
And also mentally, right? Like and obviously like Bublik's a clown, but I remember the thing Bublik talked about, like how like mentally exhausting it is to win like a tournament, and how he's just like, and like I feel like if you've never won one before, you'd be pretty excited to win a 250. Whereas like if you're Casper Ruud and you've won like 12 250s, you're probably not that excited.
Yeah. The more I think of it, this quarter is a stay away for me, because like I actually kind of like Paul in a way, but like not at 14-1. And
I have the same thought as you, Manny, liking Paul, but I don't like the price. I would need a bigger price on Paul.
100%. All right. No play on that quarter. Let's move on to the next quarter here. So the popcorn match, Zverev and Nadal. I mean, I've said this before. Like, I think these French Open draws are scripted in a way. Like they gotta be. Like, not just this instance. There's been so many instances of just like weird things going on during the draw. Like if you remember last year, Nadal, Djokovic, and Alcaraz were all in the same half of the draw, probably because they want these matchups to happen. Like this tournament, they wanted Zverev and Nadal to happen because of what happened 2 years ago with that ankle. Like they wanted to see that again.
I think the opposite. I think they want Nadal in the tournament as long as possible. So
I was gonna say, Manny, you might be right, but this would be the proof that it's not, because they want Nadal in the tournament. Like, and if they wanted to do this, they could do this in the second round. They could give Nadal some, like if they were gonna fix it, they could give Nadal some cupcake in round one who he can beat. And yes, like Nadal can still beat the wild cards and the qualifiers and probably guys outside the top 70 or 80 in the first round, and then give him Zverev in the second round.
Yeah, he sells tickets too. I mean,
and then they would sell tickets for 2 rounds, or like give him that and then give him like Greeks 4 in round 2 or Manarino in round 2, and then match him up. Like,
to be honest, I've heard that this tournament has been so hard to get tickets for anyway. They've been sold out for a while. Did you see the crowds in qualifying? They were jam packed. I don't think tickets really matter in this instance. Like I think from a casual viewer perspective, it might. But like in terms of ticket sales, I don't think it matters.
Then why would they fix it?
Because they wanted this match to happen.
But who wants this match to happen?
Like, I guess the French organizers, they want
like my point is like I don't think they need this to happen in round 1. Like I think they can have this happen in round 2, and it's actually better. Like to Tony's point, they want Nadal in the tournament. Like every tournament Nadal plays will draw 8 zillion TV viewers, yada yada yada. Like this to me, this is actually proof that it's not fixed.
Okay.
Like if they were gonna fix it, you would do what they did when Serena was in like the 2023 US Open, and she got like some no-name first round. Second round, she got like a high seed who was, overvalued or not, not as good as her seed. Like there's way, like if you were gonna fix it, there's ways you would do it. This would not be the way.
Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
It's also possible they're really incompetent fixers and don't understand all this.
That is very possible too.
You just want, it might have been a guy who really wanted to see that match. The guy drawing the beads or whatever they do.
Yeah.
It's like,
But to be
throw
honest,
that back in.
that's
He's
Zverev
not-
Nadal is actually not my favorite first round match. We'll get it.
Not for me at all either.
It's not. Like,
Not
I
for
mean,
me at all either.
I'll watch it. I'm interested in it, but like, there's another match which I'm much more
I'm
interested
really disappointed that because I don't have like tennis TV is great because you can watch replays.
Ah.
And I to Nadal's career and I want to see the walk-off like ceremony and all that. But like that's like because there's no way he's actually gonna beat Zverev best 3 out of 5.
No.
I bet on Zverev already. That was my first bet I made. I took him, I don't know what he was, 370, I think I took.
That's incredible if you got him at minus 370. He's not losing that match. Like
No.
Yeah, 382 I got.
I'm actually waiting. I'm not hitting anything yet in that match because I think there's going to be some money coming in on Nadal.
I
There's
could
gotta
see
be
that.
$100. Like just people betting
Yeah.
like $15, like just like
Yeah.
I thought a lot about that, whether I should wait or not. I just don't think, I don't want to say there's no chance because there's obviously some
Like
chance.
the sharps are going to be on Zverev, but the casuals are going to be on Nadal, and there's going to be a lot of casual money on it.
To me, that's like a 1 in 10 for Nadal right now. Maybe, yeah, probably 1 in 10.
So, I mean,
And you know how I feel about Zverev, Tony.
he's got to win 3 sets, and like crap on Zverev all you want.
Yeah,
He's one of the fittest players on tour. He's one of the best athletes on the tour, and Nadal's got to win 3 sets against this guy. Like,
no, thank you.
It has to be a Zverev no show or like Zverev D game and Nadal plays better than he's
Or he's
played.
like in awe of like Nadal at Roland Garros, and like he's thinking about the trial and like all that. So
Yeah,
we'll get more into that match.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Go fan against my guy, Pechi Pericard. Rinky Hijikata and Luciano Dorderi play the winner of McDonald and Greek Sport. Kachanov against Sumit Nagal. We'll play a lucky winner of a lucky loser, Josef Kovalik, who choked his 3rd round qualifying match against who was it? Burachaga, I believe.
yeah,
Burachaga.
Yeah. He'll play Marcos Giron. Then Flavio Caboli, who has to do double duty potentially in Geneva, will play Hamad Medenovic. That's actually spicy first round match. Dan,
my favorite first round match actually.
huh?
That actually might be my favorite first round match. Hamad,
Really?
like, if Hamad shows up, Hamad can be really good, and so can Caboli if he's Caboli. It depends on how both guys play. It could end up being a complete dud and like the way the match ends up, but like that's got the potential to be an incredible tennis match.
I agree. I like it. It's not my favorite, but I do like it. And then Dan Evans and Holger Rune.
So it's got to be Mackie and Greek Sport. You guys are you're the match you really want to see.
Hell no.
I love watching Mackie. It's fantastic. That is a lifetime right there.
Yeah, that's my favorite of the 64. Geez. Let's look at some. Well, we have to go through the full quarter, so these quarters are massive.
Well, I guess we'll stop there. I mean, guys, in all honesty, like Zverev could like sleep, right? Zverev could like sleep his way to the 4th round. Like he actually, if he wants to, he could just go to the trial and like he's still not going to lose the first 3 matches. Like I don't think he could get a better draw. Like I get he's playing Nadal in round 1, but like I said, he's not losing that match. Darderi would be like more scary if he hadn't played 8 zillion matches in the past month. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how Zverev loses. I mean, I know Zverev like sometimes has problems, but I don't see who could beat Zverev before round 4.
I agree. Yeah,
And Kachanov has actually been down.
No, that's round 4, Manny.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Round 4. Now the funny part of it is that bottom section that little second section you read is tough. Like Kachanov, Kaboli, Medjedovic, Rune, like those are all like good players.
I mean, I obviously think Rune is like the top threat to beating Zverev, but like number 2 is probably Hamad.
I think I would take Hamad number 1 over.
Okay.
I've been I've seen enough subpar Rune for a long enough time. I think Hamad is the guy that got the game that could beat anybody.
So Hamad's price to win the quarter is
Not listed. They don't even have him listed.
not even listed, so you have to wait until tomorrow.
I know. I was trying to bet an outright on him, and I couldn't get a price. He's yeah.
Is it up on Penny?
No, that's a good question. I can check. I don't know. I'll look right now. Yeah, Hamad's the guy. Like, although I don't know how I would imagine guys coming out of qualies historically have had some trouble. That's a lot of matches to be playing.
Yeah, but he demolished everyone in straight.
Yeah, he beat up on everybody. I know.
I will certainly take him as a plus money dog against Holger Rune if they play in the second round. I mean that's a match I'm licking my chops on already. Because I'm pretty sure you're gonna get Hamad as a dog. I hope at least. But yeah,
he'll be an underdog, I would think.
I just hope it's like more than plus 175. One, like
I mean, I'm not
fearful you might not get that.
Yeah, I'm not like totally discounting Rooney. Obviously,
I know.
It's just
Rune. It's a small sample, but he's played 7 top 20 guys this year, and he's won a set. He's won 2 of the 7 matches, and he's won a set in 5 of the 7. Like, and I mentioned this year because how bad he's been this year. But even at his worst, he's like still competitive with these top guys. I feel like, man, we've talked about this before. I feel like Rune really plays to the level of his competition. Like he could.
I also feel like he
could definitely lose on Hamad. What?
I feel like he feels the pressure as a favorite more.
Yeah, it's also a matter of him having talent but no tactics. So like every match is close.
I have a different. I don't think Rune cares enough is my take on him, and I'm serious. Like I base that on the fact that like he has a terrible loss, and literally like within that night he's posting on Twitter like thank you to the city. I had a great time. This and that. Like what are you talking? Like you should be absolutely miserable. Like you should not. You should hate the city, hate the tournament, hate everything about it. And here he is, like, happy as can be, and he just got knocked out. Like, what is wrong with this guy?
It's a funny take, but I think that's his coping mechanism, and it's like
wait, guys, time out. That's not Holger. I think like I've heard his mom runs his social.
Yeah, it could be his mom. It could be his mom.
Really enjoys these cities. Holger is probably too miserable to post. Like I don't know if it's Holger.
Yeah. You might be right about it. Maybe that's why it's happening because I've heard the same thing. Yeah, I see that like in the like
the guy's tough. And if he has to play Zverev, like Holger is well mastered in the veteran tricks. Like for being a young guy, he is well mastered in the veteran tricks. And Zverev finds those to be unfair Jedi mind tricks.
Good
so those could be a problem for Zverev fighting against those.
That's a match I would probably back Rune in. Like he's going to be a pretty sizable underdog. Like, and I
think it was 2022 or last year on clay, and Rune beat Zverev like 2 and 3. I think it was 2022. It was before the injury.
I think Rune has regressed though since then.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting given what we're talking about, like all this weird stuff. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'd be.
I would probably back Rune if he played Zverev. My question is, can he get there? And I think that's
with Rune also. I don't actually know if he can beat Hamad.
I don't think he can get there though, because that's a pretty tough road. I mean, he should beat Evans, but I think that could get complicated. Like, how is Rune can't win 2 sets in a row? How is he going to win 3 sets in a row?
Well, he doesn't have to win 3 out of 5, but he's got to beat Hamad or Kaboli, and then almost definitely Kachanov.
Yeah, I mean that's not easy. It's not easy at all. It's
Yeah.
by any means, but
And then if he does that, then he gets to play Zverev.
I know. That's
And then
just to make the
That's
quarter.
gonna win the quarter. Then he's got to win against the bottom part of the quarter. We haven't even talked about yet if he's going to win the quarter. And I think he's 10-1 or something. It's like a terrible price.
That's a terrible price.
Like,
Yeah, I'd rather just wait and then see if he plays Zverev, and you probably get like 3-1 on him.
no, you won't get that. He is like he's done too well against these top guys. You know, like even Djokovic, you don't see crazy lines like that when Rune played him last year at like World Tour Finals. It was a
Okay.
pretty reasonable.
All right.
I want to say it was like 2-1 or something.
Okay.
It will be higher though, just because of the 5 sets. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it'll be, but like a typical 300 line might be 500 a 5-setter.
Yeah,
All right. So this
which
bottom,
makes sense, Ron. It's like basic math, right? Like more
Right,
sense.
exactly. Yeah. Let me see. The last time Zverev and Brune played on clay, this is 2022. Zverev was 500 favorite and Brune beat him.
2 and 3. Rune killed him.
Yeah, is it? Yeah. Wow. But yeah, that was a long time ago. That was 2 years ago. It was in Munich.
wow.
Another tournament there, usually there's bad weather there, and Zverev can't deal with bad weather.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So the bottom half of this quarter, De Minaur will play Michelson. I know you talked about that match in the
I already bet him. I took the +8 though, because he's serving first.
Okay. Okay.
I do think the eights, I think the 8 and the 7, 8, and 9 are probably the biggest numbers for, I don't know for sure, but you make sense if you got a guy
Those
+8.
spreads are not as big as you think on clay.
It doesn't matter as much the first serve, but it does, like if you think about a +8 and your guy's going to serve first, that's pretty huge. 'Cause it's
In the past, especially in this tournament, I've seen like -8 or +8, and I was like, that's a lot of games. I'm gonna take the games, and then like it's actually not that much.
Oh yeah. I'm just taking it because I don't understand that line to begin with. Like I don't Demon shouldn't be that big of a favorite, in my opinion. And then the fact that he's serving first, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
All right.
Posted another thread and everyone thought Demon was priced right. So I just don't get it.
I think he's priced right. I would agree with you guys. I think that's probably where I would.
I agree.
Yeah.
Then Munar will play RBA. We got qualifier Burachaga. He'll play Jan Leonard Struff. That winner will play Barrere or Bublik. Then we got Mariana Navoni will play the return of Pablo Carreno Busta. And that winner will play the winner of Borges versus Mahak, which I actually think is a fantastic first round match, to be honest. Like I circled that one.
Matchup for sure. Those two guys, a very interesting style matchup.
I see. Yeah. Montero, Kecmanovic. Didn't these guys play in a 3-setter in?
Yep, I think it was a classic, 7-6 in the third.
Yeah.
I think it was
So that's also a really good one. Kopfer and Medvedev. And Kopfer's played Medvedev pretty tough in the past. So I think that's actually that could get complicated. I have a bet there.
Before we get into odds here, Manny, I have one of your favorite things. I have a rollover guy here, not an outright guy.
Let me see if I can guess who that rollover guy is.
All right.
It's definitely not the top 20 guy. How many rounds are you planning to roll him over?
2, potentially 3. And I would never outright this guy. That's your hint. I would never ever outright this guy, but I will roll him over.
Guys, I'm going to take a 1-minute break, grab some coffee.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Is it Nuno Borges?
No, but you're on the right track.
Can't be Munar. It's not Darderi.
It's Munar.
It's Munar. Okay.
Yeah, like he should be. I'm sure he's a favorite against RBA, but he should beat RBA.
I hit him at -110. He was
What?
he was a pick 'em against RBA yesterday, and
Line moved.
I think it did. I didn't check today.
I mean, that should be like
A
that
hammer
should
spot.
be like at least -200 in my mind.
Nah, I don't know about that. But yeah, at -110, 100%. Like that.
Munar's really good, man. Munar is really like he's been really good on clay this year. Like, if you look at his matches, like or actually not this year, I was looking like he's like well over 500 against guys ranked between 20 and 80 in the world on clay past 4 years.
Wow.
Like he sucks against guys in the top 20. He can't beat top guys. He's got no weapons. But against anybody in the top outside that, he's got a shot. And like his draw is pretty good. Like there's nobody, I mean, there's really nobody in this draw who
Yeah, I
can't-
don't trust Demonor. And
not
then
on clay, no. The reason I can't bet him is the reason I can't put him in a quarter. Like I might roll over for 4 rounds. I've got to think about what I would do. It's like whoever wins that bottom, the bottom 8.
I don't like him because I don't know how he can last physically, because like every point he has to win, he's gonna get no free points whatsoever.
But he's in incredible shape though. Like he's super fit. He has to be.
Yeah, but so is Demonor. That's the problem.
Okay, if it's -110 both ways, I'm not taking Munar versus Demon. Are you happy?
Okay, that's
I mean,
true.
like expecting a significant dog money. I don't see that big of a difference.
True.
On play.
And then what guy would you back him like? Yeah, I mean it's a good section. Like besides Struff is by far the toughest guy in that little section.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
So-
and the reason I'm not taking to win the quarters because he absolutely gets squashed in the quarters. Like he's just gonna get squished. He's gonna lose 3-0. If he has to play Rune, Zverev, Kachanov, Hamad, like he just gets crushed. But there's a chance he makes the quarterfinals.
Okay.
And his price isn't great. It's only like 50 to 1, which is I would want like triple digits, just because again, like he's getting squashed in the quarters.
He is.
But Tony, we're talking Munar. What are your thoughts on Munar? I really like
Munar.
it. What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm not gonna have any good thoughts. I don't know his game at all, so
Okay.
I'm not sure.
This is a clay grinder.
Yeah, I don't know enough about him. I don't even know that I've watched him play. I probably have. I don't remember it.
How has he done against top 20 guys?
I'll look it up, but not well. And I'll just put to Clay Manny because like we all know that he's not winning anything against.
Yeah, I agree. He's a good clay quarter, and like yes, he has a chance against Demonor, but like I got to see that price before I just decide to roll him over.
Yeah, I mean, I would want to. I'm expecting he'll get at least 2 to 1. I think 2 to 1 is pretty good.
I would need 3 to 1.
I'm just pulling the stats now for you.
He's played 26 clay matches I have last year. 105 hold plus break. That's actually against basically even competition to himself too, so that's pretty good. He's up money. Well, he's up $1 on the money line over 26 plays, and then he's up 2.7 units on the spreads. So he's outperforming.
So he's 3-9 last 4 years on clay versus the top 20.
Okay.
But the 3 guys he's beaten are Fognini, Bash, and Musetti last year in Santiago when Musetti couldn't beat
Okay.
him.
All right. So yeah, that's
That's what I mean. He ends up and I don't think he's won a set in any. There's only one other match he's won a set in. So like he may get there, but he'll get squished.
yeah. So my takeaway from like these looking at these quarter prices is the overreaction. I guess the bookmakers at Bovada have been listening to our pod because they see that Navoni is 20 to 1 to win this quarter. Like that's ridiculous. Like he should be like 80 to 1 to win the quarter.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess they're listening to my pod, like, and where I said that he should be top 20.
The
I'm
problem is he's in the right section. His draw is not bad. Like you want to be in the bottom half of that quarter of this quarter to win this quarter.
I agree. I agree.
Like you don't want to like I would need a big price on Hamad to win the quarter, just because
Yeah.
the guy's got a brutal draw. Like it's a shame he got slotted into there because like there's almost any other slot would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tony, what price would you need on Hamad to take that?
It's a good question. I don't know. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to, like, if I was actually going to bet these, you kind of have to map out all the different potential matchups. And I mean, yeah, I've never gotten into pricing them. It really isn't that, well, it is kind of hard. I mean, you've got all the first round prices, so that's easy. So then it's just, you have X probability of this match, these 4 matchups happening in the second round for each one of these slots. And then you'd have to calculate those and then do it for the next round. Yeah, I don't know if you're asking a fair price. I'm not sure. I know
I think I honestly think the rollover is the better way to attack it. Like if you want to roll him over, play him against Kaboli, where he'll probably be a slight favorite, then roll him over against Room where he'll be a dog, then roll him over against Kachanov where he'll be a dog, and then you can see from there because like there's a fitness component with him as well, right? Whereas like can he last 5 sets?
Yeah.
I'm not too convinced
It's
on.
also a guy who I think I'd rather Hamad. I think I'd rather than picking him to win a quarter. I think I'd rather like do like a rollover and like keep half for myself, and then
I agree. I think I'm gonna play it that way too.
because the issue with Hamad is I like he's also susceptible to lose matches for no reason, right? Like
Yeah, he's not that good. Like let's be honest. He's had a decent run as of late, but like yeah.
He's young. Yeah, he's still young.
I mean,
Yeah.
he lost a match to Vaccaro recently. Um, lost. I mean, it was on hard, but within the past few months, he's lost to Abdullah Shobai, lost to Hugo G on a slow hard court, lost to Benoit Paire in Phoenix. Like, he has bad days. Like,
It's
So
just very, very recent. He's looked really good.
yeah.
I
Well,
mean, you
not
can,
just, right? He looked really good in next gen also. Like,
yeah,
he's got a lot of talent. It's
yeah,
just a matter of like, but there's a big difference between talent and winning a French Open quarter.
well, my feelings. I think he's a top 5 player. So not at the moment, but in the
But
future.
eventually, and that very well could be real.
Yeah,
But like I'm saying, like right now, he still has bad days.
sure. Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to get there. It's a huge mental aspect
So
to it.
if you guys don't have any second quarter plays, I have some top half plays.
yeah, I was gonna get to those. What are that? I have no quarter plays here.
So the first boring one to make the final that I have is not Rude at 7-1. I don't know. I mean, like he's won his half the last 2 years, and like talking about that top half, like I mean, like who? Like I guess he's got to beat Zverev, but he's crushed Zverev. I think the last 2 times he's played him.
Great.
Has
I
he
think that's
beat
a
him
good
in the
matchup
past?
for him.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about Djokovic, given that Djokovic hasn't looked good. I mean, I'm worried about him. I think it's a close match, but like I'm okay with it, given like
I'm not worried about him now, but I'm worried about him if he gets to that quarterfinal. Because that means he has 4 matches under his belt. That means he's building something, right? And that's when I worry about him. Like if he was playing Djokovic in the first round or second round, I'd be totally over that. But
I
like
agree, but Djokovic might not even make it there. Like he should, but like if he plays poorly against Tommy Paul, he could lose. If it ends up being Cerundolo in that fourth round, he could lose. Like, and
Oh,
like
yeah, absolutely.
he was building something in Monte Carlo, I think, or where was it that Rude beat him in the? Didn't Rude beat him in a semi? Monte Carlo was it? And he was building something there, and Rude beat him. So
it's best of 5, and like even in that match, Rude pulled it out, but it wasn't convincing by any means.
No, but like, I don't know, man. Like, there's nothing that Djokovic has shown me in 6 months now that tells me we should be scared of him. Like, even if you and if he's building, if he's just like barely beating these guys, like, I don't know.
All right, I'll have to disagree that there. I would need like 10-1 for him to make the final, but okay, I hear what you're saying. What's your
That's
next?
my first pick. My next pick that I'm borderline on is Dolo at 80-1 to make the final. He's another guy, man. Like, he can beat, like, there's nobody in this top half he can't beat.
Wouldn't you rather take Paul at 100-1 then?
No. I mean, Cerundolo is a better clay quarter than Paul. Paul has one tournament to his name. Hey, one tournament as a junior and one tournament as a professional.
Okay, it's a draw.
I've got a play in that top half I like. You guys already know who it is, probably.
Oh, it was Tabilo to make the final.
I like Tabio. I think those odds are insane on 50-1 or 100-1 to win it. I just took 125-1.
He in that top half? Did we miss him?
No, he's in the bottom.
He's in the bottom half. Okay, I got another couple plays in the top half.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah,
right,
more place in the top half.
I have two more. This
Wow.
one made me love. This is gonna make your heart warm. Struff at 66-1.
Ooh,
I like that one.
I like that.
Like, it's not even as much loving Struff. His draw is so weak.
His draw is weak. For Chaga, he's got his steamroll.
He just gets squished if he plays a top guy.
I mean, Struff just played very, very, very tough, didn't he?
He beat Fritz in Munich.
Didn't he go 3 sets with Zverev, or he went 3 sets, like a third set tiebreaker? Oh, it was a Tsitsipas. He lost.
What's his price to win the quarter? Oh, it's 10-1 to win the quarter.
He lost to Carlos third set tiebreaker.
The 10-1 price is not good, but the 66-1 is
Yeah,
good.
Because he wins the quarter, then he just has to win one match to make the final.
Yeah.
And like Struff is a guy that I like backing against top guys because he's just like he's a guy that can take a racket out of someone's hand.
Yeah, so he played Tsitsipas to a third set, to 3 sets, and he really should have beat Tsitsipas. It was not great from. He played Alcaraz to a third set tiebreak in Madrid. Tony, you got that one. He beat Humbert, Fritz, and Rune on clay this year, and Baez.
Baez
should have lost to Baez, but
yeah.
But that's
I like that a lot. I'm gonna tail you on that one. That's a good one. Can't get behind Dolo though. 80 to like. I just don't trust him in big moments.
I'm close on that. That one I think that's close to fair market. I may or may not hit. I think for me it's close. It's the man, like, it's one of those things where like he's 80-1, and like if he like there's starting to be signs. I agree, he hasn't been like his best lately, but there's starting to be some signs. And if he plays well, like, I mean, he's like the top end is there. The last one is Tiago.
No way.
One, two, make the final.
That's insane. What's the price? You guys scroll all the way down. Huh?
250-1.
As high as it gets.
Board.
If he makes the final of this tournament, I'm going to drop down and just do like 50 push-ups on the spot. Like, even though, like, I mean, that's just ridiculous. Like, and I should be honored. I should be honored that you're taking that pick because, like, my tennis game of a pro player, it's so far removed from it, but my game resembles his game more than anyone.
No, it's not. This is not Montero. This is Sebok Vilch.
Oh.
The other Tiago.
Okay, another Tiago. Okay.
Yeah, seems like a reasonable flyer. 250-1.
I mean, so like if you look at his draw, so he I don't know, man. Like, it's a tough draw, but like I'm not high on Musetti. not high on Monfils on clay, although he will show up. He will play. He will go all out in this match. He could beat Thiago, actually. That'll be a fun match to watch. That'd be a really good first round.
That's a really good match. Yep.
Djokovic, he's got Djokovic early, and the way he's playing right, I mean, like, if Thiago plays well, he could beat Djokovic. If Djokovic is off, like the way if Makac can beat Djokovic, then Thiago can beat Djokovic.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah, I think Djokovic is capable right now of pretty much beating or losing to anybody is the way I see it.
And like, there's nobody in that top half who's unbeatable. I mean, there's nobody in this tournament who's unbeatable, but like, even like, I don't know, man, like even Rude.
But
I mean,
like, but like Struff with the 66-1, I trust Struff so much more mentally than I trust Thiago Silva or Thiago Seyboth Wilch.
Getting 4 times the price, that's the difference. You know, that's something that
I hear you, but when it's 60, like when it's that much of a long shot, like I don't want to just be throwing money out there.
I mean, there's a level of variance management. Like, this is the opposite of variance management, right? This is like throwing variance management completely to the wayside. So I get, but yeah, I mean, I gotta think there's a better than one. What does he have to be like? 0.4% chance to make the final. I gotta
0.4,
think
yeah, 0.4, yeah, exactly, 0.4%.
like,
yeah, it's when you get into those kind of numbers, it's very difficult to quantify.
but I mean, look, but I just compare him to the guys, like compare him to anyone else who's at that 250-1, and like they're all losers.
I agree. Yeah, I would pick him. I think out all the 250s I saw.
Yeah, like Mackie McDonald versus Thiago, they're the same price.
I'll give you that at least he has weapons, right? Like if you're gonna pick someone in this, like you're not gonna pick Hugo Gaston, right? Or you're not gonna pick a Fabio Fognini or a what's another example? Like a Luca Nardi, right? Like you need serious weapons and talent to like upside.
Yeah.
You know?
The other issue, I mean, right? Like the issue with Thiago is he probably will implode.
He will.
Like this is probably gonna be a pick that implodes at some point along the way and just like blows up, and it's just like a sad time. Like it's kind of like the Zhang pick, where like you're just waiting for it to blow up in your face and you lose. But like, I don't know, man. At 250-1, if it doesn't blow up in your face, you're a happy person.
And if it blows up 248 out of 250, you should be happy, right?
Exactly. Like,
all right.
so, yeah.
I'll get behind your Struff pick, but I can't with those. But if Seyboth Welch even makes like a quarterfinal or something, and you have legs there, like that's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
All right, let's move on to the bottom half. So these matches will be played Sunday and Monday. We'll get into some of these first round matches tonight already. So Rublev will play Taro Daniel. Pedro Martinez will play Tiago Tirante. Luca Nardi will play Alexander Muller. Arnaldi will play Feast. I think these are two really good, fun first round matches, especially the Arnaldi Feast. I think that's.
I don't know if Nardi Muller is fun.
You know what I did? I have a bet there.
It might be a good match to bet. I wouldn't classify that as
okay.
Muller's not very fun as a player. He's like one of the.
That's what I meant. It's fun because I like the line.
Yeah.
In that match. Arnaldi Feast, I think that's a great first round match. One of my favorites. Humbert Sonego, Zhang.
I think Arnaldi Feast is a pretty wildly overrated first round match. That match would have been a lot more exciting 6 months ago.
Okay. All right. Fair.
I like that. I think that's a fun one. Good. Just the athleticism of the two guys.
That's fair. It should be a decent one. It could be a decent. Like,
it's
the really error prone, right? Like, it feels like one of those matches like you're super excited for, and then ends up being kind of duddy. Like there'll be some fun stuff, but it could be like.
It could be, yeah.
Okay. Humbert and Sonego, Zhizhen Zhang and Vukic, Laszlo Djere and Altmaier, and Fujovic and Tsitsipas.
So Fusevic's like, there's no guarantee Tsitsipas wins that first round match.
I think that's a great matchup for Tsitsipas, honestly. I was thinking about what you're saying, but like more that I think about it, like I think a Fucsovics is actually like similar to a Demonor on clay.
Yeah, it's not a great matchup style wise. I hear you there. I hear you there. I just mean like Fuchsovich, like he shows up in these like early rounds of slams. Like he seems to really
Does,
he
but
seems to
it's
want to be there for slams, but his body just can't get him like through more than a couple rounds. But he really wants to be there.
he
He
wants
has
to be there, and
points.
like if he lifts his shirt up, you would think that he could last, but like he can't.
He's a bodybuilder, man. You ever see those bodybuilders? They can't do more than 2 like deadlifts.
What
I
what
got
is
a
he?
Yeah.
buddy who was a tennis player. He was a college tennis player. Now he's gotten into bodybuilding, and like now he can't go more than like half a set of tennis. Like he like after 20 minutes of tennis, he's just gassed
Yeah, that's
because
Fucsovics.
he's
Exactly.
actually out of shape from bodybuilding and from lifting.
Different muscle. What do you guys think of Tsitsipas and Paula getting back together? Good or bad for Tsitsipas? It like right now at this moment, not long term.
Probably bad.
I'm gonna say good for this next 2 weeks, bad long term.
I think bad.
I think it's good for his father and bad for him.
I think he cares
How is it good for his
less.
father?
His father probably likes her. That's probably why he wanted her to get him to get back together.
Oh man, I don't think I would bet I don't think he likes her.
You're gonna
Yeah,
bet in their
I'm
relationship?
gonna agree with Tony there. Yeah, sorry, Manny.
Did you see when she was looking at his phone, like in disgust? There was a video where they were all sitting in the box and she's like glancing over, looking at his phone as he's typing. She gives like this really kind of like dirty look.
Uh,
Um, oh man, I would imagine he hates her. Would be my guess because I think she distracts him. Like I don't think he cares. I think he's in love. Like he's a lover boy and he doesn't care. I think the reason he's probably done so well is they broke up. He probably was like got back to okay, I'm just
I
gonna
guess
focus.
that's why I went with the good for the next 2 weeks. At least he's not like sad.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. I
Being
just
angry. I just think he would be like
uh,
sad, right? Which wouldn't necessarily be good for your tennis game. But like now he's happy, so he's probably in a better mood. But then, like, over time it'll be a distraction and be bad for him. Plus, like, Paul is there right now, so he doesn't have to like, think about like her, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't have to like, I don't know, like be like his mind's not like, oh, how is Paula feeling? Like, is she doing okay? Yada yada. Like she's there.
you need
um,
that killer instinct. You need that it is not going to be all right if I lose this match. Whereas he's probably thinking, well, I got Paula, I can go back and be with her. I just get the sense like he doesn't care as much. We'll see. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, this draw
Oh,
is
Paul
actually
have
not
that
that
much to do with
bad
it, though. I
for
mean,
him.
honestly, man, I talk about this. I think he's somewhat just burnt out too. Like
He
it
doesn't.
can't.
Maybe.
He's got one of the rougher tennis lives. Like him and Rune dealing with their families, and especially Tsitsipas dealing with his dad. That's got to be brutal, man.
We've sat right behind his dad, like for a Masters 1000 match in Cincinnati, like literally right
Hey,
behind him, and his dad wouldn't shut the hell up.
Yeah, I know.
hey,
I've heard him.
but B, remember that like semi argument I got into with that Tsitsipas fan?
Yep,
I wonder if that was actually a fan or if that was like
it
somebody
may
because
have been his family because he was
like
sitting like right next to him.
it's possible I got into an argument with like a member of the Tsitsipas family.
He's probably in
we're
his
we're
box.
recording, so
We were basically in Tsitsipas's box.
yeah.
Wow.
The match is Tony at Cincinnati, and Tsitsipas playing Schwartzman. He's like one of my favorites of all time, just because I love the way he plays and competes and everything. So I was rooting for Schwartzman, and someone was asking me like why, and like someone like one of people asked me like who my favorite players. I was like, oh, it's Schwartzman. And they're like, well, why is he your favorite player? And I'm like, well, he's short and he competes hard. And like, so and she was like, so you like him because he's short? She was like she was angry that I said that.
That's funny. Yeah, you were
Uh,
probably in his box.
The rest of the time. So
Somebody you gave tickets to.
As far as Tsitsipas's draw goes, I don't think it's really hard or easy, to be honest. I think it's more about him and whether or not he can compartmentalize like what's going on in his personal life, as we talked about, and that expectation. I mean, like he has Rublev there. Like, what do you make of Rublev? He did win Madrid, but then he was sick. I mean, I don't
I
know.
think like he's solid top 10 Rublev.
What's his price to win the quarter here?
Yeah, I'm not too high
7-1.
on Rublev from watching it. He's a little shaky. Like he's just inconsistent right now.
Like
I don't
he
know.
took advantage of a great draw in Madrid and he did play well there, but like besides that, like the 6-match losing streak prior and then the loss to Muller in Rome, like it still doesn't really give me a good
Yeah,
feeling on him where I think he's like at the level he was in Australia.
lost a set to Giron too in Rome. Yeah, the losing streak I get because it was after the incident where he kind of lost control of himself on
But what
court.
I'm saying is I don't think
Rublev
he's fully
another
redeemed
is
himself
really not
from that.
very good in first round matches. Rublev's another guy who struggles in the first round, and usually if he gets his feet under him for a match, he plays a lot better. Man, you and I've talked about that before.
Point. It's true. And like that's a perfect match for him to get his feet under him.
I mean, he didn't do it in Rome though. I mean, he lost.
Yeah, but it's because of the sickness. So I think that that was like sort of an outlier, honestly. But like Brad, picked up on this before. Like he's gone over 9.5 in like what 22 of 23 first sets of his first round match in tournaments.
I
Yeah,
guess not
I
the
mean,
worst loss of the
Crazy
fight, but
it kind of went the other way a little bit. There might be one or two that he didn't, but it's the vast majority of the time. The other a couple of things you mentioned, we talk about Steph's draw. Laszlo Djere has not played in a month, but when they've played, Tsitsipas has beaten him every time, but it's been tight. And like this is a good service for Djere.
I would bet on a Jerry retirement.
what
I
are
mean,
the
like yeah,
odds?
it's a month ago, so like he had that weird match where he kind of quit against
Yeah.
Tsitsipas ago, but he hasn't played since then, so maybe he really was hurt. And like maybe it just wasn't like a noticeable type of injury. I don't know. It's just like, you see a lot of guys retire from matches and play 2 days later. That didn't happen here.
Why are tennis injuries like classified government information? Like, why does no one have access to like what is going on with these players?
No, because players don't want to say it, right? Like, why would you want to give that info to your competition? I wouldn't. And then if you're Laszlo Djere, like, who's asking you if you're hurt? Like, who
Well,
cares? Like,
it's not like
Yeah.
MMA where they're not like targeting a body part. Like they're not fighting in mixed martial art. What does it matter? Like if you're like, oh, my wrist is bothering me.
Oh, I think it matters a little bit. Like
Confidence wise.
you're gonna hit like you might like guys. I mean, like again, it doesn't matter if we think they are. It matters what the players think, right? I mean, like, if you're a player, why would you give it up? Like I wouldn't.
Yeah, I guess there's no benefit to it, but it's not so much that it's why like I'm not questioning that aspect. It's why is like there's so little like why isn't the media finding this stuff out like they do in other sports? Like why is there so little information about a player injury? Like somebody has to know, right? It can't be that hard to I mean if you can figure it out, I mean if you got guys in the locker room tipping off betters, like surely a media guy could figure out like what's going on with somebody.
That's true. There is a weird culture within like
It
the
is.
tennis
It
media.
is a weird
Oh,
culture.
honestly, man, I gotta say, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not as well versed in other sports, but in general, I'm highly disappointed with the tennis media.
Agreed. Agreed. But that's a topic for another day. Let's
Yeah.
Yeah,
move on.
sorry.
No, it was the Tsitsipas draw though, because I also think Zhang is another guy who, like, just style wise could threaten Tsitsipas because he hits big and can rush that backhand.
I think Sonigo actually could trouble him if he's on fire.
Like, I think this is actually a really tough draw for Steph. Like, it doesn't look it at first glance, but like, there's just a lot of guys in here who I don't think he'd really like to play.
Feast he wouldn't like to play. Arnaldi wouldn't really like to play. He'd love to play Muller or Nardi.
He'd love to play Pedro.
And Rublev, and that would be around a 16. That's not even a quarter. So actually, I think it's a pretty tough one for him.
Yeah.
And the price on him to win the quarter is what plus
350.
Ew. And then like we're not even getting into Alcaraz yet. So all right, let's move on to that bottom.
Well, this is hilarious.
So Shelton will play Gaston. That's actually a fun first round match, to be honest. Nishikori will play Diallo. Purcell will play Squire. Yoshi will play FA. What's with FA playing like Yoshi at every like clay court
I
tournament?
know.
It's
This seems
ridiculous.
to happen a lot, though, right? There's like 4 or 5 matches that seem to happen every week.
It's just like an FA gets like the. I mean, that's a
Like Evans Zverev are in the
amazing
same
quarter.
quarter again, and they play all the time. Or Zverev Junior and Zverev Senior, as I like to say it.
Yeah, and then Korda will play Mayo. Rusevori will play Suwon Kwan. Jack Draper will play Jesper de Jong qualifier. JJ Wolf, a lucky loser, will play Carlitos Alcaraz. I think this is a fantastic draw for Alcaraz.
Yeah, I mean, who else can even advance? Like, Manny, if you wanted to say the draw was fixed, this is what you would say. You would look at this section and be like, the French Open has decided they need Alcaraz to advance. So they gave him every possible best seed they could.
Okay, all right.
And they even like big names, right? They gave him like FAA, they gave him Shelton. Like those are some big names who
I
can't
still
actually.
think it's kind of fixed. So I'll back that thought. I was just giving Nadal as an example, but like I agree with you.
Like I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying like this is the example you would give. Like because this is just like it's a dream draw for the tournament in terms of names. Like there's a lot of names in this draw, but I mean Draper might be the second scariest guy. Draper might be a scare in round 2.
Yeah, I could see him giving Carlos a little trouble.
Especially because like
he'll gas out after a set though. He'll be like completely gassed.
I agree.
He can barely last 3 sets. How is he going to last 5?
It'll be cooler though, and I think you know what? I'm gonna fade that take slightly. I feel like Draper struggles more with the heat. I know Tony disagrees on this, but like, yeah, I don't think you're gonna see the dehydration issues. Like, I think he'll be okay.
I don't disagree. It's just that what I would say is, and I think I posted this in the thread. These guys are professionals with coaches, trying to compete to be the best in the world. Like, if there is a fitness issue, it's not a question of like, will that be fixed? It's when is it going to be fixed? And it's going to be sooner than later. It's not hard to fix that, like a fitness issue. You get on the treadmill and you run for 5 miles a day, and you do that for 2 months, or run 10.
So, that, Tony, but it's a question of will, right? Like this isn't a team sport where like the player has to do anything, right? Like the coach is hired by the player. If the player doesn't want to put in the work, they don't have to put in the work.
Well, yeah. So there's going to be guys like that. I don't think Draper doesn't seem like that kind of. Maybe he is.
But I'm just.
That's the exception, though. Like it's pretty tough. Maybe I mean it's not impossible. It's pretty tough to get to that level and not have that to have the willpower to do those things. There are obviously it does happen, but that's rare. Like it's not something that's very often where you've just got the super uber talented guy that doesn't want to work. I mean that's like a 1 in 100 if you take 100 guys that make it to that level.
Oh, Tony, I completely agree. I was just saying, like, you do have to kind of take that slightly into. And ironically, even with there being team sports, you have the 1 out of 100 in team sports who just don't want to work either and get away with it. So, like,
sure,
if you're good enough, it doesn't really matter. So,
yeah, I don't think I think he wants to work. I think he's just like.
But in that case, it should be pretty easy to fix, right? If he wants to run on the treadmill 5 miles a day, it's not a hard thing.
I don't think it's only a cardio issue. I think like it's like a lack of strength and like a lack of like willing to suffer, endure pain.
That's what you have coaches for. I mean, they'll fix that. It's not. I mean, they've got that stuff down to a science.
Like people are struggling physically, but it's like a tolerance issue, like a pain tolerance. Like I think that other guys struggle physically just as much as Draper do. It's just like, how is he able to endure that? Or
you endure it through repetition.
Draper actually does pretty well managing it. Like he'll vomit up like 5 times during the match, during the 3rd set, and then somehow win the set. Like
I told you, the time he threw up in the trash can, he played it like a perfect tiebreaker and then ran to the trash can and threw up.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to this quarter. I'm on nothing here. Like I think I actually kind of like Alcaraz, just not at that price, given the forearm issue, and like I kind of want to see what what how he looks in the first 2 rounds, especially the fact that he's probably gonna have to play Draper. I don't like Tsitsipas price is terrible. Rublev, like he's never proven he could win a quarter and make a semi, so I can't back him there. And then like these other guys, way too erratic. So I got no one. You?
For me, it's really tough because like when I did so I kind of did Piranha what you said you kind of have to do here. So I got Alcaraz with like a 40% chance to win this quarter, 40 to 45. Taking into account the injury, the fact that it still is winning 5 matches, so you like a guy can lose anybody on any given day. And like I don't know that he's that much big of a favorite against Tsitsipas or Rublev, even if he gets there. Like if he sleepwalks his way through 4 rounds, I don't know that he's that big of a favorite against Steph or Rublev. Like he hasn't shown anything in the past since Wimbledon that would indicate that he should be a massive favorite. So at minus 135, you got to think he's 55% likely to win the quarter. I don't have anywhere near there. Where I'm going with it is if one guy's using up 40% of the chance, though, to win the quarter, or 30, even if you want to say it's 30 or 35, it makes it really hard to back anybody else. Because, like, I think Steph is close. Like, I don't think that price is I'm not hitting it. But, like, because I love Steph, the player here, and I really want to fade Alcaraz, but that draw is brutal. So, not on Steph, but I think that price is close. I'm the same on Rublev. I don't think the price is terrible on Rublev. Just because, like, this draw is not like he should make it to that quarter. Like
Well,
he should.
he'd have to play Tsitsipas in the round of 16. So
right. So he's got to be okay. So he's got to be Tsitsipas and
Yeah.
Alcaraz, and he's and like I said, I'm not hitting it because I think he's too erratic. Like I need something low double digits. But like, if I don't like a guy who I think is 40% likely, 20% likely, and 10%, so 40, 20, and 10 for Alcaraz, Tsitsipas, Rublev, there's not much percentage left to split up against like 30 other guys. And I can't tell you who of these other 30 guys is particularly likely to get there. So, like, Arnaldi's been too all over the place lately. Fee, same thing.
It's a top heavy quarter, but like the rest of the quarter is terrible.
Yeah, Shelton not on clay. FAA not on clay or outdoors. Sonego, no. And then no on the rest of these guys.
FAA, I mean, who knows? Draper might retire. Alcaraz his forearm might get hurt. Tsitsipas might have like his sex might be too good with Badosa. Like, Rublev, like who
might get sick again.
Might get sick again. Exactly, and like
Killing umpire.
FAA has a cakewalk to the quarter. Like we've seen it before. Do you have any thoughts here? Any leans, Tony? In the third quarter?
Not really.
No.
I don't know. Maybe Humbert at 40 to 1. I would. I don't like anything there really.
He just lost in Lyon to who?
I know. I just had him in that match too.
Yeah.
He lost to
Kofer. He lost to Struff. He lost to Ruud in 3 sets and lost to Lajovic. Those are his losses on clay this year. Oh, he lost to that's it.
It's not the best.
So
Yeah.
Ruud.
I think Humbert's better on clay than people give him credit for, but I don't think he's very good.
That's what I think. Yeah, I think he's a little undervalued on clay, but I just don't think he's going to win it. He's not that good. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Last quarter here, we got Hubie Hurkacz and Mochizuki qualifier, Marina de Alboran and Nakashima. It's actually a pretty interesting first round match. Luca Van Asch and Denis Shapovalov. We got Mattia Bellucci, a qualifier, playing Francis Tiafoe. Alejandro Tabio, that's Tony's 125 to 1 pick to win the title. Against these Bergs. We got Jordan Thompson playing Maximilian Martyrer. Fabian Marjan will play qualifier Mikhail Kukushkin. Kovacevic will play Dimitrov. So that's the top 16 of the fourth quarter.
Man, I love Tabilo's draw here.
Me too.
I mean, Tabilo, I actually think he's the favorite. Tabilo's the favorite here to make the quarters.
I love Tabilo here. I
He's the
think
favorite.
I gotta hit it 11-1.
At 11-1.
I haven't done all the math out here. I haven't I've run any numbers on this, but I really like Tabilo there. I don't like Dimitrov in best of 5,
Me neither.
especially not the French Open. I just like he's older and like he's fit, but I don't know. In best of 5, I'd be really nervous there.
Although I think it's a good draw for him to get to Tabilo. So I feel like they're gonna play because like he has to be Kovacevic, and then like Marjan has been pretty bad, and like he's not gonna play long points. So physically, he's not gonna be tested in that match. Like Marjan might blow him off the court. That's possible, but if Dimitrov gets through, it's not gonna be a physical test.
Fine, but that's a third rounder. Like Dimitrov is the third round. Like I don't think it's a particularly good or bad draw for Dimitrov. Like his first 2 rounds, I guess they're not terrible, but for unseeded guys, like I mean, Marjan's one of the most dangerous unseeded floaters out there.
Agreed.
As long as Shevchenko's not in the draw, he's okay.
Yeah.
How does Shevchenko just dust Fabian twice in a row?
Yeah, that's very true. Very true.
And yeah, that top section, I got nothing, man. That Hubie TFO section, like, I got nothing, man. Like, I mean,
That's a disgusting.
like it's
a Moreno to Alboran rollover.
That's what I'm thinking. I really like the way Moreno de Alboran's playing. Also, like the problem is you can't actually execute on it, but like Shapo's not a terrible pick here. He's probably the best one of the best right now of those 8. The problem is he's probably going to be a favorite against all those guys, and you just don't want to back him as a favorite. But like,
I sure hope he's a dog against Tiafo.
oh, he might. That might be close to a pick. Because I definitely Shapo should be Tiafo.
Agreed. I love Tabilo here, man. Tabilo is awesome. I might have to join you on that 125-1. The fact that this like 16 is pretty easy.
I've got Tabio quarter finals, win it all, win the next tournament, win the calendar Grand Slam next year. Just all Tabio. No, I seriously, I think his price is just crazy the way he's. I mean, he's the level he showed. And no, I'm not. It's completely. He's got to repeat that, and he's got to repeat it over a bunch of 5-set matches. But there is a chance that he does maintain that level. If he does, then the price is ridiculously bad. I mean, it's not even close.
Yeah, it's a bad price. Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't run numbers yet here on this fourth quarter, but I've got to think, just looking at this draw, that Tabilo's got to be a pick here because it's just not a particularly brutal. Like it's a pretty good place to look at. Like it's Dimitrov in best of 5 is a nice hole. Again, Fabi is like, who knows if he gets there. Fabi's always scary, but he's always like just partially scary.
The problem is Sinner, right? Who's looming in that on the bottom.
Yeah, getting that his hip is no good, and you're just hoping.
Okay, all right. So let's go over this last section. So my favorite first round match by far is this Yari Mute. That's popcorn tennis. Like that's gonna be phenomenal. Like they played that.
It's just like spicy because of Mute being Mute. And the fans.
No, but they played that they don't like each other because they had that rematch that they had that match in Santiago this year.
Yeah.
Right. And like I just think, and that was 6-6. Like I think that this is a much more even match than like the rankings indicate. Like you said it before. Like Mute is a damn good tennis player.
Yeah,
he has the talent to beat Yari, and he showed it. He's already beat him. So I think that's a fantastic first round match. Shevchenko and Karatsev, Atmane and Offner. I saw that you placed a bet on that one already, right, Tony?
Not on that. I bet on. In fact, I think that was the strongest play I've looked at so far. Was not the Atmane Offner. The oh god, yeah. Go back up. My brain. Yeah, Mute. I took Mute +2 something. I forget what it was.
+2 It's got to be plus 2 games. That's got to be the spread.
No, plus 216 is the money line.
Oh,
on
that's
it.
the money line. Oh, wow, wow. Yeah,
Ooh,
I'd be all
okay.
over that.
Yeah, I took
Interesting.
plus
I got-
216.
I got to
All
see
right,
what.
we'll talk. I think that's one of the Sunday matches, so we'll
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
then Otmane Offner, Haide, who's been actually quietly pretty good. He'll play Sabita Baez, Cam Nori, and Pavel Kotov. That's a pretty good match, actually.
Yeah.
Rink and Murray, another scripted type of tennis
That's
match.
a lot better on paper than it is in real life.
Just start the fifth set.
Better, exactly.
They don't even have to
Just
play the
start the
first
fifth.
four.
Just play one set, exactly.
Yeah.
And then Geske and Koric, and Eubanks and Yannick Sinner. I really like Sinner's draw. Honestly, like if he's healthy, Yari and Tabilo are really the only two obstacles, right? Like he beats Dimitrov, down in hard courts in 2 out of 3. Like he's not going to be a threat here. So I really think Yari and Tabilo are legitimately the only threats.
If Sinner's playing even decently well, Yari's not a threat on altitude without altitude.
If he's playing legitimately well, probably Tabilo neither.
Yeah, but I would prefer Tabilo to Yari. I would prefer Tabilo to Yari. I think Tabilo's the second biggest threat to win this quarter.
Okay. And Sinner is
Like just look at the pro. Like I can't back Sinner because we have no idea what the body is.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, I guess maybe you could and you just fade it anyways. I don't know, like
I mean, what's his outright Sinner?
5-1.
Sinner for sure playing. Has there been any official word that he's fine? Because the last I heard, like a day ago, he wasn't sure. He is definitely playing. Yeah. I mean, it's never definite.
He's definitely still trying to play. There's various things. There's been like, oh, it feels better, but I don't know, like weird stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Like he didn't know. He wasn't sure. So, but that was like I think a day ago, maybe 2 days ago now.
That's what I had read. I mean, yeah, that's what I had read also. But like, yeah, who knows?
So, Brad, do you have Tabilo to make the final or Tabilo to just win the quarter, 11-1?
So I haven't run numbers yet, so I don't have him for anything right now because I gotta run some numbers on it. But okay. What is this to make the final?
50.
That's probably pretty close. I'd probably just take the 50 to make the final.
Because it would be Alcaraz or Tsitsipas most likely, or Rublev in third in the.
I mean, the scary one is if Alcaraz is actually fully good to go with the form, he's got to play Alcaraz. That's the scary one.
But like with Djokovic, who I feel like can work his way into the tournament, I don't feel that way with Alcaraz or Sinner. To be fair, like I don't view them as guys that get better as the tournament goes on. I view them match to match, and like because of their talent, they're deserved favorites, but not because of like building form. Whereas with Djokovic, like I think like he can build it.
The question with both those guys is what is their health status?
Exactly. So that's why it's really hard to bet because like we don't know. Like if they're fully healthy, then like realistically, they should win these quarters.
I do have Yannick news if it's I guess very recent. A direct quote from Yannick. I'm not worried about my hip anymore. The last tests we did were very positive. That's why I'm here. I said I would only come if the hip was in good shape. That was and then he also said fitness in general isn't perfect. I haven't played tennis in about 3 weeks, which is long before a Grand Slam. I just try to play day by day, he added. So his hip apparently is fine, but he's a little worried about his form or conditioning.
All right.
My issue, I mean, the problem is like his body breaks down already, right? So if he's already semi broken down, like I don't know, man.
Exactly.
Well, he'll have a good warm-up match with Seabanks anyway. You
Yeah,
have to worry about that.
that's true.
Yeah, especially on clay, like on grass or something, maybe he could serve his way
Yeah.
through play.
Yeah.
Match. All right, let's get into these first round matches. Anything else in the futures market catches your eye?
Did I tell you guys I like Tabio?
And like I might have something on Q4, and then like I ran stuff on Q3, but I can't see a way out of Q3, but I want to look at Q3. What is the aces? Ooh, the aces odds are fun. So Hamad, there's no price listed on Hamad to win something, but there's price listed for him to aces.
I know. What is that? It's
Did they put
ridiculous.
did they add it? Let me see. No.
Yeah, Pinnacle doesn't have it either. They don't have his first round matchup either.
Let me
You can just control F, I think. Search for him.
ooh, I like this. Djokovic, Zverev, Tsitsipas, and Tabilo all to win their quarter, 225 to 1.
It's like the trifecta.
Yeah, Rude.
That actually seems relatively reasonable. Just thinking through like because Tabilo's 11, Tsitsipas is 350. Like they're not screwing over as much as I thought they would on that.
No, they're not.
What if you just bet them all? Yeah, bet them all individually. You'd probably get a better price.
Yeah, they don't
It's not as bad as I thought it was.
Yeah.
they don't allow you to parlay on this book, but like
Unless you do their funky parlays.
yeah. But I'm gonna look at some of these. It's
Yeah, I'm generally with you, Piranha. Like I'll just bet them individually.
yeah.
Well, yeah, or at least, yeah, just look at the odds and compare. I would imagine those have to be worse than betting them individually.
They almost always are.
Yeah.
You can get Nadal. You can get Nadal to win most aces at 500 to 1. like I can guarantee there's a 0.0% chance of that happening.
Yeah. Wow, Paracard is 15 to 1.
Oh, jeez.
It's a lot of aces, right? Like
I kind of like Fritz at 9 to 1 to hit the most aces. Doesn't he get a lot of aces?
One at 9 to 1.
Yari, yeah. I'm probably gonna stay away. But.
Yeah, that just depends on how far you think they're going. That
Yeah.
kind of thing, that would be another one you'd
This
have
is,
to just
this is one of the
project out.
dumbest lines. Like I feel like you can hit these like to win a tournament without dropping a set. Like I would never hit that. It's so hard to win these tournaments.
Nadal did it a few times.
He has, but yeah. But you probably
Nadal 1 year and nobody got to 5 games in a set. That was impressive. That may be one of the most impressive tournaments ever, to beat everybody
100%.
to win every set 6-4 or better, 21 sets in a row.
But you probably didn't get a good line. I would be curious to see what that line was.
Well, I'm guessing books didn't offer that 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
That's another one where you would just bet Nadal in straights every match and probably get like twice as good, probably get twice the payout that they're offering.
Oh, these special
Yeah.
parlays. I read somewhere like for the NBA, it was looking at like NBA and NFL. They take the vig on that, Tony, is like 30%.
I completely believe it.
It's disgusting. Yeah. Like it's for same game parlays, because like the thing with the same game parlay, right, is like it's all related stuff. So there's no way for you as like a person to like decouple it.
Yeah, I would say with this stuff, the kind of caveat to it is that they are going to have some weak lines. So even though there's massive vig, there is probably like with that aces thing. You know, if you could run the simulations, I bet you there are plus EV plays there. You know, just based on the draw they have and how many matches you project them to win and things like that.
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're 100%. Yeah, the vig is insane. It's completely insane. Like if you're gonna bet those, you better have a very, very good reason why you're betting them.
Yeah.
All right, let's go over these matches. So we're gonna do the Sunday matches today. The first one is going to be, and these are bottom half matches. So the first one is Rublev versus Daniel. Rublev is an 8.5 game favorite, minus 2,000 on the money line, over under 29. Daniel is 10-1.
I'm gonna grab coffee. I don't really have anything to add to this one anyway, but I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds
right.
good. I'm not sure.
I'll play the over 8.5 at minus 210 in set one. I'm really disappointed that Bovada took away the over 9.5. That seems to be something they've permanently taken away, the over 9.5 in set one. But yeah. Also, the Rublev over 18. Yeah, see the problems is minus 150. That's not great.
Yeah. Daniel to win a set at plus 155.
Well, if he's gonna win a set, it's got to be the first one.
That's true. Good point. So
like 425
yeah,
set one is okay.
Yeah.
Like caveat, I haven't looked at any of these, so I can't really. I'm gonna have very general takes because I need to look at them and run a little more thought through them. But my initial take is I'll probably put over 8.5 in set one, and maybe some Taro set one money line. As far as the overall match spread goes, feels a little bit like Taro might be a good lean, but I don't know. I probably won't do anything with it. I'd probably just rather play what I said before, right? Like play the set one stuff.
Yeah, the set one is appetizing.
If set one is not competitive, then you're just screwed, right? Like
right. But if I don't like the 8.5 either, because if Taro wins that first set 7-6, like I think it can be like a 1, 2, and 4 kind of thing, 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 3, and then you get fucked that way too.
Yeah. I mean, 8.5 is a big spread. I tend to not love these big spread matches.
Not as big in best of 5. It's big, but it's not
no,
like
it is. I mean, he's got 3 sets to cover, but it's basically the equivalent of like a 5.5 or a 6 in a best of 3. It's big. Like you need 3, 3, and 3. Like if Taro gets beat 3, 3, and 4, he covers this.
True.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Taro is Taro. I don't know. Like I want to back Taro here, but I think the best way to do it is to back the first set.
I agree.
Either the over 8.5 games or maybe the set one money line at 425.
He lost to Darderi 5-6 in Lyon, but then he qualified, beating Fanslow and Chazal. Lost to RBA, beat Hughes Herbert, lost to Radu Albot, lost to Ugo Carbelli, lost to Greek Sport. I mean, it hasn't been particularly good for Daniel.
Yeah, the other problem is Taro is 3-15 in the last 4 years against top 20 opposition. The 3 wins are, you remember him beating Ruud in Acapulco when Ruud was just terrible and like getting off the off season. He beat Zverev last year in Miami when Zverev was still coming back from the knee injury. And he did beat Shelton this year in Auckland, which was a pretty good win. But in those, yeah, I mean, he could be live in set one, though. I mean, just based on how much Rublev struggles in set ones of tournaments.
Agreed. I think I'll sprint, but it's not even a full unit play. I think it's like 3/4 of a unit kind of thing. So
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty darn sure I'll take the over 8.5 games. Like I'd say I'm like 80% sure I'll take the over 8.5 games, and then the plus 425.
I'm gonna look for the over 9.5 in a different book.
8.5 on Penny is minus 115.
Whoa.
8.5 is minus 115.
Yeah, over 8.5. It's minus 115, and then plus 102 for the under.
No. I'm not saying that's not the spread. 8.5. That one.
No, I'm sorry. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Okay, no, I'm looking at the spread. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they have that. They probably do.
They should.
Uh, yeah, I'm not sure.
9.5 games in set one could be interesting. That's probably the more interesting one.
I was gonna say if that's a line, then like I would have to have you place that, and I would like Venmo you or something. Like
Wait, what was the bet you're thinking of? Over
over
what?
8.5 games in the first set.
Yeah,
Rublev
that is.
Nadal.
So that is the line. I think. First set. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at something different. Never mind.
Okay. All right. No worries.
I'm getting confused here. I have a
All right.
weird like skin of penny, so it's a different. I have like Asian odds up. It's got all this different stuff.
Okay. Next match, we got Pedro Martinez against Tarante. So Pedro is a 6-game favorite, minus 375 on the money line, over under 36. Tarante's plus 290. What's the Pedro minus 1.5 sets? Minus 190? Yeah. Not great. I don't
Toronto's
mind.
lost 5 matches. He's 0. He's one. No, that's not true. He's lost his last 5 matches. Fonsalo, Alves, Bagnis, Dardarian, Klein. So not like amazing competition either.
That's Tarante.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen Toronto play like twice. I don't watch enough South American
I'm
challengers.
leaning the over 3.5 sets. Like I like Pedro, but I find it hard to believe that he's gonna win in straights.
I'll give you some Toronto numbers here. 15 matches on clay.
Yeah.
You'd be down 8.2 units. So
Tony, do
absolutely.
they include challengers or not?
No, I don't include any
Okay, because he
challengers.
like Toronto plays a lot in challengers.
Yeah,
Or
this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
just main level or qualifiers.
Yeah.
So he's down 8.2 units over 15 matches. He is down 6 units on the spread. And his hold and return, his hold plus break is 94 over those 15 matches. His service points plus return points is 97. And his average competition is over that period is dead even. And then Pedro is at 101 for both hold and break and service return points one. His competition, exact same thing. He's played dead even competition over the course of the year, 17 matches. So Pedro's got the better numbers. Toronto's been terrible essentially, and Pedro's been slightly better than what he should be. Toronto does have, let's see, 2 matches in the last month. And he's got a 95 hold plus break, so pretty similar to his year totals. He was actually a average 2-game favorite in those 2 matches too. So actually that's really bad. He was a 4.5-game favorite against somebody and then a 1-game dog, and his hold plus break in those 2 matches is 95. So he's been really bad.
He has. Wow. Okay.
I think you said Brad, he's lost his last 5, did you say?
He has. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Klein, Dairy, Bagnis, Alves, and Fanslow.
Pedro, let's see. I have Pedro stats. I did kind of his wins and losses. He's beaten Pissarro, Facundo Diaz Acostas. He beat Fees, Altmaier, RBA, Gasquet, Rude, Kecmanovic. So he's got some legit wins. He's got loss. His losses are Baez, Hurkacz, Ferrer, Albot, Borges, Fees, and Seba. So he beat Fees and lost to Fees.
The question is, does Toronto win a set?
What are the odds?
The over 3.5 is minus 135.
So they're saying, what is that? 50.
Yeah, 57.
7, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. I'm wondering if how has Pedro done in slams?
I mean, just based on those stats, I would bet under, but I don't think I had a bet on that. Let's see.
The under seems interesting here at 36 to play the under. Because like these guys are not big servers, so it's like I feel like a 6-2 set or something like that is in play here. You have Pedro slam numbers?
So Pedro for his career at the French Open, 3-5. In French Open main draw. That's since 2019. So past since 2021, 1-3. Beat Quarter in straights, lost to Tsitsipas in the straights, Laxton in 4 sets, and last year in the first round of Greeks 4-5. Yeah, I mean,
I think
this
my
is
play.
close. I'm probably a no play here. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know, man. It's hard to trust these dudes like Pedro to win 3-0.
it is. It really is. So that's. But at the
Is it?
same time, with Toronto losing 5 in a row and like Pedro being pretty good this clay court season, like I don't.
But in 4 of those 5 matches, he won a set or went to a tiebreak.
I think I'm gonna play the under 36. I think that total is a couple games too high. But yeah. All right, next match here. Oh, this line is moved. Luca Nardi and Alexander Muller. Nardi's a 2.5 game dog plus 125 on the money line, over under 37.5, and Muller is minus 150. So I hit this immediately when it came out. I'm glad I did. I got it Muller minus 110, which I thought was a fantastic price. I put 2 units on it. Now I probably still lean Muller minus the 2.5. I would prefer to take that side than the Nardi side. But I'd be more hesitant, obviously. How about you guys?
I didn't even look at that match. Is that match on Sunday too?
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. Yeah, that price is 151, 136 on Penny now. So let's move. That's a huge move. What did you say it opened?
110.
Plus 110?
No,
Or
minus 110. Pure pick
uh,
'em for both.
yeah, it's still a huge move. I mean, that's 110 to 151
I think the
is
market has got that right, though.
that's almost 8%. That's a massive move.
It is. It
That's
is.
like about as big as they come. Yeah, just looking quickly at everything kind of lighting up from Muller, it looks like. So I'm gonna miss the boat on it though. Shoot, I don't know how I missed that match. But yeah, it looks like pretty much stats last year. Nardi's got 8 matches on clay. He's basically played even opponents. He's been a half game dog. Service points 1, return points 1, 97.
Okay.
Hold plus break 94. So terrible considering he's played even competition. Muller 16 matches. He's been an average 1.7 game dog. 99% service points return, service plus return points 1, and 100 hold plus break. Last month for Muller, 8 matches. He's been a 0.6 dog in those 8 matches. He's at 102 for service and return points 1 and 109 hold plus break. So been much, much better the last month than he was prior.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. 8 matches is as far as tennis goes, a pretty decent sample, especially for a month.
Yeah, I thought, I mean, I saw some of the match that he played with Kotov in Lyon, and I thought he played pretty well. I just thought like Kotov hit a bigger ball. Like he's a big hitter, Pavel. And like if he's firing, that's gonna be a tough match for Muller. But like not looking at this matchup, Nardi doesn't have that ability that Kotov has to hit through the court. like that. So I really like Muller. I think Muller is going to be able to dictate most of these points.
I think Nardi's like a pusher though either. Like Nardi's got some shots.
He's okay. I don't think clay is his best surface though. Whereas I think for Muller it is.
You think Nardi's better on? I think Nardi's more of an all quarter.
I'd say so. I kind of like the Muller -1.5 sets too at +115.
I'm probably gonna take another pass here. Like I think this is pretty. I think that I agree with you, man. I think at -110 you'd want to get with Muller, but
Yeah.
Nardi did beat Muller in a challenger recently.
Okay.
So I don't know that I really care, but I just wanted to mention it.
Yeah. I'm sorry you guys missed the boat.
Muller left-handed. I should know this, but I feel like he is for some reason.
Who?
Is Muller left-handed? I should know this, but I can't remember.
Oh, he's right-handed.
Okay. Yeah, I probably a pass.
Pass.
Right.
Pass for you, Tony.
I don't. It's Muller or pass. I just
Muller
don't
pass.
like that it moved so much. I might just wait, see if it comes back
Yeah, I
down
think
a
at
little.
-110 I'd be all over Muller is my answer to that. But I
Yeah,
like -110, man, I'd be all over. But I think the market's corrected that pretty well.
Yeah,
I,
they
s-
have. Yeah.
I saw you post. That was the first thing you posted, Manny, earlier too. That you love Muller at that price. I should have looked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nardi's beaten him twice on clay, once in a challenger and once in Monte Carlo qualifying. The challenger was in round was back in 2022. I don't really know that I care that much. I think it's not really a great stat, but I just wanted to mention.
Yeah, but the form for Muller recently has been really solid. So like I think that recent sample size is a more important metric here.
I tend to agree. I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah.
I just
And
wanted to call it
he
out.
lost his 2 match. Well, he lost to JJ Wolf, which is not good. And
Nardi actually last month, not too bad. He's only had 2 matches, but he's been a 2.3 game dog, and I mean he's at 99 service plus return, which is actually above
yeah.
what you would expect being almost a 2.5 game dog. So he's actually done better the last month, but Muller's like way ahead of where he should be.
Okay. All right, next match on Sunday, Ugo Humbert and Lorenzo Sonego. So Humbert is a 3.5 game favorite, -185 on the money line, over under 38. Sonego is +155. I really like the Ugo 3-1 here.
What's the price? 310. That's not a bad price.
+310. I like the over 3.5 sets as a parlay piece here. I think that's fantastic at -175. Might be good as a single, honestly. I think that's a good price. Those are probably my 2 plays here because like I think Ugo should win this, but like Sonego is a good guy to back as a dog, and he's flashy and he can find some crazy like purple patch like for a set, but he just won't be able to maintain that. That's who Sonego is.
Yeah.
So that would be my play, like Ugo to win the match, but like both players to win a set kind of play. Thoughts?
Yeah, I bet on Bear in this match. I guess I'll start from the last year. So Sonego in 19 matches. He's been an average 0.3 game favorite. So essentially he's played equal competition. Service points, return points, 199. Same with hold plus break. So not very good. A little below average. Humbert average 1.8 game favorite over 10 matches. He's at 102 service plus return points, which that's probably about what you'd expect as that type of favorite. And then he's 106.5 hold plus break. The shorter term data, though, let's see. It's worse for Sonego. So last 3 months, Sonego's 11 matches. He's been an average 0.1 game favorite. His serve and return is down to 94.5 for those 11 matches. And then if you zoom into the last month, he's been a 1 game dog and he's at 78 for his service, like just horrible. So he's gotten worse and worse as the years progressed. Ugo 3 month data is about the same as basically the same relative to his opponents. And then last month, Ugo has been worse too, but he's still at 96 serve plus return points as a half game fave. And that's only 2 matches. So I bet Ugo. I think it's mainly just because Sonego's numbers are like tailing off so badly that it came up for me. I think that was the main reason. Yep.
So in the last 4 years, Sonego's played in 29 Grand Slam matches. He's won or gone. He's either won the match or gone over that 38 game total in 25 of those 29 matches. The 4 matches he didn't, he got straight setted by Lloyd Harris, straight setted by Federer, straight setted by Nadal, and straight setted by Sinner. So I don't know if I put Bear in 3 of those 4 guys' levels. But yeah, he's not Federer, Nadal, or Sinner, or so. If you take those guys out, 25 out of 26, Sonego's either won or he's gone over that total. To your point, Manny, and I think it's because of that flashiness.
Yeah.
I feel like this is.
But I don't like the 38 because I think 6-2 sets are in play here.
He also lost to Humbert, right? I have that down as one of his losses. It must have been fairly recent.
Here last year, though.
Yeah, that was on clay last year in Monte Carlo, but that was a 3-setter. It was 5-7, 6-3, 6-1.
What is the over games for Sonego?
Oh, interesting. It's similar. It's 18.5, 19, and 19.5.
And what is Sonego plus a set and a half?
Minus 125. My favorite line here is the over 3.5 sets as a parlay piece. I absolutely love that.
You're individual. It's not that terribly juiced. I know, Manny, you don't play minus 175 as a rule of thumb, but I actually think minus 175 is kind of. Well, what's Sonego plus 2.5 sets? What's Sonego just to win a set?
Minus 325.
Yeah,
I much prefer the over 3.5 because I can't see Sonego winning this in straights.
I would say that except he did it to him here last year, but Humbert wasn't playing nearly as well. I don't know.
Yeah, the pinnacle price on over 3.5 sets is minus 161 to go over, plus 143 under. So they've got the median at about 152 on that.
Yeah, which is, the median here is basically the same. Bovada just juices up more than Penny, which Penny gives, I think, the fairest lines. So
yeah, it's just that's a huge difference. So if you're taking 175 versus
a huge difference, no doubt.
Huge.
Yeah, you can get Penny.
Yeah, I would.
There's your Penny advertisement.
No, it's more an advertisement to get a whole bunch of books in line. For me, that's just an auto no play. I don't care. I would have to be so sure that play had plus. I wouldn't even play it on that account because that's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You don't have to have a Pinnacle account. Just open 10 accounts. I'm sure you'd be amazed. Books have stale lines, or you'll just find these random lines that are just completely off, and it could be a book that has 20-cent spreads or 15-cent spreads like Bovada does, but they just randomly don't change a line on a game. I bet you if you went to find Alexandre Muller on some random book right now, Like he's still minus 115 on some book right now if you had 10 books.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's more my point. But you know, if Penny has that at a 150 median and you're going to pay 175, I mean, you have almost no
Brutal.
chance unless you're absolutely sure that the price should be, you know, above that 175. You'd have to be so sure.
Yeah. No, you're
I
absolutely
mean,
right. But I think in theory it's a good idea. But yeah, you're right. You're right, Tony. You'd want to look for a different book. But yeah.
yeah, it's just
Either that or the over games is a decent look there too. It is my take.
Oh, on the Bear Sonigo.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta look at it a little bit more, but and I hear you. Sonigo is playing about as badly as he's played in a long time, but the same thing could have been said going into the AO when he took Alcaraz to his, 4-set pretty tough match. So
I
I mean,
actually think Sonigo, like the time of match, like helps him because like in a in a 3-set match, he could just go away and just like play, 2 bad sets and he's done. But in a 3-set match, he can, like he can find his that purple patch. He has more time to find that purple patch,
yeah,
So all right, next match. Let's move on to Zhizhen Zhang and Alexander Vukic. So Zhang is a 5-game favorite, minus 300 over 37 is the over under here. And Vukic is a plus 240 dog. For me, it's a pure pass. I can't play Zhang matches when he's a favorite, but I also have a hard time betting the other guy when he's a favorite too. So for me, this is a pure pass. You guys
yeah,
have, huh?
let me, yeah, I didn't have a play on this, but let me pull up the stats. Zhang and Vukic.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just have to type the names in. Yeah, line on that right now on Penny is 262, 232. So they've got the median at 247 on that. What was the price on Bovada? 300 and what? What was the dog
Plus
price?
240. Plus 240.
So
so yeah,
there's an example, like that's better than the penny price if you liked Vukic.
yeah.
That's what will happen if you have 5 books or 10 books. They'll
Oh
just
yeah,
randomly, like you'll find one, always have one that's better than penny, or nearly always. So okay, I'm off that topic. Stats, Vukic last year, 12 matches. He's been an average 1.2 game dog. And let me pull up my other screen here. Sorry, average 1 game dog. He's at 98 service points, return points, 192 hold plus break. By the way, I kind of look more into this, when you see a divergence between those two, like when he's at 98 service points, return points, and 92 hold plus break, he's actually probably like running a little bit bad. Like he's not getting as many holds and breaks as he should, given that he's winning 98% of the points. Like those numbers should be pretty close. Um, Zhang, same thing, been a 1 game dog. He's got 18 matches over the last year. He's at 100 return points plus service points, so he's a little bit above where you'd expect. The main thing with Zhang, obviously, the shorter term data, it gets better and better. You get to the last month, he's got 5 matches, half a game dog in those. He's at 107 service return points. So he's been on fire.
yeah. He played
Vukic,
pretty well in Rome.
yeah. Yep, I saw a few of those matches. Yeah, and then Vukic's been pretty good too, though. He's been a 2.5 game dog the last month, 4 matches, and he's at 101. It's almost as impressive because that's a big difference being a 2.5 game dog versus a half game dog. And he's at
Yeah, it's
101.
weird because I wouldn't think Vukic would be any good on clay, but he's played pretty well on clay.
He beat Muller, Offner, Diego Mackey. He's lost to Navone, COC, Monfils, Rodionov, Tara Daniel, Felipe Malenge, Alves, Vera, Bublik. Zhang, let's see. Zhang's beaten Giron, Galan, Manarino, Shelton, Montero. And then he's got losses to Umber, Luka Van Asch, and Kecmanovic.
This is probably a really bad sign, but kind of tempted to take the over here too, man. Which seems really like bad given how much of a trend there's been towards unders at the French Open you just said, Tony. But I don't know. I don't like.
But Jang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. His last 9 matches have been straight sets.
Brad, I would bet you that under trend, like I said, I bet you if I remove like all the -6 and above favorites that we know are like crushing, that trend is gone. Like I would bet on it. Like I bet you it's the exact, because if like the underdogs are winning at these smaller spreads, which they are,
They
then
should just
those matches should be going over, right? Like not necessarily, but like in theory they should be.
Yeah,
Brad,
because
I'm actually leaning the under here at 30, under 37.
or what about the over 3.5 sets here as another parlay piece? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's I'm probably just gonna stay away the more I think about it. Like the problem is I just don't have any faith in Vukic on clay, man. And I know he's actually done like some decent stuff at times, but
Yeah. All right. Next match here. Laszlo Jiri and Daniel Altmaier. Ugh.
well, I wish I knew something about Jerry's health because he quit and we made fun of him and he quit because we thought he quit against Tsitsipas, but then he didn't play for a month. So like, is he hurt? Is he not hurt? Like, what's going on?
So that Tsitsipas match was Jiri's last match. He hasn't played since.
Yeah, I mean that's what Tennis Abstract says. I tend to trust them.
Yeah, I tend to trust him too. Um, but Altmaier has been really bad too, and like I don't want to back him as a 4-game favorite. To me, this is a pure stay away.
Um, um, I don't know.
Do you have
What's
any
Bovada got? What's the line on that on Bovada? I'm just curious.
plus
11.5?
155 for Jiri, minus 185 for Altmaier. Over under
Okay.
57.
I mean, so this is why it's crazy because like, I think in terms of just pure tennis, I think Jerry's the better player.
Agree. I agree.
Like, I mean, like this line to me makes no sense, but we have no idea what Jerry's health is. I'm tempted to take, yeah, I mean, I'm tempted to look at Dere plus with a spread because that way you're protected in case of a retirement.
Yeah, it's a good thought. I already bet this. I took Jerry. You know me, I just look at the stats and this is like should be flipped based on the stats I have.
No, Dere's the better player. I mean, the reason
Yeah.
you know why the line is the way it is because we don't know anything about Dere's health.
But
Yeah.
you have Altmaier struggling in your favor with playing this bet because like he's lost his last 4 matches to Carballes Baena, Nardi, Mochizuki, and Hubie.
Yeah, he's been
Uh,
terrible the last month.
yeah,
Stats
he's
are
been bad.
awful.
Right.
I mean, DeJar's got him beat, every last year. I mean, DeJar only has
Like, there's
one
no
match,
question
but
here as to
yeah.
who's better at tennis. This is all about Jared's fitness. So different books have different rules on retirements. Like I would make sure you protect yourself from a retirement, but otherwise I would back Jared here.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I should have done that instead of, I mean, it's plus 165 is the price. So it's like,
It's a good price. I just
yeah, I mean, you have the question mark, but yeah, I mean, he needs to win 38% of the time.
and you can't play the over under here because like this is another match that could go 4 or 5 sets.
I also I have these models for luck too, and they line up too for DeJar. I have I've like Altmaier is being marginally lucky and DeJar being marginally unlucky for like the
What
last
time
year.
period is that over, Tony?
Well, I do everything, but year and 3 months are the main ones
Yeah,
I look at.
I don't know how real or not real it is, but just from what I've heard, like just literally just from what I've heard and seen from people talking on Twitter,
Hmm.
like I've heard that Jerry's had problems for a long time winning matches he should have. I mean, he lost the 2 sets lead against Djokovic, and so when he had to try to close out, played significantly worse. I at some point, right? Like at some point, it becomes like a head issue. I've
Hmm.
definitely seen I don't know if it's luck or head, but I've definitely seen at least 3 or 4 matches in the past year where Dere just mentally lost the
You
match.
could argue he should have won the final against Zverev in Hamburg.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of matching in Dere. There's at least 4 to 5 matches that I would say Jerry should have won that I can think of that I've actually seen him play and gone, wow, Jerry should have won that match and he lost. Again, it's
Yeah,
hard to say because it's just anecdotal, Tony, and but at some it should take a much longer time, like your standard tennis. But at some point, I'll side with Manny's mental game here. So I don't know, man. Dare just seems like there's something wrong with Dare mentally.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree that that'll get in your head if you do that too many times. I mean, it's just like Sabalenka couldn't serve all of a
Yeah.
sudden. Like that, you'll see in baseball, like a guy where the catcher can't throw to second base or the second baseman can't throw to first. Like,
Or the
I mean,
pitcher literally can't throw a strike. Like Rick
yeah,
Ankiel just throw the ball wildly, like that. You couldn't even
yeah,
the catcher.
I also would be hesitant to fade Altmaier here just because like he beat Sinner here last year. You know, we got to remember that, and like fitness is never an issue with Altmaier. I think it's more like his game.
Yeah, I mean, what about getting with Jerry? So I guess in that case, well, if you like the Jerry side, you could also get with Jerry for the first set, and that shortens the finish line. That's another thought. If you're worried about fitness with Jerry,
Yeah, but you don't get as good of a line.
you never do, but yeah, you're still gonna get plus money though. Your percentage drops a few percent.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do, but like plus 125 is not good enough. Like if I had plus 145, I would.
yeah.
So you think that Altmaier is more than 50% likely to win the first set?
Um,
Penny's 128 on that, so that's pretty close on the
set one money line.
yeah. I mean,
I
125.
just don't trust the Jerry fitness and the fact that he hasn't played. I just can't play anything here.
Yeah, it's a really hard one to play. I get it. I'll
Hard.
probably play the Dere spread, the Dere plus Dere has a good serve. Like Dere's pretty good at holding serve, so
But
there's a
what's
little
actually
bit.
wrong with him? Like we don't even know what the injury was. If it's a shoulder, then he won't be serving well.
So, but you're also protected with a retirement. I mean, you get your money out if you get a retirement. Like there's a few different things here.
Yeah. Do they have rules on prize money for retirements?
They do. I think if you retire, I think you lose. You might lose. Either you lose half your money or maybe half your money. I don't know. I can't remember how it works, but yeah, there's some rules about it.
That's a reason, another reason not even to bet it, like you can't even bank on him getting the prize money,
Yeah.
So, all right, next match. Kei Nishikori against Gabriel Diallo. Ew. Nishikori is plus 220. Diallo is minus 275. I guess since Diallo qualified, there's no spreads or totals yet.
Has Nishikori not played since last year? I don't remember him playing. He got hurt.
Yeah, he hasn't played.
Yeah, I don't think I had any data on him. Yeah, I didn't even look at that just because I don't have a lineup yet.
Well, and like you're also looking at I mean, I have no idea how you judge Nishikori.
Yeah.
Like, how do you put any number on that?
He did play in Miami and he lost to Offner 3-4.
Oh, right. Yes, you're right. He did. I do remember that. Yeah. Okay, so one match in a year or 10 months. I mean, I guess you've got.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't want to back the guy he's playing either on clay. Gabriel Diallo, especially the fact it's on clay.
Diallo did qualify.
Fair.
I have no idea at all. Like, I have no idea how to cap this match.
Me neither.
Yeah, it's just a straight stay away for me.
Straight stay.
Yeah. It's also a stay away because, This is what it's one of those I get scared about because the market's got to know more than me, right? Like somebody's got to know what
Yeah.
Nishikori's health is.
All right, this one should be a fun one to discuss.
Sure.
Korda and Mayo. I'll let you guys go. I'm gonna step out just for a second. Just have to go about them.
I'm really tempted to back Mayo here to win a set. I'm not sure what the line is on that. I got to look up now myself. But that's my initial thought, man. I don't know. I feel like Korda, like, can Korda beat anybody 3-0? I don't know.
Yeah, he's I feel like he can actually. I feel like he's kind of hit or miss lately. Like he's
Well,
on
he
or
did
he's
Kino 1 and 2, and he beat
yeah.
up on Max Purcell, but I
I'm
mean,
kind of with you. I do like Mayo at games here.
yeah, I mean, I think Mayo in games, Mayo in sets, like, or maybe overs, like whatever kind of
Yeah.
floats out there. But they're all kind of the same thing. Like, there's not
Right.
a whole
Right.
lot of outcomes there that are 3-0 Mayo. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're
Mayo's
very
at home if that helps.
yeah,
The is the way there it is because there's a big gap in terms of the skill level between these players. Like Sebi's the better player, no doubt. It's just
well, you've got one guy, Mayo's significantly overperforming right now, and Korda significantly underperforming. I guess last month actually Korda's been okay, but like on the year, I mean I've got Mayo at 8 matches. He's been an average 1.1 game fave. He's at 106 serve and return points won. I'm not even going to read the hold and break. I just don't think I think serve and return points is the better stat.
I think it's more relevant too.
Yeah, and then Korda for the last year, he's 9 matches, 1 game fave. He's at 98.5. But for the last month, he's had 4 matches, half game favorite. He's at 102. So he had that flat. What was the match you just said? He won 6-2, 6-1, I think.
Fokina.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of skewing his 1 month stats quite a bit.
I just always get. I mean, I don't know, Manny. Fokina, you never know, right? Fokina, I've like that 6-1, 6-2 win for Fokina.
Yeah,
No,
scrap that match out. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you were to take that out, then Korda looks terrible. Well, yeah, pretty bad. Maybe not terrible, but pretty bad. I guess he won 3 with Medvedev, lost to Fritz in straights, Cavalli 3 sets, beat Purcell, lost to Barrere. Yeah, Sinner destroyed him.
What's Mayo plus 1.5 sets here?
2-1.
I like that.
Yeah, we're pro Mayo. I'm game. I mean, we're some version of Mayo here.
Me too. I mean, Brad, come on. We got minus 115 on the over 3.5 sets has to be GBM.
Yeah, you've got to think, right?
What's the price on that again?
Minus 115.
Wow. Okay, so penny on that. Over is minus 127 and
Whoa.
under is 113.
Yeah, the fact that Bovada has a sharper line on that, like then
not necessarily sharp, right? Just a different line. Like
you're better than the penny median, so you could play that blind and it's got value, like guaranteed value over the long term. There's no way Bovada would be sharper.
I heard you saying that as I was peeing. That like can Korda win any match in straight set?
Does that actually in this case? Does that mean like so is Penny taking more of a vig on that line than Bovada, or is it minus 127 plus 113?
Yeah, it's minus 127 plus 113.
Plus 113. Okay, then that's the answer. So okay,
just on average, like Penny's way sharper than Bovada. So anytime they're off of the penny median, it's going to be a plus EV play. So that play is automatically plus EV.
Yeah, we got to play that, Brad.
Yeah, I can play that. We can play that.
Right, I like that. I think I like that's the side. I mean I took Mayo games. I mean it's basically the same thing.
I think it's all it's pretty much all the same.
Yeah.
What do they have for the line on the games on Bovada?
6.5 is minus 125. Which amazes me because, like,
it's
again,
minus
like
113.
win 3-0. 6-4, 6-4, 6-4, like really in play here.
So there's an example, like if I'm betting on that site and you like Mayotte, like the line Penny has is -130. It's -113, 101 on that spread. So like that over 3.5 is infinitely better than taking the spread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, over 35.5, like, I feel like, do you think there's a chance of a 3-set over?
Oh, highly unlikely. That's 5-5 and 5.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, these guys are not that big of servers, I guess.
Korda's 74% holds over the last year on clay. Mayotte's 82.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
that's a
yeah.
Pretty high.
pretty high for Mayotte, but
There's a pretty big difference in the like Mayo's playing mostly qualies, whereas
yeah.
Sebi's playing draws. So like I wouldn't go saying that Mayo's a better player than Sebi.
No, I know. Yeah.
No.
No, I actually think Sebi could win three. Like I think he's the kind of guy. I don't know if he can hold it together for 3 sets, but you know, if he's on, he could.
He has a very low margin game. Like it's low over the net, pretty flat shots, so if he is like not firing at certain points, like it could be problematic.
No, but if he is firing, right? Like
I think it's unlikely that he's firing, like, let alone for a 2 out of 3 set match, for a 3 out of 5 set match. Like I think Korda wins. I just think, like, Mayo we can all find a set.
Yeah, I think he probably wins this set.
But like I don't know which set, so I don't really like the set 1 money line plus 230. I'd rather.
yeah, I think the over. I mean, I agree with you. I think that we can GBM that over 3.5 sets. GBM that is fine.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. We'll do that. Next match. Let me find it. It's gonna be the vomiting Jack Draper.
Oh, no line on this either. I don't think this.
Nope, no line on that. So we'll have to skip that one.
Plan?
The Jack Draper match. I don't see a line.
No, who's he playing?
Who is he playing? Oh, Jesper de Jong.
Okay.
I mean, I think that line is gonna be like what, 6.5, 7.5 in that range.
Probably.
Yeah. For me, it's very hard to play Draper as a favorite just because of that fitness concern.
Yeah.
You know. JJ Wolf and Alcaraz. I mean, JJ
Well,
Wolf.
this line, there's no reason to even look at this line. This line is just dumb.
It is. It is.
I mean, like, there's just this is again. I'll back Tony. Like once the thing is just so high here. Like, there's no reason to play anything here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it's lined. I would look. I mean, I always look at the games, but Carlos elects to return. So, but yeah, I can't imagine everything I have is gonna like Carlos there. I mean, JJ Wolf's been so bad.
He's been horrible.
Problem though, is, like, you really want to back Alcaraz, like first match back off of injury, like
No, and especially when he's returning first on a big spread. Those big spreads, it becomes more important to serve first.
And you actually want to back JJ Wolf in any capacity at all right now.
Yeah. Didn't he lose to someone like ranked 800 in the world or something recently?
He did, yeah.
Which is just pathetic.
I mean, you could like
he
one of
lost-
the crazy outlier bets here, Manny. Like the
What?
2-2 and 2 better. It'd be interesting to look at the 2-2 and 2 are better the any set to love.
I could see that. Didn't Wolf lose like 6-2, 6-1 today in qualies? Wasn't he in the?
Was it that lopsided?
I can't remember who smoked. Somebody smoked him.
Might not have been that bad, but I had a bet on him.
Yeah, it was
I'm
1 and 2 to Jesper de Jong.
embarrassed to say. Yeah, 1 and 2. Jeez.
I mean, I played de Jong today, but like
I bet Wolf.
I also played Patrick Kipson in the second round of qualies, and then Wolf beat him 3-3. Like,
I had Wolf plus
JJ Wolf
120.
lost a set to Peniston on clay. Like that basically says everything where Wolf is right now. You know?
Yeah, they can't make that line high enough.
Oh
But
yeah,
unless
exactly.
Carlos is playing like with one leg or something.
Yeah, he lost to
The
Schwarz.
problem, right? They
Schwarz-
had to take the line. I mean, like they basically run out of ways to get vig, and if they put Carlos out there at minus 10,000, like that's literally like the max they can almost put on a guy. It's actually a comical line. Like
That's why, like, when you're seeing these people look at the, what we said earlier about, oh, the underdogs do terrible at French Open. Well, it's like because of these types of matches, like they're never losing.
Right.
yeah,
Right.
but if they lose one,
That's true. It just hasn't happened. Like it's not happening that's the thing. Like if it happens 3 times, like all those stats go out the window, and underdogs are incredible to bet because now they're up like 70 units. You just filter those matches out. Like there's too much variance. Like I cut everything off at like usually like 400 or 500 for the. Otherwise, it's just you're just skewing your data at that point. There's no point in including
and at
it.
some point, like your vig becomes insane.
The
And if
VIG's
you're taking like
insane.
minus
Yeah.
1,000, minus 1,200, you're just opening yourself up to like all the random crap that can happen, like food poisoning, small
Yeah.
injuries. Like that's like then you have to like at that point, like at minus 300 or 400, you don't have to worry about that. But at minus 1,000, you got to start worrying about that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's when you start getting into, a 10% win rate and they're like 1 or 2% of the time something like that's going to happen. That's very significant.
Yeah.
Next match is Hubie against Mochizuki, but there's no lineup because Mochi is a qualifier. Next match will be Moreno de Alboran and Nakashima. This is an interesting match, actually. Moreno de Alboran is a 3-game dog, plus 140 in the money line, over under 39. Nakashima is minus 170. I kind of like Moreno de Alboran here, honestly.
Yeah, I looked at this. I think I wanted to play Nakashima, but I ended up passing it. But it was mainly because I have Nakashima just being extremely unlucky and like extremely, extremely unlucky in the last year. I can stats wise, last year I'm just going to call him NMDA. He's 12 matches. He's been a 0.7 game underdog. His service points, return points are at 103. Nakashima, 13 matches last year, 2-game favorite in those. He's at 105. So just on that, like NMDA's outperformed a little bit more, I'd say. Well, it's about the same, actually.
But both guys have been much better recently.
Yeah, so last month for NMDA, he's all matches. He's been basically a pick for those matches, and he's at 103 service return points, so way above where he should be. Nakashima, 2.7 game favorite, 3 matches in the last month, and he's at 103 too, 103 and a half. So Nakashima, NMDA's got the better month stat, like he's outperforming a little bit more. Nakashima's about where he should be.
What about the strength of competition?
Well, Nakashima, 2.7 game favorite in the last month in those 3 matches. If you go out to 3 months, he's a 2-game favorite and he's at 105 for his service points, return points. For NMDA, he's basically played even competition for the last month, and he's at 103. If you go out to 3 months, he's got 12 matches. He's been a 0.7 game underdog, and he's at 103 in those. So
I mean, for what it's worth, Nakashima's beaten Navone, Pedro,
Rublev, Evans.
Rublev, and then he's beaten a few other like ATP Tour guys. Like I know Dan Evans isn't playing right now, but he's an ATP Tour level guy. Yoshi's an ATP Tour level guy. I know again he's not playing well right now, and it was retirement, but like he's got a few wins. Moreno de Alboran hasn't beaten anybody. Like all his wins are against like really weak competition. I mean, his best win is maybe Varias, who hasn't been playing well at all recently. Goffin, like, I guess he beat Acosta in Marrakech, but that was after Marrakech was coming over from South America after that run in South America.
Yeah.
I think Nico's really like, I've bet Nico and won at least 2 or 3 times in the past, like recently. I lost when I bet him against Bodic, but like my point of all this is like I think Nico's like good to bet against like weaker guys, but just Nico's game, like he doesn't really do very much. I don't know if he's got enough weapons to beat Nakashima.
Does
Yeah.
Nakashima have weapons to beat Miranda Dahlbron?
Yeah, I mean Nakashima has a serve and a forehand at least.
Yeah, I ended up passing. I would lean Nakashima, I think. I had a pretty strong lean towards him, but I didn't bet it.
This is a good parlay piece for over 3.5 sets, though. Minus 185. Like, I think I'm gonna put that with the Umber Sonigo and the Zhang Vukic.
Do you want the penny price on that or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm curious what the
Okay.
penny price is.
Yeah, it's 164, 145. So they've got the median basically at 155. So you're paying a ton there.
Yeah.
What do they have?
I'll look at other books I have too.
What's Oh, you've got it up on the screen. What's the total? What do they have for the price? They 39, 115.
39, yep.
Okay. Yeah, the penny's 39. I got 107, 105.
I definitely lean over here rather than under.
Yeah, penny's got a very slight lean to the over there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah, interesting match, but all right.
Oh.
Next guys are it's Piranha's 125 to 1 futures. It's Tabilo.
Oh geez, I didn't even look. Do they have a line on that? Let's see. No.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, okay, I didn't get it yet.
minus 225 against Zizou Bergs. Zizou Bergs is plus 185. I mean, Zizou Bergs is dangerous. I don't think he has the quality to beat Tabilo over 3 out of 5 sets. But like Bergs has the game to trouble anyone. We saw him trouble Nadal and Rome for a set. The guy has talent. So I do think he wins a set here. And like, how has Tabilo done in slams? Like, I know we talked him up like when we were previewing the draw, but I think like we got to view his performance in slams. So in Australia,
I just that I trust Zizou to physically get through it. I know he's had issues in the past with physicality, Zizou.
yeah, I hear you.
That'd be my concern with Zizou. Yeah.
So,
But he's been pretty good the past month or so. Now, most of that's American clay challengers, but he has been good.
I would like the LWWW here. If you get a line like that, like that would be my lean.
Yeah.
Yeah, Berg's stats are really inflated just because he crushed in qualies, it looks like. He was an average 4.3 game fave in qualies and won 111 service plus return points.
And that makes a ton of sense. Like he's yeah, he's one of like the better guys in a quality tournament because he's probably in the top 100 in the world on clay from just a pure tennis game perspective.
Yeah.
But I think the physicality issues really hold him back.
Last year on clay, 14 matches. He's at 103.5 for service point, return points won, and that's as a average 0.1 game favorite. So basically against even. So he's outperformed. But if you took out those 3 quali matches, that would probably drop way down. But yeah, he's obviously Tabio. You don't even need to read. He's way above where he should be lately. Tabio's year stats are not nearly as impressive. He's got 19 matches on the year, and he's at 102 service points plus return points won, and he's been a half game favorite average. But you get to the last month, obviously, and his numbers are pretty crazy.
He just looks like he's a really good tennis player. Like Manny and I watched him a little bit in Miami. He almost beat Dimitrov.
Mm-hmm.
He did really freaking well for 2 sets, and then he was up 5-2 in the tiebreak, and Dimitrov did well and came back, and then
You're really solid on all wings. The thing is that like he's not bad mentally, I would say, but he's just like not good either. Right?
He has a psychologist, doesn't he? I heard that on the
Like that. Yeah.
broadcast. Well, that's good. That's a good thing that he's.
Yeah. He's
But,
really, like he doesn't have much slam data because like he's always either played qualifying or
yeah, I
just,
mean, he's a new kid on the block.
yeah, he is. He
What
really
is the
is.
spread here, Manny?
What?
What is the spread here?
There's no spread up yet.
I mean, I'm really tempted to back to below minus 225.
Yeah, I'm probably going to end up on that, I would say. I haven't seen the penny line yet, but very likely I'll be on it.
Especially because of Zizou's like physicality issues, generally speaking.
I'm probably going to play the Tabilo 3-1 at plus 290.
I had no idea until I saw him play Zverev. He beat Djokovic, and I just figured, whatever, Djokovic is off. And then, you watch that Zverev match. Who did he play? But I saw the one before Zverev, too, and he was really good. Oh, Zhang? Was it Zhang? I forget.
He also beat Kachanov. I was actually more impressed with the Kachanov win.
I didn't see that one. I saw Zhang and I saw Zverev. The
Like
Zverev
to win that, like mental, that was his best mental performance.
Was it? Oh, that was the 2 tiebreak. That's
the 2
right.
tiebreaks, yeah.
Like the 10-8, 10-8, he won one.
And the 12-10.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but I was sweating the scoreboard. But yeah. But man, he was so good against Zverev for a set and a half.
Oh, that first set, he hit a purple patch. Like that was amazing.
Yeah, and
it's really good.
That's like peak Zverev too. Like Zverev's playing top of his game too. That maybe
found more a little later, but like if Tabilo plays at that level for the entire tournament, like he could win.
He's done this, right? He won the tournament. He won the warm-up tournament for Australia already this year. It was hard, but I think he won one of those warm-up tournaments. Like he's had a couple of really good weeks.
He has.
Like I think there's something there. I think he's just a good tennis player at this point.
Agreed.
Yeah. Sounds like there might be some mental issue. It was just very strange how it was almost like it was a different player when the tiebreak started.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden there was no pace on any of his balls.
He just got tentative. He just got really tentative.
You think? I was thinking he must be injured or he must be tired or like
what? He just got tight. Like winning was like really close within his grasp and like.
Well, that scares me.
Started decelerating. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's a good player, and he's not like 99% of the tour would have problems with that. Like most players play better when they're behind than when they're up. It's just like that psychology of winning. Like when victory is near, you get like tight.
Well, I can see it against Zverev in the finals of a Masters.
Yeah, it's a huge match, and it's like he's never been in that position when Zverev has, and it's like you kind of need to pay your dues almost.
Yeah, it doesn't worry me like in this match. It just worries me, trying to win a French Open. That's probably not going to happen if you have that issue. You're
getting 125 to 1, so it's about the price, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe
next match is Thompson and Martyrer. So Thompson is a 2-game favorite, minus 145 on the money line, over under 38. Martyr is plus 220. I mean, I've been a victim or of backing Thompson multiple occasions in this clay court. He's not good on clay. I'm not gonna say he is, but I feel like he's kind of undervalued on clay. Am I looking too much into that Munar win in Barcelona?
No, I mean Thompson's like he used to just be like the other thing I would say is that like he used to just be a fast court player. He used to really only be grass, right? And we've seen him play better now on slow hard courts. Like he won Los Cabos, right? And he put in a really, really good performance there. Like I think
Yeah.
he's matured a lot too. Like he whines a lot during the matches, but he does actually compete pretty well in terms of like, if he plays the points. Martyr has not won a main level match since last October. So it's been 8 months. It's been 7 months. And this has come up on every single broadcast. He's lost his last. Counting them up. 7, 8, 9. He's lost these last 10 main draw level matches, Martyr.
He's won a few qualies, right?
He's won some and he's won some challengers, but he's lost his last 10 ATP main level matches.
And
Yeah,
I love the Thompson money line here, just because even if Martyr gets near the finish line,
but
I think he's going to struggle. When he was up 5-2 against FAA in the third, in Munich, he completely fell apart.
yeah,
it had
and Thompson, I mean, his only wins, I mean, we can scrap the Houston tournament, but like his only win on clay was against Munar in Barcelona. But his losses were to Rude, Kotov, and Montero, which is really not much to like be ashamed of. The Kotov was 7-5 in the third. Montero, let's be honest, he's actually been quite good recently. So like I don't think you can really like dock him points because of that. And Casper Ruud, I mean, that speaks for itself.
Yeah, so my take here is that I think in terms of like tennis skills, I think this is actually pretty well set. Because like I think Thompson's like, and I think that's why the line is what it is, but I don't know. And maybe I don't know if this is smart or not, but given that Martyr's last has lost 10 at ATP main level, I've got to think there's something. If Thompson gets close to the finish line, or if Martyr gets close to the finish line, I'm not convinced he can close it out. I've got to think at some point that gets in your head.
Yeah. Do you prefer the Thompson like -1.5 sets at +115 or
I think money line because I don't think Martyr. If Martyr's going to choke, it's going to be at the very end when victory's right there.
I mean, if that's the case, why not live bet it? Take Thompson
Yeah, it's
live.
probably a better move if you want to play it. But
I'm
Thompson
on.
is just like I don't think you're like I don't think it's a bad bet to take Thompson here. I think you're just giving up your like it's probably pretty accurate. If I was like maybe I've got this at like 2.5 and not 2, but
Yeah, I mean, if Martyr gets up a set or a set and a break, you're going to get a huge price.
yeah,
I'm on. I
that's
took Martyr. I have Martyr's numbers. I have Thompson's numbers is terrible. I mean, so just the last month, I know these aren't main level, but Martyr has played 3 matches in the last month and won 2 of them, I believe. He's in those matches, he's been a pick'em basically. He's got 102 service points, return points won, so he's above what he should be in those 3 matches, even though they're not main level. Thompson, 2 matches in the last month. Well, he's been a 2.3 game dog in those. His service point return points is 92. If you go out on Thompson, go out to 3 months, he's been an average 1.8 game dog. He's at 95 service points, return points. If you go out to a year, he's got 1 more match. He's 96 on the year. For Martyr on the year, he's at 98 service points, return point. So it basically goes with what you're saying, Brad. If he's losing all these matches and he's got like much better stats than Thompson, he must be like choking or getting very unlucky. But
and actually the FA match is a combination of both. Like he choked. I think he made 1 out of 6 first serves when he was serving for the match at 5-3. He was up 5-2. He served for the match at 5-3, and he made like 1 out of 6 first serves. That said, he had a match point, and FAA hit a line. So like in that particular match, it was actually both. Like it was like,
Yeah.
like he choked it,
I
and
mean, when
FAA
you're on that kind of losing streak, you just like have no confidence, and like winning matches is so hard. Like that's why it was so hard for like Kachin to win a match when he was on that like what 10 match losing streak.
I guess the questions are twofold here. Is the one like, does he differentiate between qualies and main draw? Right?
Right.
Like maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. And then second, I guess like the challenge is like again because it's all qualities. If you're looking at like, especially the clay data, his qualities, the 2 wins you're talking about, Tony, they were against Andrea Piccione, who is ranked like 4th in the world, was a qualities wild card, and then Gasquet.
Right. Yeah, it's just Thompson isn't really anything more impressive here with his
No, it's truly a matter like this is all about Martyr. Like
I mean, it is a little more impressive, I guess. He beat, like you said, he beat Munar, and then his 3 losses aren't bad at all. Rude, Kotov, and Montero.
Like I get where the line comes from. The question is like, am I gonna play this on like a mental game aspect of a choke? But I think I kind of like Tony where you're going with this. Like like rather than try to play this line now, like see what happens with Martyr, and if he goes up a set, then get a much better price. And if Thompson wins it going away, then okay, I miss a chance to hit like a -145. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, you're gonna get like over plus 200, I think, if Martyr goes up set 250 maybe.
Good point.
Yeah, I have Martyr as being very unlucky, like extremely unlucky, which, maybe it's choking, combination of both, whatever it is. But I've got that.
But we talk about this all the time, Tony. Like, is the sample size big enough where you think that the
Yes.
luck is a coincidence, or it's
Oh yeah, it's definitely. I mean, that's kind of built into the models. The numbers I'm looking at are significant enough.
okay?
I mean, it's not. I forget the match we just went by. We had somebody that had crazy bad luck. Like Martyr has been, it's kind of in the middle of like what would be playable and unplayable. He's kind of in the middle of that. He's not on the high end, not on the low end.
Okay. Next match, Marjan versus Kukushkin. I got no interest in this. Not with Marjan being a 500.
Kukushkin's the best. I was at a Kukushkin match many years ago. Man, this is like 6-7 years ago now, which tells you that Kukushkin's an old player. And they had this cheer for him. That was one guy in the crowd asked, "Who is the best?" And I go, "Kukushkin's the best." Like you go to these matches, Manny knows. We have been enough matches together now. Like some of these fans have amazing like organic cheers. Like the French fans are great at it. The South American fans are fantastic. Honestly, everything but like American fans.
One of the best atmospheres we've been to, probably in any sporting event, was the match we were in Miami, Yari versus Seabuck Welch.
Oh, that was incredible. It was Chile versus Brazil in Miami.
Man, yeah,
in Miami.
And
it
was a very intimate court. It was at Buckholz, which is super intimate. So.
I would love to do that. I've never even seen a tennis match. That's not true. I went to the U.S. Open. Sorry, I'm forgetting. I went there one year and saw some, but that was before I was really into tennis. But that is the kind of match I would love to go see, where
it was
like
amazing.
the crowd
was
is just
saying
pumped.
it was the best like atmosphere because it was so unscripted. It was just like organic joy from like
I would love
fans, and just
it was intimate. It was an outer court. It was like a semi-outer court. It was Buckholz. It was like the 4th court of Miami. So there's no jumbotron. There's no like screen. There's no like announcer, right? Like everything's just
When I stream my matches, I do them without commentary. So it's just like I try to find one. I usually always can where there's just no commentary and there's no commercials. It's so much better because all you're seeing is the tennis and you're hearing everything. You're hearing the players on the changeovers. You're hearing the crowd. You're hearing the coaches. it's awesome for, sweating matches as
Oh, the
opposed.
players, listening to the players is great too.
Yeah, but
Back
those
to the
kind.
and I have no idea. Kukushin qualified, right?
He did.
Yeah,
But he's limited. I mean, he's been better as of late on the challenger circuit. And he did qualify, obviously, but like I don't know, Marjan just like has so much more talent.
I mean, he's got his ranking back in the top 150, Kukushkin.
what's going on with Fabian though? How does he lose to
True.
Shevchenko twice?
That is true.
I mean, he's just all over the place, right? Like one day could be great, one day could be terrible. I'm tempted to back like a Kukushkin set one. I don't know if Kukushkin has any more in him to go 5 sets, but I'm tempted to back a Kukushkin set one.
I think Kukushkin can win a set. Over 3.5 at -120 seems appetizing. Like Marjan is too erratic to win in straight sets. And Kukushkin, he'll make balls. He's
Man, when he plays well, like when he plays well, he can just absolutely steamroll you. You know, we've seen him do
Sure.
it. Like,
what's
and I
how
think
does
Kukushkin is
Marjan do in slams?
what?
How does Marjan do in slams?
It's gonna be limited data, but we can look.
I mean, I know he made third round in Australia. He lost to Fritz.
Australia, second round US Open.
But did he lose sets in those first couple matches in Australia?
He somehow lost a set to Marin Cilic.
Exactly. That's the point. Like if you're losing a set to Marin Cilic, he's probably going to lose a set to Kukushkin. He beats
I don't know.
Cerundolo in straights, but
I don't know, man. I don't know if Kukushkin goes down a set, I'm not really sure what. I don't know. It could be. I feel like it could go bad.
I got to run to the bathroom. I like Kukushkin here. I'm not sure games or money line yet, but yeah, I got. Yeah, Fabian's numbers are atrocious. I mean, really, really bad. Yeah, you'd be down 6 units in 7 plays betting on him this year. His spread, he's down 6 units. He's got a hold plus break of 93 on the year, and it's 75 over the last month playing Shevchenko. 90 over the last 3 months over 5 matches. I mean, he's just been awful. I don't know what's going on. All right, I'll be right back though. I gotta run the bathroom.
All right. More did I think about it? I mean, I might have to back Kukushkin in some capacity. Like either for him to win a set or set one money line or something.
Yeah, Kukushin's lost his last 7 best-of-5 matches. And
Yeah, I don't want to
Greg
back. I don't want to back him to win. I just want to back him to like win a set.
Yeah. I just feel like if he's gonna win the match, he's got to win the first set.
I'm not so sure about that. I think he could win the second too.
What wins does Fabian have other than Alcaraz on clay that are like
Of note.
no, serious, like I'm being serious.
Yeah.
He beat Karatsev, Luka Banash.
Not impressive. Karatsev should have won that match. He was up like the first set. He was up. I think. I think he had 14 set points in the first set. Karatsev against Marjan.
Wow.
First set money line.
That's right.
14 set points. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's brutal. I remember that now.
And I was like checking my phone constantly for the scores. And I was like, oh, set point number 9. Like he's got to do it this time. And then like, nope, 13 set points later, he blows it. Like
he's beaten nobody. He's beaten Karatsev like that. Who else has he beaten?
That might be pain of the year, Brad.
yeah, I think it was literally like 14. It was something insane. It was 13 or 14 set points. It was ridiculous.
Luka Banash retired, I assume, against him, it looks like. So he has 1 win on clay. He's beaten
1-4, 2 losses to Chevy. The problem is these losses, 2 losses to Chevy, a loss to Cerundolo, a loss to Diaz Acosta. and then I went over Karatsev, and that's it.
I mean,
It sucks because part of the problem is if these guys lose early, they just don't get very many matches.
I mean,
yeah,
most of his wins on clay happened last year in one tournament in Rome, where he beat Mute, Lechka, and Alcaraz before losing in 3 to Coric. Last year, he failed to qualify Roland Garros, losing to
He's just tough. Like I think, like that's why I think you got to get with with Kukushkin here in some capacity, because
I'm on
like
Kukushkin here.
Marjan, like he can be great. Like he's gotten he's got like he beat Demonor, and like I watched the Demonor match, and he just outplayed Demonor in a hardcore.
Yeah. Oh, I've
he out-
seen him play great.
Yeah, like he's capable.
and he was
But-
fantastic in Indian Wells in Miami this year.
Yeah, but I don't know that I can. But man, minus 500, I don't love that. Yeah, I'm with Kukushkin. Probably set one, but I can see playing something else too.
I'm probably just going to be more conservative. I'm going to play him to over 3.5 sets at minus 120.
Makes sense.
I'll do.
I'll probably end up on the games for Kukushin, I think.
So we'll in different capacities. So that means
Yeah.
Marathon's 3-0.
I mean, he's capable, but I don't know this.
I mean, it could be like 4-4-2 or 4-2-2. It could be absolute beatdown.
Could something? I think there's got to be something wrong with him. I mean, I don't know. He is very streaky, but
All right,
yeah, I don't know.
we got 5 more matches to go through. Kovacevic and Dimitrov. So Kovacevic is a 6-game dog. Plus 475 on the money line, over under 35. Dimitrov minus 700.
I missed that. There must not have been a line on it. Let me take a look. Yeah, I'm looking. I can read off the stats. This is the first time I'm looking at him. Kovacevic, or Kovacevic, I don't know how you pronounce the name, but 11 matches in the last year. He's been a 1-game dog. He's at 99 return and service points, so basically where you'd expect him to be. Last month he is at 4 matches, 1.8 game favorite, and he's at 99. So he's underperforming the last month. Dimitrov, 12 matches last year, 3-game favorite. He's at 104 service return points. Last month, same thing, 3-game favorite, and he's at 102.6.
So here's my problem. Kovacevic is 5-7 in clay matches in 2024, at least that I can see. I'm pretty sure that's the right stat. 5-7. The problem is 4 of those came at altitude, and 1 of those came in Houston. Or sorry, 4 of those. Yeah, 4. Yeah, correct. 4 at altitude and 1 in Houston. So I don't know, man. He's 0-3 at sea level or 0-4 at sea level on European clay, and he's lost to Albot, Hamad, Vachero, and Pissarro. Oh, he also lost a challenger to sorry, not Hamad. Sorry, Radu, Albot, Vachero, Pissarro, and Matteo Martino. I don't see how he's.
Martino is a bad loss, but Pissarro actually isn't.
I don't know. I mean, Pissarro.
Vachero has actually been pretty good. Medvedev. Vachero has actually been decent. Not
okay,
good.
but like they're not terrible losses for like a borderline challenger level player, but like this is a big step up.
Yes. Okay.
And like if he can't beat Francesco Pissarro, Vachero, Albot, or Martino at sea level, if he's 0-4 at sea level, like how's he gonna even be competitive with Dimitrov?
How was Dimitrov done in first rounds of slams?
That was gonna be the question that I was gonna ask. You beat me to it.
I'd
That's my
imagine
question.
pretty good. I don't remember him getting up.
Yeah, but is I probably pretty good, but is he losing sets? Is he like
Yeah, I don't know.
no? That's
I'm,
I
I'm,
don't
I'm,
know. Yeah.
I'll get you an answer.
yeah. We'll
Luckily,
get
it's a filter for this stuff.
Yeah, I have it all. My Excel. I need a new computer. If I try to filter that, it'll
so
take
he's
forever.
39-14 in first rounds of slams.
He's 11-2, 11-2 in first round since 2021. One loss was a retirement to your own. Actually, both losses were retirement. So if you take out retirements, he's the last time he's actually been beaten in the first round of a slam is Mute at 2019 Wimbledon.
Yeah, but
in
his
the 11
last two were long match. Fušović 4 sets and
Yeah,
Molchan.
but but Fušović, that's fine. Like I actually bet Fušović to win the first set of that one. Like that was not that surprising.
Okay.
It's mostly straight set wins. The guys that have taken a set off him since 2021 in a first round are Verdasco at Wimbledon, which is not ideal. Lehechka at Australian Open, which is, I guess, a little younger. He wasn't that good back then.
Molchan.
Two that you mentioned, Molchan and Fušović. I don't know, man. I'm really not high on Kovacevic at sea level. Like it makes sense why he would struggle at sea level clay. Like his game is so like it's like big serve, big forehand. He's just not made for slow clay.
Yeah.
He's a massive like any backhand to backhand rally, he's screwed.
He is.
This feels like one of those where you should just bet Dimitrov minus 600 and call it a day. Like what are the chances of losing? Like are there
Yeah,
really
that's probably.
are the chances of losing really?
What is minus 1.5 sets? You could be a little more aggressive. What is minus? Because I really don't like Dimitrov if he goes to a fifth set.
That's
Like what 1.5 sets?
260
-325.
or
Like that's if you want to be like if you don't mind being super conservative, but you can be a little less conservative, go with that.
yeah, it's 260 on Penny. 260 to 226.
A lot of juice.
Yeah, I mean the minus 260 for minus 1.5 sets seems pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good.
I would
That
rather
is a
play.
good point because if that set went, I mean, if that match went through a fifth set, like there's something probably wrong at that point with Dimitrov on that day. So I like that logic. Like I think the 1.5 is a way better bet when you think of it like that.
I
Like if I
like.
think,
I
yeah,
prefer the under 20 for Dimitrov at -125.
Well, that's basically 3-0.
But you can get 7-5. Like I feel like
yeah, you can get 1-7,
yeah,
right?
right.
You well, you
I
push.
think that's basically taking
No, you
you're
win.
taking like the question we're all with Dimitrov here. The question is, do you take him with 3-0 at something close to even money, or do you take the more conservative route and go with the minus a set and a half at minus 260?
Or you could
And yeah, you're right,
go
man. You go under 20, you could go the 3-0. They're probably gonna be pretty similar prices.
go -6.
You go minus 6 games, they're all kind of
Yeah.
the same.
I think that's where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with the -6.
I think the minus 6 is probably a pretty good look too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would probably be what I'd normally play. I kind of like your -1.5 sets. I really think that never goes to 5 unless there's something like wrong with Dimitrov that day. So like, and I just the chance like that's where I think his losses come within the money line. So it almost like
Yeah,
eliminates
he's
those.
only gone 5 like twice in the first round. Molchan and Mute.
And I mean, these guys like once you get it to that like that level, these guys don't want to be playing 5-set match. Like they know this is going to be a long tournament. They want to get rid of these guys as quickly as they can.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like they're not letting up. Like they're there to get them off the court as fast as they can.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, next match, my favorite, Yari and Mute. Um So I know Brad, Tony, you hit the Mute money line at +200. What's your logic?
Yeah, that was my, I think, strongest play. I have Jari as being like crazy lucky over the last year on clay.
Okay.
And then just even stats wise, like, so to me, Jari is like a poor man's like Hurkacz to me on clay. I got to watch a lot of Jari this like this stretch here where he's been playing well. He looks like he looks like Hurkacz for a set, but then he just has like this random game where he just makes like 4 unforced errors. And I saw it like a couple times and I'm like, oh, maybe it's just like, whatever. It just keeps happening. Like he plays like a set perfect and then a game he just like evaporates, like disappears. Like he hits a drop shot to the bottom of the net. He misses a like overhead put away. He hits another ball into the net on a backhand. And so these are all on his serve, and like he double
So
faults.
I kind of disagree with that take. Like,
Yeah.
I think the similarities between Yari and Hurkacz kind of ended the serve because it's kind of where you were going with it, Tony. But like, Yari is just way more aggressive. I'm not sure it's necessarily better for me that it works better for him. I actually don't think it works as well for him. But I think he's like much more aggressive than Hubie. So to your point, he does end up throwing away the occasional break by just making like bad errors. But he does rip more winners too. Whereas Hubie's so off the ground.
These aren't forehand bombs errors. These are, and like I said, like he double faults. He has an overhead put away. He hits
Against
it into
Zverev that happened, but like
every match it happened. Every single match I watched Ajari, it happened. Like he had these one game straight. Like he almost lost every match because of it.
yeah, but you have to say, I mean, you have to trust him mentally more than Mute. Right? Like, how can you trust Mute mentally?
I know. I don't know Mute's game, but I know he has mental issues. But like his stats, like here's just how good do Jari's played unbelievable the last month, right?
Mhm.
You know what his serve and return points won in the last month are?
Well, his return points one must be very low because
Well,
like
his serve plus return, he's at 98. Like he's at a 106 hold plus break, which is.
but what's the discrepancy between the serve and the return? Because I feel like he plays a lot of tie breaks.
That's why I say he's like Hubie. He's like a Hurkacz type player, but he's getting lucky. Like he's winning all these close matches. He's winning them.
Interesting because like when we did our our fantasy draft in the last pod, it's we slash power rankings. I was crediting Yari's mental toughness in terms of like being able to win matches.
I do think I
Patient.
agree. Yeah. I totally agree with that. I think he's very mentally tough. I just think he has like these lapses. I don't think it has anything to do with mental strength. I think it has to do with focus. Like he just has these stretches. Like he'll play lights out for like a 30-minute period and then just have this 1 minute where he just does everything wrong for 1 minute and it costs him the
Yeah,
game.
and Mute has that, but he does that for like 45.
Yeah. I mean, Mute's got excellent stats. Let me just pull up because I don't have them up.
Mute is great at tennis. The problem is he can't he can't maintain it, and he's
Well, it's all his tactics. He has no interest in actually playing rallies. So his tactics are just like awful. And like sometimes it works out because he's so good at tennis, but his tactics just make no sense. He puts himself in positions where he just like doesn't need to.
And the numbers aren't even close on any, like take any time frame of, okay, so Mute last year, 26 matches on clay. That's a big sample. He's been a half game favorite. He's at 104 for service return points won. He's at 107 hold plus break. Take Jari, 20 matches. He's been a 1.3 game favorite, so bigger favorite than Mute. He's at 101 service return points and 106 hold plus break. 3 months, same thing. Mute's ahead. 1 month, which you'd never expect. Mute is ahead. Like he's ahead on every time frame, every statistic.
I will say regarding those stats,
Yeah.
Mute's been working to get his ranking back up, so a lot of that's probably qualifiers, especially if you're looking at anything longer than like a month. So I think as of maybe 3 months ago, his ranking was like below 100. Like his ranking was really low.
He beat
Um,
he beat Jari, I think, a few months
Yeah,
ago,
six
didn't
and
he?
six, 6-6 in
oh, no,
Santiago.
no, I'm on Mute here. I agree with you. I'm just saying. I think it has to be taken with a grain of salt if you're looking at any stats with Mute that are longer, that
Yeah,
are further out than a month because he was playing weaker competition, getting his ranking up.
I mean, I'm not like Jari is the better player. He should be favored. But I don't like
See, to
plus
me,
200 is crazy.
this is a match where you, to me, like of all the first round matches we discussed, I think you have to kind of throw stats out the window here. And I think this is one you can kind of back qualitatively because of the mental discrepancy, and like I think that speaks for a ton here. Um,
Let me read some of Jari's losses. So he lost to Facundo Diaz Acosta. He lost to Hanfman. He lost to Mute. He lost to Fabian. He lost to Medvedev Echeverry. He lost to Trungaletti in straight sets. He lost to Kabali. He lost to Zverev. Like,
yeah,
that's
prior
a lot of
that's
But
a
yeah,
lot
but
of
Mute lost to Pierre Hughes Herbert.
what?
Mute lost to Pierre Hughes Herbert. Like,
No, I know, but I'm like Jari is not like infallible here. Like he's got
no, he's
this guy.
not.
He's been lucky. He got lucky. Like he's a good player. I mean, I agree. He's like he showed he's mentally tough. He has too many lapses. Like it goes
I
away. Like he disappears.
for me, Brad, this is GBM worthy, but I'm on the over 37.5. That's my favorite play here.
This isn't fast courts either. Like
so
that's the other thing.
I don't
It's
like that because, like, I mean, Manny, like Mute could just clown around a set and lose 6-1.
Okay, here, yeah.
Like, I know the over 3.5 sets is going to be a terrible price.
Oh,
how many
That's the
sets? How many
that
sets has Mute lost 6-1?
that's a good question. So one to Djokovic, where he completely gave it away. He lost 6-1 to Fucsovics, gave away the third set in Bucharest, gave away a third set and a challenger to Pierre Hughes Herbert.
Yeah,
I
it's hard to
guess
know. It's hard to
what
know if that's more than
I,
normal
I have
or
a hard. I mean, I think he might like get some jeers and smash some rackets and play possum with the chair umpire here, but I have a hard time that that's gonna affect his tennis game, because he's playing in front of his home crowd.
Oh, I don't think Mute cares too much about that. Mute doesn't care at all about that. The French kicked him out of like the federation because he like spat at somebody or something.
That's true.
Like,
what?
like, yeah,
Mute is a complete mental nut job.
he wants to go fight
Oh,
with an opposing player on the court. Like, he's insane.
He's
I have
insane.
seen Mute play a couple times now.
He
No,
struts around like he's won
yeah,
20
yeah.
Grand Slams.
Well, I remember him just being a head case. Yeah,
It's an absolute whack job.
yeah.
It reminds me of some of the customers that walk into the pharmacy. I mean,
This year, he's lost 5 sets, 6-1 or worse in 31 matches. That feels pretty normal, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
what it feels for anybody else. That doesn't seem terrible.
but the match in Santiago was 6-6.
That's fine. I mean, it's a one match sample, right? That's the problem. But
Okay.
I mean, does he just give up for the set or is he fooling around like Bublik fools around for a game or something?
I mean, against Djokovic, he basically gave up for the match. He went up 3-2 in the first set. He was up a break 3-2 in the first set.
Oh, I
Had
remember that.
broken and basically gave up on the match.
I saw that. I remember that man. I thought Djokovic played pretty well though, but yeah, he was started mumbling to himself and talking to his box
Oh,
and
telling
yelling.
everyone it was the worst match he's ever played in his life, and like
He basically spiraled like downward as that match went on. I don't think he was fooling around or like I think he just yeah, I guess same thing though. He just started getting down on himself and it just got worse and worse and worse as the match went on.
You want to back that Mute trend here and with the first set money line?
Yeah, I want to back. Yeah, I kind of want to back the first set for Mutet and then the over 3.5 sets at -155. That seems damn good. Like, I agree with you, man. It feels like an overmatch, but I'd rather take over sets than games.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the over 3.5 sets at -155 too. Like I'll definitely parlay these together. And I think I'm still gonna play the over 37 as a single bet. But yeah, those are my plays there. We got 3 more matches. Otmane and Offner. I don't know.
I think I bet this. Yeah, I took Offner. This is another one where I have Otmane being like a well, I have Offner being very unlucky, is what it is. But I also have Offner ahead stats wise by quite a bit.
Offner, I mean, Ottman can be really. Ottman's so tough to bet on. He can be so all over the place.
I wonder what court it's on. I would be worried if he's on like one of the bigger courts, like somewhere where he's got a.
I mean, it's probably going to be one of the top like 5 courts because like he's French.
He
Yeah,
Ottman really does play on emotion. Like he's a guy who, like, if he's pumped, he'll let you
yeah.
know. I mean, he's kind of a semi. He's similar to a lot of these French guys, right? Where like he's super emotional, a little bit of a clown. Like
He said in an interview that he's a clown.
He likes
Yeah.
to put on a show is like kind of the take I got. I
Yeah.
yeah,
remember,
it's all the same take, right? Like it's all the same
yeah.
kind of idea.
And I
Uh,
remember a match where like I think he had 2 aces or 3 aces in a row to close out a game, and he just looks at the crowd and takes a bow. It was his first aces of the match too. They were in the second set or something, and he just like randomly hits 3 aces in a row and bows.
yep, that sounds like Ottman. Like
But I have Offner's last month stats really high. Well, I guess so.
Offner in general had a really good year last year.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but
Like
he's
it was his
progressed.
coming out year because he was a challenge level player, and then he had his coming out year last year, and he became a tour level player. And I guess if your stats are saying he's unlucky, that's that. Yeah, I
This year, I have him unlucky this year. Yeah, very unlucky.
yeah, that's what
Um,
I like. That would
The
be
Bukic and Cerundolo losses earlier this year seemed unlucky, I guess. The Nishioka loss, 7-6 in the third.
is that a challenger, the Nishioka?
No, that was in Rome. That was in
Oh, in
Rome.
Rome. I would miss that. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only beaten Evans and Kotov. Is that?
Otmane beat Offner in Phoenix.
He beat Rinky this week in Geneva.
Oh, you're talking about Otmane. He's beaten a bunch of people.
No,
The
I'm
set.
saying
Yeah, I'm talking about Offner, but Otmane
Oh,
beat him in Phoenix in the Challenger.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean it was on hard, but it was 3 sets, 7-6-1, 6-6-4. I mean, what's the over 3.5 sets
games.
-175? Yeah.
You know, actually, so now that you say that, could be wrong, but I feel like Offner games could be the way to go here.
Minus the games?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Otmane could like just lose a set 6-1.
Yeah, I just feel like, yeah, he's more like, yeah, I feel like And I feel like he does better on serve, but I could be wrong. But I feel like he's got a pretty good serve, and he's a better server than he's on a better on serve than he's on return. Especially he's super aggressive also.
I personally I kind of like the Amine money line at my plus 140. This kind of falls under that trend with Piranhas was talking about the stats between plus 100 and plus 200. And I think the home crowd is going to get to Offner, and I think it's going to help Amine kind of stay motivated. And
Why would it have to get to Offner?
I don't think Offner is that mentally strong, honestly. Remember he lost that he was up 5-love in his home country in Kitchbull and then lost to Molchan.
Yeah.
He's not the most mentally strong guy. I'm not saying Atmane is either, but I think the home crowd is going to really make a difference here.
I mean, it would make a difference for a player like Ottman. Like he likes the stage.
Exactly. So I think he's going to tell on the spot.
That worries me. I already took off there. I forgot about that though. That does worry me very much. Like if money is in front of a big crowd and motivated. But yeah, I don't, stats wise too. I just have Offner way ahead. I mean,
This might have been a pass. So because you're right, Manny. The crowd piece. Not so much. I'm not so much worried about it getting into Offner's head, but it might give Ottman an extra push.
Yeah, it's going to be raucous.
that's what happened with Musetti, in my opinion. Not that so much the crowd was in his favor, but just he really enjoyed that moment of being in a stadium with a ton of people, and like he was upset when Musetti retired. Like he said it in the interview. He's like, I wanted to finish this match. I wanted to see how I would hold up against someone like that. Like he wanted to destroy Musetti, and he was destroying him. Yeah, he's got a lot. I mean, I've seen a fair amount of money. He is like really good or really bad. Like I haven't seen the middle yet, so I don't know.
I mean, given that also, what about the under on the
Yeah,
game?
yeah, it's not a bad take.
That's a decent look. I just think 5 sets is in play here because, like,
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. These guys are not that far apart. It's 100% in play, but
39.
I mean,
But both guys have pretty big serves.
yes.
You know, like
Got money at 87% holds on clay over 5 matches.
yeah, the serve is a big part of Offner's game too. I don't like that. I think that number is right on. Yeah.
I mean, it is a game or two higher than the average. It's not necessarily that's not like a neutral. It's not a neutral number.
It
Like
isn't, but it's correctly baked in because they are big servers. And also I want to see the time of that match and I want to see the weather.
okay.
If it's hot and it's like at 2 o'clock, well, it won't be hot, but if it's like sunny and at 2 o'clock, I like that way less than if it's cloudy and damp. Just my take. I like the Otmane money line. That's where I'm going.
Sticking with my Offner. The main thing is the luck aspect too. Like, I just have Offner as being so unlucky.
Okay.
Yeah, the stats
Got
aren't
it.
that far apart because Money's played. He's been like a pretty sizable dog in the majority of his matches.
All right, this one, Wawrinka Murray. This is one of my favorite bets. I love the Wawrinka minus 1.5 sets at minus 105. I see, like, especially on clay, I think this is Wawrinka's best surface, and I think this is Murray's worst surface at this present day, like with, these crippled old champions, like I think Wawrinka definitely has the best chance to do well here because he doesn't have those like quick explosive movements and he needs extra time on the ball. But the biggest difference between these two guys is the firepower edge. Like Murray's game is based on counter punching, so if he has to like, you know, like if he has that hip problem, movement is going to be a huge thing, or a foot problem. Like he needs his movement to be there to like be a top player, and that's what's regressed so much after this injury. With Wawrinka, he doesn't. I mean, he needs movement, obviously, but like since he's able to hit huge, he can expose that Murray movement, and he has more time to kind of initiate the offense. And I just think at this point in their career, it's so much easier for Wawrinka to win points on these courts, especially. And I just don't think Murray's going to have enough. Like, I don't think he has enough to win a set, let alone like, 2 or 3. So I love Wawrinka -1.5 sets.
I think this is one of the matches that the organizers fixed. So this is going 5 would be my opinion. It seems like it should be scripted for 5, right? Like they have to go. I was leaning Stan. I don't have I mean there's no data on Murray's. I just have the one match he played.
Murray has a hip thing, he has a foot thing.
Yeah.
He played best of 5 now. I mean, I'm not saying Wawrinka is like any spring chicken, like moves like a gazelle, but like
he lost to Hoffman. That's the only match Stan's got pretty respectable win. Like he beat Cashin and Ramos are the 2. I might be missing some, but his losses aren't bad. He lost to Jari in a 3rd set tiebreak because, of course, it's Jari. He wins all those. Mahak in 3, Navoni in 3, Demonor, and then Borges in 3, and he lost to.
Okay, so timeout. There's a reason why Wawrinka loses everything in 3 sets because he runs out of gas.
Why? Who does?
He's just not fit.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Like a lot of the 3 sets, I think, are matches where he won the first set. I know, Manny, you and I have profited off of betting 2-1s against Wawrinka pretty well this year.
Yeah. But ironically, it's so weird with Wawrinka. He actually plays better in 5 in slams than in.
Well, maybe. I mean.
Ironically, he's like good at managing a best of 5 set match, even though he runs out of gas in 3 set matches, which
I don't know. But is he? I mean, at the Australian this year, he lost to Mannarino 6-love in the 5th.
Fair, but like he also made 3rd round of the U.S. Open and played a decent match versus Sinner.
Yeah, I mean, like I just don't know. Like
Wimbledon last year, he played tough match against Djokovic in the 3rd round.
I just think this is a little bit of a new thing. This like he can't like this like I feel like there's a like every year from Wawrinka gets worse with the movement and with the no gas tank.
But look who he's playing.
Well, but I mean the question isn't like. I don't think Murray can move either, but like the question is, does Murray have gas tank? He might.
Yeah, but Murray needs his movement more than Wawrinka does.
I agree. I don't know that I want any part of either of these guys after the first set. I was thinking I would take. Well, the first set money line on Wawrinka is -165, but minus a game and a half, and the first set is -105.
I like that too.
I might go with that, shorten the finish line.
Okay, I can back that. I'll make that GBM.
All right, let's do it.
All right, nice.
I just can't see getting with any like. I want no part of that match after set 1 and 2. Like,
okay, makes sense. I mean, I like that.
But I agree with you. I like Wawrinka better as a player. I just don't trust the gas tank of either guy because, like, man, yeah, I agree. I don't trust Murray's gas tank either. To me, it's a complete stay away after the first set or 2.
Any play there, Tony?
No, I got nothing there. I would lean Wawrinka, I guess, money line, but I'd passed it.
And the last match of Sunday is Gasquet and Coric.
Are these actually are they playing the entire bottom half Sunday?
No. It's just there's like 1, 2, 3.
So have they put out the order of play then for Sunday already?
Not yet. There are 20 matches. Jose Morgado posted the 20
They
matches.
put out the matches that are on Sunday, but they haven't put out the order of play. I was curious when it comes like.
Yeah.
It'll probably come out sometime tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I mean, I'm sure it usually comes out. Yeah, right. It usually comes out like late night.
All right, Gasquet Courage. Gasquet's plus 220, plus 5 game, 5 game underdog. Courage is -5. Over under 36.5. Honestly, I want no part of this. Can't trust Courage first round of any tournament. But then Gasquet's like another dead man walking. Like, can he last 2 sets, let alone 5? Probably lean the over or like Gasquet to win a set in some capacity, but like it's tough. Any
I
thoughts?
like guessing here.
Really?
Maybe set one. But like, yeah. So there, I've noticed this trend with a lot of these old players play better in their first match of a tournament. And I think it's just like after like they can only play one match a week. Like they can get up for one match a week, but that's all that's in the tank. And so Gasquet in his first match of a tournament this year is I'm counting it up. He's 9-6 in the first match, and now that includes qualies, but he's 9-6 in his first match of a tournament this year. Like that's not. I mean, his competition hasn't been great. It looks like from what I've seen, but like it's a lot of like round one qualies too. But like that's not that bad.
Not terrible.
Yeah. It's 60%, right? So
Yeah.
it would kind of depend on the competition. I mean, it can't be bad. I don't know how if it's above average or above expectation.
Courage has actually been worse than I thought too.
I had written down strong lean to Gasquet, but I ended up passing. But I had definitely that was very close to a play for me.
But Courage has lost to good opposition. He lost to Struff, Diaz Acosta, Zverev, and Draper. But his one
I
win was
think
against
Corge is
Hassan
definitely
in
the
sets.
better player, but it's what's the money line here is what?
-275.
Yes, I mean, that's why, right? It's why it's a 5 game spread. Scorch is definitely a better player at this point.
Yeah.
This is like home crowd. This is about crowd plus can Gasquet find the motivation for one match? Like, and I do think he's a better player the first match. Like, second match, he'll be terrible. But I kind of want to back him in this match. And then this is the anti-rollover. When you back a guy in round one and then you fade him in round two.
How is Gasquet? I would bet you he's pretty good round ones of French Opens. Is there a way to look at that?
There
Uh,
is.
I feel like I've seen him win a few of those.
It's a good set to look up.
Is he a wild card into this tournament? I think he is.
Yeah.
So Gasquet for his career, 14-6 in the first round of the French.
Mhm.
It's pretty good.
3 of those
70%.
losses came when he was outside the top 100 back in like the early 2000s. So 14-3.
I mean, he was a top 10 player at points in his career,
He was, yeah. I think that's more what that reflects.
Yeah. I'm a pass.
I hear you.
I'm a pass here. Yeah.
I'm a Gasquet, either set one or money line.
Okay.
I'd
And
But
before we go, Brad, one last thing I want to do. So our fantasy teams, now that we like, had another week under our belt, you can, you have, what we have to do is you have to eliminate one player and you have to add another one.
Okay.
All right?
Well, can you show our teams on like a screen or something? I don't even remember what I have anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for context, we picked fantasy teams. We picked teams at 8. And you could block guys. You could when it was the other guy's turn, you could block the other guy could block their pick. So that's
That
why you'll
sounds
see
like
some of the
fun.
guys, some top guys are missing.
It's hard to zoom them in. Can you see?
Yep, I can see, yeah.
So your team is Ruud, Tsitsipas, Fritz, Kachanov, Medvedev, Paul, Dimitrov, and Cerundolo. So you have to eliminate one guy and you have to add another new guy. That like,
To drop somebody?
huh?
Do I have to make a drop?
Yeah, because we should have 8.
No, but I'm saying, like, can I just keep my team and not add somebody?
No, that's the exercise.
But why do I have to drop somebody? I don't want to drop it. I like my team.
All right, just add someone.
Just can't believe Tabio's not listed there. He is up there. Manny's
Yeah,
got
he's
him.
up there.
Okay, thank God. Almost had a heart attack. You know he's just gonna lose in the first
Maybe,
round.
can we add you can't add a block player, right? If a guy was blocked off the board, you can't add him.
Huh?
If a guy was blocked, you can't add him.
Yeah.
If he was during the draft.
Yeah.
So who are you adding?
No, you're going first. Or yeah, you go first. It's my idea. Okay, I want to do two. So you have to add one, and then you have to steal one player from my team, and then I'll do the
No,
same.
I'm not stealing. Come on. I made a good draft. At this point, the draft doesn't even matter if you do that.
True. Okay.
I'll do the I'll compromise. I'll do the add one. Um, the problem is like all the guys that I even am thinking about got blocked.
I mean, and now you kind of know the draw.
Like I do know the draw.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, what happened to Facundo Diaz Acosta? Is he hurt?
he maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, Cabali and Ruud are playing in 30 minutes. Is that right?
That's right.
Oh,
Yes,
geez.
that's right.
Oh man.
Yeah, they're starting at like 4:30 in the morning because they're at like 10:30 in the morning. That way
Yeah.
they get a couple hours off.
Wow. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm so tired now. I wanted to see that though.
That's what potting does. This is our Grand Slam mega pod.
Yes.
You're new to this one.
It was fun.
Come on. Add your one futures pick. The one that I was gasping at.
Well, no, I mean I already have Rude, Dolo, and
No, your other one.
Vilch.
Yeah.
Well, no, like, that's a 251 pick. It doesn't mean that he's worthy of being on this team.
No Echeverry.
Ooh, did Echeverry get blocked, Manny?
No?
All right, so
Okay.
Echeverry's on the board is eligible.
It's
Yeah.
a possible one.
This is solid.
I would just look at like the outright list and go down the odds and figure out who
Yeah,
my
right.
like top 5 options are that haven't been blocked.
I think that's the move.
And it might be better than Echeverry. I'm trying to think.
I think you should have to eliminate one player on your team. But
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with you have to make an ad drop.
Brad just gave you Novak, huh? He was like, I'm not even blocking him, have him.
no, he just gave it to me.
Yeah.
The three players that were dropped were Alcaraz, Sinner, and Ugo Humbert.
Ugo Humbert. What? Oh,
Yeah.
that were blocked?
It was like the timing of it, like all the
Oh,
guys
you're.
were
That was like
taking.
the one of the last rounds, and I like,
Oh, I
it's
see. I
really
see.
tough at the end.
I got it. Yeah.
Um,
And I think Piranha would not be very happy about this, but Nico Yari was my third pick.
I see that. I saw that up there. Yeah,
um,
I know I'm gonna get punished by Yari in that match, by the way. He's gonna absolutely destroy
Right.
Rute.
Yeah,
you know what?
the wrong Chilean is gonna be go far.
Based on the draw,
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and add Baez.
Ooh,
Ooh.
That'll be my ad. And
could be
then
a
my
good one.
drop,
Okay.
I mean, I only have two candidates who are actual candidates for this drop. It's one of the American guys. His draw is actually.
What do you get, like points per round? Is that
Yeah.
Ranking.
okay?
We're
Ranking.
following the ATP points. So it's just it's just like however many ATP points your team.
So it's just whoever has a better draw than out of the Fritz
Yeah,
and Paul you're looking at.
we went our dinner bet. Like just betting with the sports book is not enough.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I'm tempted to get in. There's some pools I saw on Twitter where they're giving away money and it's free to get in. And
Yeah.
It's
You got to
fun.
be careful. A lot of those, then they don't end up like giving away the money. Like some people are really sketchy with that.
they just stiff you. I mean, what's the point of even
Oh yeah,
posting
there's
it?
a whole thing. There's a whole thing. Yeah, like there was a whole bunch of people on like Twitter like bashing this one guy because he just like I think he actually like just scammed a bunch of people. Like they paid him money to get in and he just like scammed.
Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't trust that. But no, there's one that Tidbits Tennis posted where the guy's just giving away, I think, $1,000 and it's free to get in.
Okay, that the other whole probably not stiff.
No, I'd be shocked because, like, what's the point of posting if you're just not going to pay out the money? But yeah, I would totally not be sending money to people.
But I
Yeah,
wouldn't be surprised if somebody just posted and stiffed everybody just to get the followers.
yeah. I mean, I mean, I think it's unlikely, but it could happen. But
All right, I'll drop Fritz.
Wow. Okay. Claylor, the death of Claylor.
Yeah.
Death of Claylor.
Reaction. All right, Manny, what are you doing?
All right.
You just dropped Arderi, who you need to drop because he's not going to play well. Like it's such an honestly, it's a huge advantage for you because like Darderi is such a wasted last pick. But
I didn't know that before last week.
no, I know, but you're the one who suggested it. Now that you know that you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. All right. You know what? Keep Fritz. I'll just add Guy.
All right.
I should keep Darderi. I deserve it. I'm gonna add.
So Prana, whose team do you like better?
I'd have to look at the draw, but without considering draw, just looking at names. Boy, that's tough. I'm gonna probably say Manny's team, but I'm not sure.
It's all right.
Sitz, Fritz, Cash, Medvedev, Paul, Dimitrov. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one.
All right. All right. My pick might surprise you, but it's gonna be Hamad Medvedev.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I like that one. Except he's got such a tough second rounder, right? Who's he playing
He
again?
does, but if he gets
first round, Holger second round.
Oh, Holger. Yeah. That'll be a good
But
interesting
I
match.
have Holger on my team too as a hedge.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know.
That
Is
was
that a
probably my
hedge or
strategy.
what's the opposite of a hedge? Like a blocker? I don't know if that's good or bad. Like what?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
but
it like reduces variance.
It's
I
neutral. It
guess.
reduces variance. That's all. I think it's
Yeah.
neutral. Like if you
I
thought your
was
team sucked, then you wouldn't want to do it. If you thought your team was good, then you would want to.
I could have gone with Echeverry, I could have gone with Demonor, but you know what? I'm going the unconventional
Demon
route.
blocked.
Huh? Demonor got
Demon
blocked.
blocked.
Yeah. So I could have gone with Etch or Medvedevich, and I'm gonna go the unconventional route. So all right. So that does it for part one of our mega pod. Thanks again, Tony, for joining us. We will be back tomorrow for the remaining round one matches. So
Sounds good.
all right.
All
Have
right.
a good night,
Thanks,
guys.
guys. Good night.
All right. Good night.